Chapter 13 of The Conspiracy of Pontiac by Francis Parkman, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Phil Schempf. Chapter 13, 1763. Rout of Cuyler's Detachment, Fate of the Forest Garrisons. While perils were thickening around the garrison of Detroit, the British commander-in-chief at New York remained ignorant of its danger. Indeed, an unwonted quiet had prevailed of late along the borders and about the neighboring forts. With the opening of spring, a strong detachment had been sent up the lakes with a supply of provisions and ammunition for the use of Detroit and the other western posts. The boats of this convoy were now pursuing their course along the northern shore of Lake Erie, and Gladwyn's garrison, aware of their approach, awaited their arrival with an anxiety which every day increased. Day after day passed on, and the red cross of St. George still floated above Detroit. The keen-eyed watchfulness of the Indians had never abated, and woe to the soldier who showed his head above the palisades, or exposed his person before a loophole. Strong in his delusive hope of French assistance, Pontiac had sent messengers to M. Nyon, commandant at the Illinois, earnestly requesting that a force of regular troops might be sent to his aid, and Gladwyn, on his side, had ordered one of the vessels to Niagara to hasten forward the expected convoy. The schooner set sail, but on the next day, as she lay becalmed at the entrance of Lake Erie, a multitude of canoes suddenly darted out upon her from the neighboring shores. In the prow of the foremost the Indians had placed their prisoner, Captain Campbell, with the dastardly purpose of interposing him as a screen between themselves and the fire of the English. But the brave old man called out to the crew to do their duty without regard to him. Happily, at that moment a fresh breeze sprang up, the flapping sails stretched to the wind, and the schooner bore prosperously on her course towards Niagara, leaving the savage flotilla far behind. The fort, or rather town of Detroit, had by this time lost its wonted vivacity and life. Its narrow streets were gloomy and silent. Here and there strolled a Canadian, in red cap and gaudy sash. The weary sentinel walked to and fro before the quarters of the commandant. An officer, perhaps, passed along with rapid step and anxious face, or an Indian girl, the mate of some soldier or trader, moved silently by, in her finery of beads and vermilion. Such an aspect as this the town must have presented on the morning of the 30th of May, when, at about 9 o'clock, the voice of the sentinel sounded from the southeast bastion, and loud exclamations in the direction of the river roused Detroit from its lethargy. Instantly the place was astir. Soldiers, traders, and habitants hurrying through the water-gate thronged the canoe wharf and the narrow strand without. The half-wild coureurs de bois, the tall and sinewy provincials, and the stately British soldiers stood crowded together, their uniforms soiled and worn, and their faces haggard with unremitted watching, yet all alike wore an animated and joyous look. The long-expected convoy was full in sight. On the farther side of the river, at some distance below the fort, a line of boats was rounding the woody projection, then called Montreal Point, their oars flashing in the sun, and the red flag of England flying from the stern of the foremost. The toils and dangers of the garrison were drawing to an end. With one accord they broke into 3 hearty cheers, again and again repeated, while a cannon, glancing from the bastion, sent its loud voice of defiance to the enemy, and welcome to the approaching friends. But suddenly every cheek grew pale with horror. Dark, naked figures were seen rising with wild gesture in the boats, while in the place of the answering salute, the distant yell of the war-whoop fell faintly on their ears. The convoy was in the hands of the enemy. The boats had all been taken, and the troops of the detachment slain or made captive. Officers and men stood gazing in mournful silence, when an incident occurred which caused them to forget the general calamity in the absorbing interest of the moment. Leaving the disappointed garrison, we will pass over to the principal victims of this deplorable misfortune. In each of the boats, of which there were 18, 2 or more of the captured soldiers, deprived of their weapons, were compelled to act as rowers, guarded by several armed savages. while many other Indians, for the sake of farther security, followed the boats along the shore. In the foremost, as it happened, there were 4 soldiers and only 3 Indians. The larger of the 2 vessels still lay anchored in the stream, about a bowshot from the fort, while her companion, as we have seen, had gone down to Niagara to hasten up this very reinforcement. As the boats came opposite this vessel, the soldier who acted as steersman conceived a daring plan of escape. The principal Indian sat immediately in front of another of the soldiers. The steersman called in English to his comrade to seize the savage and throw him overboard. The man answered that he was not strong enough, on which the steersman directed him to change places with him, as if fatigued with rowing, a movement which would excite no suspicion on the part of their guard. As the bold soldier stepped forward, as if to take his companion's oar, he suddenly seized the Indian by the hair, and gripping with the other hand the girdle at his waist, lifted him by main force and flung him into the river. The boat rocked till the water surged over her gunwale. The Indian held fast to his enemy's clothes, and drawing himself upward as he trailed alongside, stabbed him again and again with his knife, and then dragged him overboard. Both went down the swift current, rising and sinking, and, as some relate, perished, grappled in each other's arms. The 2 remaining Indians leapt out of the boat. The prisoners turned and pulled for the distant vessel, shouting aloud for aid. The Indians on shore opened a heavy fire upon them, and many canoes paddled swiftly in pursuit. The men strained with desperate strength. A fate inexpressibly horrible was the alternative. The bullets hissed thickly around their heads. One of them was soon wounded, and the light birch canoes gained on them with fearful rapidity. Escape seemed hopeless, when the report of a cannon burst from the side of the vessel. The ball flew close past the boat, beating the water in a line of foam, and narrowly missed the foremost canoe. At this, the pursuers drew back in dismay, and the Indians on shore, being farther saluted by a second shot, ceased firing and scattered among the bushes. The prisoners soon reached the vessel, where they were greeted as men snatched from the jaws of fate. A living monument, writes an officer of the garrison, that fortune favors the brave. They related many particulars of the catastrophe which had befallen them and their companions. Lieutenant Cuyler had left Fort Niagara as early as the 13th of May, and embarked from Fort Schlosser, just above the falls, with 96 men and a plentiful supply of provisions and ammunition. Day after day he had coasted the northern shore of Lake Erie, and seen neither friend nor foe amid those lonely forests and waters, until on the 28th of the month he landed at Point Pelee, not far from the mouth of the River Detroit. The boats were drawn on the beach, and the party prepared to encamp. A man and a boy went to gather firewood at a short distance from the spot, when an Indian leaped out of the woods, seized the boy by the hair, and tomahawked him. The man ran into camp with the alarm. Cuyler immediately formed his soldiers into a semicircle before the boats. He had scarcely done so when the enemy opened their fire. For an instant there was a hot blaze of musketry on both sides. Then the Indians broke out of the woods in a body, and rushed fiercely upon the center of the line, which gave way in every part, the men flinging down their guns, running in a blind panic to the boats, and struggling with ill-directed efforts to shove them into the water. 5 were set afloat and pushed off from the shore, crowded with the terrified soldiers. Cuyler, seeing himself, as he says, deserted by his men, waded up to his neck in the lake, and climbed into one of the retreating boats. The Indians, on their part, pushing 2 more afloat, went in pursuit of the fugitives, 3 boatloads of whom allowed themselves to be recaptured without resistance, but the remaining 2, in one of which was Cuyler himself, made their escape. They rowed all night, and landed in the morning upon a small island. Between 30 and 40 men, some of whom were wounded, were crowded in these 2 boats, the rest, about 60 in number, being killed or taken. Cuyler now made for Sandusky, which on his arrival he found burnt to the ground. Immediately leaving the spot, he rowed along the south shore to Presqu' from whence he proceeded to Niagara, and reported his loss to Major Wilkins, the commanding officer. The actors in this bold and well-executed stroke were the Wyandots, who, for some days, had lain in ambush at the mouth of the river, to intercept trading boats or parties of troops. Seeing the fright and confusion of Cuyler's men, they had forgotten their usual caution, and rushed upon them in the manner described. The ammunition, provisions, and other articles taken in this attack formed a valuable prize; but, unfortunately, there was among the rest a great quantity of whiskey. This the Indians seized, and carried to their respective camps, which, throughout the night, presented a scene of savage revelry and riot. The liquor was poured into vessels of birch bark, or anything capable of containing it, and the Indians, crowding around, scooped it up in their cups and ladles, and quaffed the raw whiskey like water. While some sat apart, wailing and moaning in maudlin drunkenness, others were maddened to the ferocity of wild beasts. Dormant jealousies were awakened, old forgotten quarrels kindled afresh, and, had not the squaws taken the precaution of hiding all the weapons they could find before the debauch began, much blood would no doubt have been spilt. As it was, the savages were not entirely without means of indulging their drunken rage. Many were wounded, of whom 2 died in the morning, and several others had their noses bitten off, a singular mode of revenge, much in vogue upon similar occasions among the Indians of the upper lakes. The English were gainers by this scene of riot, for late in the evening 2 Indians, in all the valor and vain glory of drunkenness, came running directly towards the fort, boasting their prowess in a loud voice; but, being greeted with 2 rifle bullets, they leaped into the air like a pair of wounded bucks, and fell dead on their tracks. It will not be proper to pass over in silence the fate of the unfortunate men taken prisoners in this affair. After night had set in, several Canadians came to the fort, bringing vague and awful reports of the scenes that had been enacted at the Indian camp. The soldiers gathered round them, and, frozen with horror, listened to the appalling narrative. A cloud of deep gloom sank down upon the garrison, and none could help reflecting how thin and frail a barrier protected them from a similar fate. On the following day, and for several succeeding days, they beheld frightful confirmation of the rumors they had heard. Naked corpses, gashed with knives and scorched with fire, floated down on the pure waters of the Detroit, whose fish came up to nibble at the clotted blood that clung to their ghastly faces. Late one afternoon, at about this period of the siege, the garrison were again greeted with the dismal cry of death, and a line of naked warriors was seen issuing from the woods, which, like a wall of foliage, rose beyond the pastures in the rear of the fort. Each savage was painted black, and each bore a scalp, fluttering from the end of a pole. It was but too clear that some new disaster had befallen, and in truth, before nightfall, one Labrosse, a Canadian, came to the gate with the tidings that Fort Sandusky had been taken, and all its garrison slain or made captive. This post had been attacked by the band of Wyandots living in its neighborhood, aided by a detachment of their brethren from Detroit. Among the few survivors of the slaughter was the commanding officer, Ensign Paully, who had been brought prisoner to Detroit, bound hand and foot, and solaced on the passage with the expectation of being burnt alive. On landing near the camp of Pontiac, he was surrounded by a crowd of Indians, chiefly squaws and children, who pelted him with stones, sticks, and gravel, forcing him to dance and sing, though by no means in a cheerful strain. A worse infliction seemed in store for him, when happily an old woman, whose husband had lately died, chose to adopt him in place of the deceased warrior. Seeing no alternative but the stake, Paully accepted the proposal, and having been first plunged in the river, that the white blood might be washed from his veins, he was conducted to the lodge of the widow, and treated thenceforth with all the consideration due to an Ottawa warrior. Gladwyn soon received a letter from him, through one of the Canadian inhabitants, giving a full account of the capture of Fort Sandusky. On the 16th of May, such was the substance of the communication, Paully was informed that 7 Indians were waiting at the gate to speak with him. As several of the number were well known to him, he ordered them, without hesitation, to be admitted. Arriving at his quarters, 2 of the treacherous visitors seated themselves on each side of the commandant, while the rest were disposed in various parts of the room. The pipes were lighted, and the conversation began. when an Indian, who stood in the doorway, suddenly made a signal by raising his hand. Upon this, the astonished officer was instantly pounced upon and disarmed, while at the same moment a confused noise of shrieks and yells, the firing of guns, and the hurried tramp of feet sounded from the area of the fort without. It soon ceased, however, and Pauley, led by his captors from the room, saw the parade ground strewn with the corpses of his murdered garrison. At nightfall he was conducted to the margin of the lake, where several birch canoes lay in readiness; and as, amid thick darkness, the party pushed out from shore, the captive saw the fort, lately under his command, bursting on all sides into sheets of flame. Soon after these tidings of the loss of Sandusky, Gladwyn's garrison heard the scarcely less unwelcome news that the strength of their besiegers had been reinforced by 2 strong bands of Ojibwas. Pontiac's forces in the vicinity of Detroit now amounted, according to Canadian computation, to about 820 warriors. Of these, 250 were Ottawas, commanded by himself in person. 150 were Potawatomis, under Niniveh. 50 were Wyandots, under Taki. 200 were Ojibwas, under Wasson, and added to these were 170 of the same tribe, under their chief Seacow. As the warriors brought their squaws and children with them, the whole number of savages congregated about Detroit no doubt exceeded 3,000, and the neighboring fields and meadows must have presented a picturesque and stirring scene. The sleepless garrison, worn by fatigue and ill fare, and harassed by constant petty attacks, were yet farther saddened by the news of disaster which thickened from every quarter. Of all the small posts scattered at intervals throughout the vast wilderness to the westward of Niagara and Fort Pitt, it soon appeared that Detroit alone had been able to sustain itself. For the rest, there was but one unvaried tale of calamity and ruin. On the 15th of June, a number of Potawatomis were seen approaching the gate of the fort, bringing with them 4 English prisoners, who proved to be Ensign Schlosser, lately commanding at St. Joseph's, together with 3 private soldiers. The Indians wished to exchange them for several of their own tribe, who had been, for nearly 2 months, prisoners in the fort. After some delay, this was effected, and the garrison then learned the unhappy fate of their comrades at St. Joseph's. This post stood at the mouth of the river St. Joseph's, near the head of Lake Michigan, a spot which had long been the site of a Roman Catholic mission. Here among the forests, swamps, and ocean-like waters, at an unmeasured distance from any abode of civilized man, the indefatigable Jesuits had labored more than half a century for the spiritual good of the Potawatomis, who lived in great numbers near the margin of the lake. As early as the year 1712, as Father Marest informs us, the mission was in a thriving state, and around it had gathered a little colony of the forest-loving Canadians. Here, too, the French government had established a military post, whose garrison, at the period of our narrative, had been supplanted by Ensign Schlosser with his command of 14 men, a mere handful in the heart of a wilderness swarming with insidious enemies. They seemed, however, to have apprehended no danger, when, on the 25th of May, early in the morning, the officer was informed that a large party of Potawatomis of Detroit had come to pay a visit to their relatives at St. Joseph's. Presently, a chief named Washashi, with 3 or 4 followers, came to his quarters, as if to hold a friendly talk, and immediately after a Canadian came in with intelligence that the fort was surrounded by Indians, who evidently had hostile intentions. At this, Schlosser ran out of the apartment, and crossing the parade, which was full of Indians and Canadians, hastily entered the barracks. These were also crowded with savages, very insolent and disorderly. Calling upon his sergeant to get the men under arms, he hastened out again to the parade, and endeavored to muster the Canadians together. But while busying himself with these somewhat unwilling auxiliaries, he heard a wild cry from within the barracks. Instantly, all the Indians in the fort rushed to the gate, tomahawked the sentinel, and opened a free passage to their comrades without. In less than 2 minutes, as the officer declares, the fort was plundered. 11 men were killed, and himself, with the 3 survivors, made prisoners, and bound fast. They then conducted him to Detroit, where he was exchanged, as we have already seen. 3 days after these tidings reached Detroit, Father Jean-Noir, a Jesuit priest of the Ottawa mission near Michilimackinac, came to Pontiac's camp, together with the son of Minavavana, great chief of the Ojibwas, and several other Indians. On the following morning, he appeared at the gate of the fort, bringing a letter from Captain Etherington, commandant at Michilimackinac. The commencement of the letter was as follows: Michilimackinac, 12 June, 1763. Sir, notwithstanding what I wrote you in my last, that all the savages were arrived, and that everything seemed in perfect tranquillity, yet on the 2nd instant the Chippeways, who live in a plain near this fort, assembled to play ball, as they had done almost every day since their arrival. They played from morning till noon. Then, throwing their ball close to the gate, and observing Lieutenant Leslie and me a few paces out of it, they came behind us, seized and carried us into the woods. In the meantime, the rest rushed into the fort, where they found their squaws, whom they had previously planted there, with their hatchets hid under their blankets, which they took, and in an instant killed Lieutenant Jamet, and 15 rank and file, and a trader named Tracy. They wounded 2, and took the rest of the garrison prisoners, 5 of whom they have since killed. They made prisoners of all the English traders, and robbed them of everything they had, but they offered no violence to the persons or property of any Frenchmen. Captain Etherington next related some particulars of the massacre at Michilimackinac, sufficiently startling, as soon will appear. He spoke in high terms of the character and conduct of Father Jean-Noir, and requested that Gladwyn would send all the troops he could spare up Lake Huron, that the post might be recaptured from the Indians and garrisoned afresh. Gladwyn, being scarcely able to defend himself, could do nothing for the relief of his brother officer, and the Jesuit set out on his long and toilsome canoe voyage back to Michilimackinac. The loss of this place was a very serious misfortune, for, next to Detroit, it was the most important post on the upper lakes. The next news which came in was that of the loss of Ouatanon, a fort situated upon the Wabash, a little below the site of the present town of Lafayette. Gladwyn received a letter from its commanding officer, Lieutenant Jenkins, informing him that on the 1st of June he and several of his men had been made prisoners by stratagem, on which the rest of the garrison had surrendered. The Indians, however, apologized for their conduct, declaring that they had acted contrary to their own inclinations, and that the surrounding tribes compelled them to take up the hatchet. These excuses, so consolatory to the sufferers, might probably have been founded in truth, for these savages were of a character less ferocious than many of the others, and as they were farther removed from the settlements, they had not felt, to an equal degree, the effects of English insolence and encroachment. Close upon these tidings came the news that Fort Miami was taken. This post, standing on the river Maumee, was commanded by Ensign Holmes. And here I cannot but remark on the forlorn situation of these officers, isolated in the wilderness, hundreds of miles, in some instances, from any collegial associates, separated from every human being, except the rude soldiers under their command, and the white or red savages who ranged the surrounding woods. Holmes suspected the intention of the Indians, and was therefore on his guard, when on the 27th of May, a young Indian girl who lived with him came to tell him that a squaw lay dangerously ill in a wigwam near the fort, and urged him to come to her relief. Having confidence in the girl, Holmes forgot his caution and followed her out of the fort. Pitched at the edge of a meadow, hidden from view by an intervening spur of the woodland, stood a great number of Indian wigwams. When Holmes came in sight of them, his treacherous conductress pointed out that in which the sick woman lay. He walked on without suspicion, but as he drew near, 2 guns flashed from behind the hut, and stretched him lifeless on the grass. The shots were heard at the fort, and the sergeant rashly went out to learn the reason of the firing. He was immediately taken prisoner, amid exulting yells and whoopings. The soldiers in the fort climbed upon the palisades to look out, when Godefroy, a Canadian, and 2 other white men made their appearance, and summoned them to surrender, promising that, if they did so, their lives should be spared, but that otherwise they would all be killed without mercy. The men, being in great terror, and without a leader, soon threw open the gate and gave themselves up as prisoners. Had detachments of Rogers Rangers garrisoned these posts, or had they been held by such men as the Rocky Mountain trappers of the present day, wary, skillful, and almost ignorant of fear, some of them might, perhaps, have been saved. But the soldiers of the 60th Regiment, though many of them were of provincial birth, were not suited by habits and discipline for this kind of service. The loss of Presqu' Isle will close this catalogue of calamity. Rumors of it first reached Detroit on the 20th of June, and 2 days after, the garrison heard those dismal cries announcing scalps and prisoners, which of late had grown mournfully familiar to their ears. Indians were seen passing in numbers along the opposite bank of the river, leading several English prisoners, who proved to be Ensign Christie, the commanding officer at Presqu' Isle, with those of his soldiers who survived. On the 3rd of June, Christie, then safely ensconced in the fort which he commanded, had written as follows to his superior officer, Lieutenant Gordon, at Venango. This morning, Lieutenant Cuyler of Queen's Company of Rangers came here and gave me the following melancholy account of his whole party being cut off by a large body of Indians at the mouth of the Detroit River. Here follows the story of Cuyler's disaster, and Christie closes as follows. I have sent to Niagara a letter to the Major, desiring some more ammunition and provisions, and have kept 6 men of Lieutenant Cuyler's, as I expect a visit from the hellhounds. I have ordered everybody here to move into the blockhouse, and shall be ready for them, come when they will. Fort Presqu' Isle stood on the southern shore of Lake Erie, at the site of the present town of Erie. It was an important post to be commanded by an ensign, for it controlled the communication between the lake and Fort Pitt. But the blockhouse, to which Christie alludes, was supposed to make it impregnable against Indians. This blockhouse, a very large and strong one, stood at an angle of the fort, and was built of massive logs, with the projecting upper story usual in such structures, by means of which a vertical fire could be had upon the heads of assailants, through openings in the projecting part of the floor, like the machicoulis of a medieval castle. It had also a kind of bastion, from which one or more of its walls could be covered by a flank fire. The roof was of shingles, and might easily be set on fire, but at the top was a sentry box, or lookout, from which water could be thrown. On one side was the lake, and on the other side a small stream which entered it. Unfortunately, the bank of this stream rose in a high, steep ridge within 40 yards of the blockhouse, thus affording a cover to assailants, while the bank of the lake offered them similar advantages on another side. After his visit from Cuyler, Christie, whose garrison now consisted of 27 men, prepared for a stubborn defense. The doors of the blockhouse and the sentry box at the top were lined to make them bullet-proof. The angles of the roof were covered with green turf as a protection against fire arrows, and gutters of bark were laid in such a manner that streams of water could be sent to every part. His expectation of a visit from the hellhounds proved to be perfectly well founded. About 200 of them had left Detroit expressly for this object. At early dawn on the 15th of June, they were first discovered stealthily crossing the mouth of the little stream where the bateaux were drawn up, and crawling under cover of the banks of the lake and of the adjacent saw pits. When the sun rose, they showed themselves, and began their customary yelling. Christie, with a very unnecessary reluctance to begin the fray, ordered his men not to fire till the Indians had set the example. The consequence was that they were close to the blockhouse before they received the fire of the garrison, and many of them sprang into the ditch, whence, being well sheltered, they fired at the loopholes, and amused themselves by throwing stones and handfuls of gravel, or, what was more to the purpose, fireballs of pitch. Some got into the fort, and sheltered themselves behind the bakery and other buildings, whence they kept up a brisk fire, while others pulled down a small outhouse of plank, of which they made a movable breastwork, and approached under the cover of it by pushing it before them. At the same time, great numbers of them lay close behind the ridges by the stream, keeping up a rattling fire into every loophole, and shooting burning arrows against the roof and sides of the blockhouse. Some were extinguished with water, while many dropped out harmless after burning a small hole. The Indians now rolled logs to the top of the ridges, where they made 3 strong breastworks, from behind which they could discharge their shot and throw their fireworks with greater effect. Sometimes they would try to dart across the intervening space and shelter themselves with their companions in the ditch, but all who attempted it were killed or wounded. And now the hard-beset little garrison could see them throwing up earth and stones behind the nearest breastwork. Their implacable foes were undermining the blockhouse. There was little time to reflect on this new danger, for another, more imminent, soon threatened them. The barrels of water, always kept in the building, were nearly emptied in extinguishing the frequent fires, and though there was a well close at hand in the parade ground, it was death to approach it. The only resource was to dig a subterranean passage to it. The floor was torn up, and while some of the men fired their heated muskets from the loopholes, the rest labored stoutly at this cheerless task. Before it was half finished, the roof was on fire again, and all the water that remained was poured down to extinguish it. In a few moments the cry of fire was again raised when a soldier, at imminent risk of his life, tore off the burning shingles and averted the danger. By this time it was evening. The garrison had had not a moment's rest since the sun rose. Darkness brought little relief, for guns flashed all night from the Indian entrenchments. In the morning, however, there was a respite. The Indians were ominously quiet, being employed, it seems, in pushing their subterranean approaches, and preparing fresh means for firing the blockhouse. In the afternoon the attack began again. They set fire to the house of the commanding officer, which stood close at hand, and which they had reached by means of their trenches. The pine logs blazed fiercely, and the wind blew the flame against the bastion of the blockhouse, which scorched, blackened, and at last took fire. But the garrison had by this time dug a passage to the well, and half stifled as they were, they plied their water buckets with such good will that the fire was subdued, while the blazing house soon sank to a glowing pile of embers. The men, who had behaved throughout with great spirit, were now, in the words of their officer, exhausted to the greatest extremity. Yet they still kept up their forlorn defence, toiling and fighting without pause within the wooden walls of their dim prison, where the close and heated air was thick with smoke of gunpowder. The firing on both sides lasted throughout the rest of the day, and did not cease till midnight, at which hour a voice was heard to call out in French, from the enemy's entrenchments, warning the garrison that farther resistance would be useless, since preparations were made for setting the blockhouse on fire above and below at once. Christie demanded if there were any among them who spoke English, upon which a man in the Indian dress came out from behind the breastwork. He was a soldier who, having been made prisoner early in the French war, had since lived among the savages, and now espoused their cause, fighting with them against his own countrymen. He said that if they yielded, their lives should be spared, but if they fought longer, they must all be burnt alive. Christie told them to wait till morning for his answer. They assented, and suspended their fire. Christie now asked his men, if we may believe the testimony of 2 of them, whether they chose to give up the blockhouse or remain in it and be burnt alive. They replied that they would stay as long as they could bear the heat, and then fight their way through. A third witness, Edward Smith, apparently a corporal, testifies that all but 2 of them were for holding out. He says that when his opinion was asked, he replied that, having but one life to lose, he would be governed by the rest, but that, at the same time, he reminded them of the recent treachery at Detroit, and of the butchery at Fort William Henry, adding that, in his belief, they themselves could expect no better usage. When morning came, Christie sent out 2 soldiers, as if to treat with the enemy, but in reality, as he says, to learn the truth of what they had told him respecting their preparations to burn the blockhouse. On reaching the breastwork, the soldiers made a signal, by which the officer saw that his worst fears were well founded. In pursuance of their orders, they then demanded that 2 of the principal chiefs should meet with Christie midway between the breastwork and the blockhouse. The chiefs appeared accordingly, and Christie, going out, yielded up the blockhouse, having first stipulated that the lives of all the garrison should be spared, and that they might retire unmolested to the nearest post. The soldiers, pale and haggard, like men who had passed through a fiery ordeal, now issued from their scorched and bullet-pierced stronghold. A scene of plunder instantly began. Benjamin Gray, a Scotch soldier, who had just been employed on Christie's order in carrying presents to the Indians, seeing the confusion and hearing a scream from a sergeant's wife, the only woman in the garrison, sprang off into the woods and succeeded in making his way to Fort Pitt with news of the disaster. It is needless to say that no faith was kept with the rest, and they had good cause to be thankful that they were not butchered on the spot. After being detained for some time in the neighborhood, they were carried prisoners to Detroit, where Christie soon after made his escape and gained the fort in safety. After Presqu' Isle was taken, the neighboring posts, La Boeuf and Venango, shared its fate, while further southward, at the forks of the Ohio, a host of Delaware and Shawanoe warriors were gathering around Fort Pitt, and blood and havoc reigned along the whole frontier. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Conspiracy of Pontiac by Francis Parkman, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Phil Schempf. Chapter 14, 1763. The Indians continue to blockade Detroit. We return once more to Detroit and its beleaguered garrison. On the 19th of June, a rumor reached them that one of the vessels had been seen near Turkey Island, some miles below the fort, but that the wind failing her, she had dropped down with the current to wait a more favorable opportunity. It may be remembered that this vessel had, several weeks before, gone down Lake Erie to hasten the advance of Cuyler's expected detachment. Passing these troops on her way, she had held her course to Niagara, and here she had remained until the return of Cuyler with the remnant of his men made known the catastrophe that had befallen him. This officer and the survivors of his party, with a few other troops spared from the garrison of Niagara, were ordered to embark in her and make the best of their way back to Detroit. They had done so, and now, as we have seen, were almost within sight of the fort, but the critical part of the undertaking yet remained. The river channel was in some places narrow, and more than 800 Indians were on the alert to intercept their passage. For several days, the officers at Detroit heard nothing farther of the vessel, when, on the 23rd, a great commotion was visible among the Indians, large parties of whom were seen to pass along the outskirts of the woods behind the fort. The cause of these movements was unknown till evening, when M. Baby came in with intelligence that the vessel was again attempting to ascend the river, and that all the Indians had gone to attack her. Upon this, 2 cannon were fired, that those on board might know that the fort still held out. This done, all remained in much anxiety, awaiting the result. The schooner, late that afternoon, began to move slowly upward with a gentle breeze, between the main shore and the long extended margin of Fighting Island. About 60 men were crowded on board, of whom only 10 or 12 were visible on deck, the officer having ordered the rest to lie hidden below, in hope that the Indians, encouraged by this apparent weakness, might make an open attack. Just before reaching the narrowest part of the channel, the wind died away, and the anchor was dropped. Immediately above and within gunshot of the vessel, the Indians had made a breastwork of logs, carefully concealed by bushes, on the shore of Turkey Island. Here they lay in force, waiting for the schooner to pass. Ignorant of this, but still cautious and wary, the crew kept a strict watch from the moment the sun went down. Hours wore on, and nothing had broken the deep repose of the night. The current gurgled with a monotonous sound around the bows of the schooner, and on either hand the wooded shores lay amid the obscurity, black and silent as the grave. At length the sentinel could discern in the distance various moving objects upon the dark surface of the water. The men were ordered up from below, and all took their posts in perfect silence. The blow of a hammer on the mast was to be the signal to fire. The Indians, gliding stealthily over the water in their birch canoes, had by this time approached within a few rods of their fancied prize, when suddenly the dark side of the slumbering vessel burst into a blaze of cannon and musketry, which illumined the night like a flash of lightning. Grape and musket shot flew tearing among the canoes, destroying several of them, killing 14 Indians, wounding as many more, and driving the rest in consternation to the shore. Recovering from their surprise, they began to fire upon the vessel from behind their breastwork, upon which she weighed anchor and dropped down once more beyond their reach, into the broad river below. Several days afterwards, she again attempted to ascend. This time she met with better success, for, though the Indians fired at her constantly from the shore, no man was hurt, and at length she left behind her the perilous channels of the islands. As she passed the Wyandot village, she sent a shower of grape among its yelping inhabitants, by which several were killed, and then, furling her sails, lay peacefully at anchor by the side of her companion vessel, abreast of the fort. The schooner brought to the garrison a much-needed supply of men, ammunition, and provisions. She brought also the important tidings that peace was at length concluded between France and England. The bloody and momentous struggle of the French War, which had shaken North America since the year 1755, had indeed been virtually closed by the victory on the Plains of Abraham and the junction of the three British armies at Montreal. Yet up to this time its embers had continued to burn, till at length peace was completely established by a formal treaty between the hostile powers. France resigned her ambitious project of empire in America, and ceded Canada and the region of the lakes to her successful rival. By this treaty, the Canadians of Detroit were placed in a new position. Hitherto they had been, as it were, prisoners on capitulation, neutral spectators of the quarrel between their British conquerors and the Indians. But now their allegiance was transferred from the crown of France to that of Britain, and they were subjects of the English king. To many of them the change was extremely odious, for they cordially hated the British. They went about, among the settlers and the Indians, declaring that the pretended news of peace was only an invention of Major Gladwyn, that the King of France would never abandon his children, and that a great French army was even then ascending the St. Lawrence, while another was approaching from the country of the Illinois. This oft-repeated falsehood was implicitly believed by the Indians, who continued firm in the faith that their great father was about to awake from his sleep and wreak his vengeance upon the insolent English who had intruded on his domain. Pontiac himself clung fast to this delusive hope, yet he was greatly vexed at the safe arrival of the vessel, and the assistance she had brought to the obstinate defenders of Detroit. He exerted himself with fresh zeal to gain possession of the place, and attempted to terrify Gladwyn into submission. He sent a message, in which he strongly urged him to surrender, adding, by way of stimulus, that 800 more Ojibwas were every day expected, and that on their arrival all his influence could not prevent them from taking the scalp of every Englishman in the fort. To this friendly advice, Gladwyn returned a brief and contemptuous answer. Pontiac, having long been anxious to gain the Canadians as auxiliaries in the war, now determined on a final effort to effect his object. For this purpose, he sent messages to the principal inhabitants, inviting them to meet him in council. In the Ottawa camp, there was a vacant spot, quite level, and encircled by the huts of the Indians. Here mats were spread for the reception of the deputies, who soon convened and took their seats in a wide ring. One part was occupied by the Canadians, among whom were several whose withered, leathery features proclaimed them the patriarchs of the secluded little settlement. Opposite these sat the stern-visaged Pontiac, with his chiefs on either hand, while the intervening portions of the circle were filled by Canadians and Indians, promiscuously mingled. Standing on the outside, and looking over the heads of this more dignified assemblage, was a motley throng of Indians and Canadians, half-breeds, trappers, and voyageurs, in wild and picturesque, though very dirty attire. Conspicuous among them were numerous Indian dandies, a large class in every aboriginal community, where they hold about the same relative position as do their counterparts in civilized society. They were wrapped in the gayest blankets, their necks adorned with beads, their cheeks daubed with vermilion, and their ears hung with pendants. They stood sedately looking on, with evident self-complacency, yet ashamed and afraid to take their place among the aged chiefs and warriors of repute. All was silent, and several pipes were passed round from hand to hand, when Pontiac rose and threw down a war belt at the feet of the Canadians. "My brothers," he said, "how long will you suffer this bad flesh to remain upon your lands? I have told you before, and I now tell you again, that when I took up the hatchet, it was for your good. This year the English must all perish throughout Canada. The Master of Life commands it, and you, who know him better than we, wish to oppose his will. Until now I have said nothing on this matter. I have not urged you to take part with us in the war. It would have been enough had you been content to sit quiet on your mats, looking on while we were fighting for you, but you have not done so. You call yourself our friends, and yet you assist the English with provisions and go about as spies among our villages. This must not continue. You must be either wholly French or wholly English. If you are French, take up the war belt and lift the hatchet with us. But if you are English, then we declare war upon you. My brothers, I know this is a hard thing. We are all alike children of our great father, the King of France, and it is hard to fight among brethren for the sake of dogs. But there is no choice. Look upon the belt, and let us hear your answer." One of the Canadians, having suspected the purpose of Pontiac, had brought with him not the treaty of peace, but a copy of the capitulation of Montreal, with its dependencies, including Detroit. Pride or some other motive restrained him from confessing that the Canadians were no longer children of the King of France, and he determined to keep up the old delusion that a French army was on its way to win back Canada and chastise the English invaders. He began his speech in reply to Pontiac by professing great love for the Indians, and a strong desire to aid them in the war. "But, my brothers," he added, holding out the articles of capitulation, "you must first untie the knot with which our great father the King has bound us. In this paper he tells all his Canadian children to sit quietly and obey the English until he comes, because he wishes to punish his enemies himself. We dare not disobey him, for he would then be angry with us. And you, my brothers, who speak of making war upon us if we do not do as you wish, do you think you could escape his wrath if you should raise the hatchet against his French children? He would treat you as enemies and not as friends, and you would have to fight both the English and the French at once. Tell us, my brothers, what can you reply to this?" Pontiac for a moment sat silent, mortified and perplexed, but his purpose was not destined to be wholly defeated. "Among the French," says the writer of the diary, "were many infamous characters, who, having no property, cared nothing what became of them. Those mentioned in these opprobrious terms were a collection of trappers, voyageurs, and nondescript vagabonds of the forest, who were seated with the council, or stood looking on, variously attired in greasy shirts, Indian leggins, and red woolen caps. Not a few among them, however, had thought proper to adopt the style of dress and ornament peculiar to the red men, who were their usual associates, and appeared among their comrades with paint rubbed on their cheeks, and feathers dangling from their hair. Indeed, they aimed to identify themselves with the Indians, a transformation by which they gained nothing, for these renegade whites were held in light esteem both by those of their own color and the savages themselves. They were for the most part a light and frivolous crew, little to be relied on for energy or stability, though among them were men of hard and ruffian features, the ringleaders and bullies of the voyageurs, and even a terror to the bourgeois himself. It was one of these who now took up the war belt, and declared that he and his comrades were ready to raise the hatchet for Pontiac. The better class of Canadians were shocked at this proceeding, and vainly protested against it. Pontiac, on his part, was much pleased at such an accession to his forces, and he and his chiefs shook hands in turn with each of their new auxiliaries. The council had been protracted to a late hour. It was dark before the assembly dissolved, so that, as the chronicler observes, these new Indians had no opportunity of displaying their exploits that day. They remained in the Indian camp all night, being afraid of the reception they might meet among their fellow whites in the settlement. The whole of the following morning was employed in giving them a feast of welcome. For this entertainment, a large number of dogs were killed, and served up to the guests. none of whom, according to the Indian custom on such formal occasions, were permitted to take their leave until they had eaten the whole of the enormous portion placed before them. Pontiac derived little advantage from his Canadian allies, most of whom, fearing the resentment of the English and the other inhabitants, fled before the war was over to the country of the Illinois. On the night succeeding the feast, a party of the renegades, joined by about an equal number of Indians, approached the fort, and entrenched themselves in order to fire upon the garrison. At daybreak they were observed. The gate was thrown open, and a file of men, headed by Lieutenant Hay, sallied to dislodge them. This was effected without much difficulty. The Canadians fled with such dispatch that all of them escaped unhurt, though 2 of the Indians were shot. It happened that among the English was a soldier who had been prisoner for several years among the Delawares, and who, while he had learned to hate the whole race, at the same time had acquired many of their habits and practices. He now ran forward, and kneeling on the body of one of the dead savages, tore away the scalp and shook it with an exultant cry towards the fugitives. This act, as afterwards appeared, excited great rage among the Indians. Lieutenant Hay and his party, after their successful sally, had retired to the fort, when, at about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, a man was seen running towards it, closely pursued by Indians. On his arriving within gunshot, they gave over the chase, and the fugitive came panting beneath the stockade, where a wicket was flung open to receive him. He proved to be the commandant of Sandusky, who, having, as before mentioned, been adopted by the Indians and married to an old squaw, now seized the first opportunity of escaping from her embraces. Through him the garrison learned the unhappy tidings that Captain Campbell was killed. This gentleman, from his high personal character, no less than his merit as an officer, was held in general esteem, and his fate excited a feeling of anger and grief among all the English in Detroit. It appeared that the Indian killed and scalped in the skirmish that morning was nephew to Wasson, chief of the Ojibwas. On hearing of his death, the enraged uncle had immediately blackened his face in the sign of revenge, called together a party of his followers, and repairing to the house of Meloche, where Captain Campbell was kept prisoner, had seized upon him and bound him fast to a neighboring fence, where they shot him to death with arrows. Others say they tomahawked him on the spot, but all agreed that his body was mutilated in a barbarous manner. His heart is said to have been eaten by his murderers to make them courageous, a practice not uncommon among the Indians, after killing an enemy of acknowledged bravery. The corpse was thrown into the river, and afterwards brought to shore and buried by the Canadians. According to one authority, Pontiac was privy to this act, but a second, equally credible, represents him as ignorant of it, and declares that Wasson fled to Saginaw to escape his fury, while a third affirms that the Ojibwas carried off Campbell by force from before the eyes of the great chief. The other captive, McDougall, had previously escaped. The 2 armed schooners, anchored opposite the fort, were now become objects of awe and aversion to the Indians. This is not to be wondered at, for, besides aiding in the defense of the place, by sweeping 2 sides of it with their fire, they often caused great terror and annoyance to the besiegers. Several times they had left their anchorage, and, taking up a convenient position, had battered the Indian camps and villages with no little effect. Once in particular, and this was the first attempt of the kind, Gladwyn himself, with several of his officers, had embarked on board the smaller vessel, while a fresh breeze was blowing from the northwest. The Indians, on the banks, stood watching her as she tacked from shore to shore, and pressed their hands against their mouths in amazement, thinking that magic power alone could enable her thus to make her way against wind and current. Making a long reach from the opposite shore, she came on directly towards the camp of Pontiac, her sails swelling, her masts leaning over till the black muzzles of her guns almost touched the river. The Indians watched her in astonishment. On she came, till their fierce hearts exulted in the idea that she would run ashore within their clutches, when suddenly a shout of command was heard on board. Her progress was arrested. She rose upright, and her sails flapped and fluttered as if tearing loose from their fastenings. Steadily she came round, broadside to the shore. then, leaning once more to the wind, bore away gallantly on the other tack. She did not go far. The wondering spectators, quite at a loss to understand her movements, soon heard the hoarse rattling of her cable as the anchor dragged it out, and saw her furling her vast white wings. As they looked unsuspectingly on, a puff of smoke was emitted from her side. A loud report followed, then another and another, and the balls, rushing over their heads, flew through the midst of their camp, and tore wildly among the forest trees beyond. All was terror and consternation. The startled warriors bounded away on all sides. The squaws snatched up their children and fled screaming, and, with a general chorus of yells, the whole encampment scattered in such haste that little damage was done, except knocking to pieces their frail cabins of bark. This attack was followed by others of a similar kind, and now the Indians seemed resolved to turn all their energies to the destruction of the vessel which caused them such annoyance. On the night of the 10th of July, they sent down a blazing raft, formed of 2 boats secured together with a rope, and filled with pitch pine, birch bark, and other combustibles, which, by good fortune, missed the vessel and floated down the stream without doing injury. All was quiet throughout the following night, but about 2 o'clock on the morning of the 12th, the sentinel on duty saw a glowing spark of fire on the surface of the river at some distance above. It grew larger and brighter. It rose in a forked flame, and at length burst forth into a broad conflagration. In this instance, too, fortune favored the vessel, for the raft, which was larger than the former, passed down between her and the fort, brightly gilding her tracery of ropes and spars, lighting up the old palisades and bastions of Detroit, disclosing the white Canadian farms and houses along the shore, and revealing the dusky margin of the forest behind. It showed, too, a dark group of naked spectators, who stood on the bank to watch the effect of their artifice. When a cannon flashed, a loud report broke the stillness, and before the smoke of the gun had risen, these curious observers had vanished. The raft floated down, its flames crackling and glaring wide through the night, until it was burnt to the water's edge, and its last hissing embers were quenched in the river. Though twice defeated, the Indians would not abandon their plan, but soon after this second failure began another raft, of different construction from the former, and so large that they thought it certain to take effect. Gladwin, on his part, provided boats which were moored by chains at some distance above the vessels, and made other preparations of defense, so effectual that the Indians, after working 4 days upon the raft, gave over their undertaking as useless. About this time, a party of Shawanoe and Delaware Indians arrived at Detroit, and were received by the Wyandots with a salute of musketry, which occasioned some alarm among the English, who knew nothing of its cause. They reported the progress of the war in the south and east, and a few days after, an Abenaki from Lower Canada also made his appearance, bringing to the Indians the flattering falsehood that their great father, the King of France, was at that moment advancing up the St. Lawrence with his army. It may here be observed that the name of father given to the kings of France and England was a mere title of courtesy or policy, for, in his haughty independence, the Indian yields submission to no man. It was now between 2 and 3 months since the siege began, and if one is disposed to think slightingly of the warriors whose numbers could avail so little against a handful of half-starved English and provincials, he has only to recollect that where barbarism has been arrayed against civilization, disorder against discipline, and ungoverned fury against considerate valor, such has seldom failed to be the result. At the siege of Detroit, the Indians displayed a high degree of comparative steadiness and perseverance, and their history cannot furnish another instance of so large a force persisting so long in the attack of a fortified place. Their good conduct may be ascribed to their deep rage against the English, to their hope of speedy aid from the French, and to the controlling spirit of Pontiac, which held them to their work. The Indian is but ill qualified for such attempts, having too much caution for an assault by storm, and too little patience for a blockade. The Wyandots and Potawatomis had shown from the beginning less zeal than the other nations, and now, like children, they began to tire of the task they had undertaken. A deputation of the Wyandots came to the fort and begged for peace, which was granted them. But when the Potawatomis came on the same errand, they insisted, as a preliminary, that some of their people, who were detained prisoners by the English, should first be given up. Gladwyn demanded on his part that the English captives known to be in their village should be brought to the fort, and 3 of them were accordingly produced. As these were but a small part of the whole, the deputies were sharply rebuked for their duplicity, and told to go back for the rest. They withdrew, angry and mortified, but on the following day a fresh deputation of chiefs made their appearance, bringing with them 6 prisoners. Having repaired to the council room, they were met by Gladwyn, attended only by 1 or 2 officers. The Indians detained in the fort were about to be given up, and a treaty concluded, when one of the prisoners declared that there were several others still remaining in the Potawatomi village. Upon this, the conference was broken off, and the deputies ordered instantly to depart. On being thus a second time defeated, they were goaded to such a pitch of rage that, as afterwards became known, they formed the desperate resolution of killing Gladwyn on the spot, and then making their escape in the best way they could. But happily at that moment the commandant observed an Ottawa among them, and, resolving to seize him, called upon the guard without to assist in doing so. A file of soldiers entered, and the chiefs, seeing it impossible to execute their design, withdrew from the fort with black and sullen brows. A day or 2 afterwards, however, they returned with the rest of the prisoners, on which peace was granted them, and their people set at liberty. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Conspiracy of Pontiac by Francis Parkman, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Phil Schempf. Chapter 15, 1763. The Fight of Bloody Bridge. From the time when peace was concluded with the Wyandots and Potawatomis until the end of July, little worthy of notice took place at Detroit. The fort was still watched closely by the Ottawas and Ojibwas, who almost daily assailed it with petty attacks. In the meantime, unknown to the garrison, a strong reinforcement was coming to their aid. Captain Dalzell had left Niagara with 22 barges, bearing 280 men, with several small cannon and a fresh supply of provisions and ammunition. Coasting the south shore of Lake Erie, they soon reached Presqu' Isle, where they found the scorched and battered blockhouse captured a few weeks before, and saw with surprise the mines and entrenchments made by the Indians in assailing it. Thence, proceeding on their voyage, they reached Sandusky on the 26th of July, and here they marched inland to the neighboring village of the Wyandots, which they burnt to the ground, at the same time destroying the corn which this tribe, more provident than most of the others, had planted there in the spring. Dalzell then steered northward for the mouth of the Detroit, which he reached on the evening of the 28th, and cautiously ascended under cover of night. It was fortunate, writes Gladwyn, that they were not discovered, in which case they must have been destroyed or taken, as the Indians, being emboldened by their late successes, fight much better than we could have expected. On the morning of the 29th, the whole country around Detroit was covered by a sea of fog, the precursor of a hot and sultry day. But at sunrise its surface began to heave and toss, and parting at intervals, disclosed the dark and burnished surface of the river. Then, lightly rolling, fold upon fold, the mists melted rapidly away, the last remnant clinging sluggishly along the margin of the forests. Now, for the first time, the garrison could discern the approaching convoy. Still they remained in suspense, fearing lest it might have met the same fate of the former detachment. But a salute from the fort was answered by a swivel from the boats, and at once all apprehension passed away. The convoy soon reached a point in the river midway between the villages of the Wyandots and the Potawatomis. About a fortnight before, as we have seen, these capricious savages had made a treaty of peace, which they now saw fit to break, opening a hot fire upon the boats from either bank. It was answered by swivels and musketry. But before the short engagement was over, 15 of the English were killed or wounded. This danger past, boat after boat came to shore, and landed its men amid cheers of the garrison. The detachment was composed of soldiers from the 55th and 80th regiments, with 20 independent rangers commanded by Major Rogers; and as the barracks in the place were too small to receive them, they were all quartered upon the inhabitants. Scarcely were these arrangements made, when a great smoke was seen rising from the Wyandot village across the river, and the inhabitants, apparently in much consternation, were observed paddling downstream with their household utensils and even their dogs. It was supposed that they had abandoned and burned their huts, but in truth it was only an artifice of these Indians, who had set fire to some old canoes and other refuse piled in front of their village, after which the warriors, having concealed the women and children, returned and lay in ambush among the bushes, hoping to lure some of the English within reach of their guns. None of them, however, fell into the snare. Captain Dalzell was the same officer who was the companion of Israel Putnam in some of the most adventurous passages of that rough veteran's life; but more recently he had acted as aide-de-camp to Sir Jeffrey Amherst. On the day of his arrival, he had a conference with Gladwyn at the quarters of the latter, and strongly insisted that the time was come when an irrecoverable blow might be struck at Pontiac. He requested permission to march out on the following night and attack the Indian camp. Gladwyn, better acquainted with the position of affairs, and perhaps more cautious by nature, was averse to the attempt; but Dalzell urged his request so strenuously that the commandant yielded to his representations, and gave a tardy consent. Pontiac had recently removed his camp from its old position near the mouth of Parent's Creek, and was now posted several miles above, behind a great marsh which protected the Indian huts from the cannon of the vessel. On the afternoon of the 30th, orders were issued and preparations made for the meditated attack. Through the inexcusable carelessness of some of the officers, the design became known to a few Canadians, the bad result of which will appear in the sequel. About 2 o'clock on the morning of the 31st of July, the gates were thrown open in silence, and the detachment, 250 in number, passed noiselessly out. They filed 2 deep along the road, while 2 large bateaux, each bearing a swivel on the bow, rowed up the river abreast of them. Lieutenant Brown led the advanced guard of 25 men. The centre was commanded by Captain Gray, and the rear by Captain Grant. The night was still, close, and sultry, and the men marched in light undress. On their right was the dark and gleaming surface of the river, with a margin of sand intervening, and on their left a succession of Canadian houses, with barns, orchards, and cornfields, from whence the clamorous barking of watchdogs saluted them as they passed. The inhabitants, roused from sleep, looked from the windows in astonishment and alarm. An old man has told the writer how, when a child, he climbed on the roof of his father's house to look down on the glimmering bayonets, and how, long after the troops had passed, their heavy and measured tramp sounded from afar through the still night. Thus the English moved forward to the attack, little thinking that, behind the houses and enclosures, Indian scouts watched every yard of their progress, little suspecting that Pontiac, apprised by the Canadians of their plan, had broken up his camp, and was coming against them with all his warriors, armed and painted for battle. A mile and a half from the fort, Parent's Creek, ever since that night called Bloody Run, descended through a wild and rough hollow, and entered the Detroit amid a growth of rank grass and sedge. Only a few rods from its mouth, the road crossed it by a narrow wooden bridge, not existing at the present day. Just beyond this bridge, the land rose in abrupt ridges, parallel to the stream. Along their summits were rude entrenchments made by Pontiac to protect his camp, which had formerly occupied the ground immediately beyond. Here, too, were many piles of firewood belonging to the Canadians, besides strong picket fences, enclosing orchards and gardens connected with the neighboring houses. Behind fences, wood piles, and entrenchments, crouched an unknown number of Indian warriors with levelled guns. They lay silent as snakes, for now they could hear the distant tramp of the approaching column. The sky was overcast, and the night exceedingly dark. As the English drew near the dangerous pass, They could discern the oft-mentioned house of Meloche upon a rising ground to the left, while in front the bridge was dimly visible, and the ridges beyond it seemed like a wall of undistinguished blackness. They pushed rapidly forward, not wholly unsuspicious of danger. The advance guard were halfway over the bridge, and the main body just entering upon it, when a horrible burst of yells rose in their front, and the Indian guns blazed forth in a general discharge. Half the advance party were shot down. The appalled survivors shrank back aghast. The confusion reached even the main body, and the whole recoiled together. But Dalzell raised his clear voice above the din, advanced to the front, rallied the men, and led them forward to the attack. Again the Indians poured in their volley, and again the English hesitated. But Dalzell shouted from the van, and in the madness of mingled rage and fear, they charged at a run across the bridge and up the heights beyond. Not an Indian was there to oppose them. In vain the furious soldiers sought their enemy behind fences and entrenchments. The active savages had fled, yet still their guns flashed thick through the gloom, and their war cry rose with undiminished clamor. The English pushed forward amid the pitchy darkness, quite ignorant of their way, and soon became involved in a maze of outhouses and enclosures. At every pause they made, the retiring enemy would gather to renew the attack, firing back hotly upon the front and flanks. To advance farther would be useless, and the only alternative was to withdraw and wait for daylight. Captain Grant, with his company, recrossed the bridge and took up his station on the road. The rest followed, a small party remaining to hold the enemy in check, while the dead and wounded were placed on board the two bateaux, which had rowed up to the bridge during the action. This task was commenced amid a sharp fire from both sides, and before it was completed, heavy volleys were heard from the rear, where Captain Grant was stationed. A great force of Indians had fired upon him from the house of Meloche and the neighboring orchards. Grant pushed up the hill and drove them from the orchards at the point of the bayonet, drove them also from the house, and entering it, found 2 Canadians within. These men told him that the Indians were bent on cutting the English off from the fort, and that they had gone in great numbers to occupy the houses which commanded the road below. It was now evident that instant retreat was necessary, and the command being issued to that effect, the men fell back into marching order, and slowly began their retrograde movement. Grant was now in the van, and Dalzell at the rear. Some of the Indians followed, keeping up a scattering and distant fire, and from time to time the rear faced about to throw back a volley of musketry at the pursuers. Having proceeded in this manner for half a mile, they reached a point where, close upon the right, were many barns and outhouses, with strong picket fences. Behind these, and in a newly dug cellar close at hand, lay concealed a great multitude of Indians. They suffered the advance party to pass unmolested, but when the centre and rear came opposite their ambuscade, they raised a frightful yell, and poured a volley among them. The men had well nigh fallen into a panic. The river ran close on their left, and the only avenue of escape lay along the road in front. Breaking their ranks, they crowded upon one another in blind eagerness to escape the storm of bullets, and, but for the presence of Dalzell, the retreat would have turned into a flight. The enemy, writes an officer who was in the fight, marked him for his extraordinary bravery, and he had already received 2 severe wounds. Yet his exertions did not slacken for a moment. Some of the soldiers he rebuked, some he threatened, and some he beat with the flat of his sword, till at length order was partially restored, and the fire of the enemy returned with effect. Though it was near daybreak, the dawn was obscured by a thick fog, and little could be seen of the Indians, except the incessant flashes of their guns amid the mist, while hundreds of voices, mingled in one appalling yell, confused the faculties of the men, and drowned the shout of command. The enemy had taken possession of a house, from the windows of which they fired down upon the English. Major Rogers, with some of his provincial rangers, burst the door with an axe, rushed in, and expelled them. Captain Gray was ordered to dislodge a large party from behind some neighboring fences. He charged them with his company, but fell mortally wounded in the attempt. They gave way, however, and now, the fire of the Indians being much diminished, the retreat was resumed. No sooner had the men faced about than the savages came darting through the mist upon their flank and rear, cutting down stragglers and scalping the fallen. At a little distance lay a sergeant of the 55th, helplessly wounded, raising himself on his hands, and gazing with a look of despair after his retiring comrades. The sight caught the eye of Dalzell. That gallant soldier, in the true spirit of heroism, ran out amid the firing to rescue the wounded man, when a shot struck him, and he fell dead. Few observed his fate, and none durst turn back to recover his body. The detachment pressed on, greatly harassed by the pursuing Indians. Their loss would have been much more severe had not Major Rogers taken possession of another house, which commanded the road and covered the retreat of the party. He entered it with some of his own men, while many panic-stricken regulars broke in after him, in their eagerness to gain a temporary shelter. The house was a large and strong one, and the women of the neighborhood had crowded into the cellar for refuge. While some of the soldiers looked in blind terror for a place of concealment, others seized upon a keg of whiskey in one of the rooms and quaffed the liquor with an eager thirst, while others again piled packs of furs, furniture, and all else within their reach against the windows to serve as a barricade. Panting and breathless, their faces moist with sweat and blackened with gunpowder, they thrust their muskets through the openings, and fired out upon the whooping assailants. At intervals, a bullet flew sharply whizzing through a crevice, striking down a man, perchance, or rapping harmlessly against the partitions. Old Campau, the master of the house, stood on a trapdoor to prevent the frightened soldiers from seeking shelter among the women in the cellar. A ball grazed his gray head and buried itself in the wall, where a few years since it might still have been seen. The screams of the half-stifled women below, the quavering war-whoops without, the shouts and curses of the soldiers, mingled in a scene of clamorous confusion, and it was long before the authority of Rogers could restore order. In the meantime, Captain Grant, with his advanced party, had moved forward about half a mile, where he found some orchards and enclosures, by means of which he could maintain himself until the centre and the rear should arrive. From this point he detached all the men he could spare to occupy the houses below, and as soldiers soon began to come in from the rear, he was enabled to reinforce these detachments, until a complete line of communication was established with the fort, and the retreat effectually secured. Within an hour the whole party had arrived, with the exception of Rogers and his men, who were quite unable to come off, being besieged in the house of Campeau by a full 200 Indians. The 2 armed bateaux had gone down to the fort, laden with the dead and wounded. Now they returned, and in obedience to an order from Grant, proceeded up the river to a point opposite Campeau's house, where they opened a fire of swivels, which swept the ground above and below it, and completely scattered the assailants. Rogers and his party now came out, and marched down the road to unite themselves with Grant. The 2 bateaux accompanied them closely, and by constant fire restrained the Indians from making an attack. Scarcely had Rogers left the house at one door, when the enemy entered it at another, to obtain the scalps from 2 or 3 corpses left behind. Foremost of them all, a withered old squaw rushed in with a shrill scream, and, slashing open one of the dead bodies with her knife, scooped up the blood between her hands, and quaffed it with a ferocious ecstasy. Grant resumed his retreat as soon as Rogers had arrived, falling back from house to house, joined in succession by the parties sent to garrison each. The Indians, in great numbers, stood whooping and yelling, at a vain distance, unable to make an attack, so well did Grant choose his positions, and so steadily and coolly conduct the retreat. About 8 o'clock, after 6 hours of marching and combat, the detachment entered once more within the sheltering palisades of Detroit. In this action the English lost 59 men killed and wounded. The loss of the Indians could not be ascertained, but it certainly did not exceed 15 or 20. At the beginning of the fight, their numbers were probably much inferior to those of the English, but fresh parties were continually joining them, until 700 or 800 warriors must have been present. The Ojibwas and Ottawas alone formed the ambuscade at the bridge, under Pontiac's command, for the Wyandots and Potawatomis came later to the scene of action, crossing the river in their canoes, or passing round through the woods behind the fort, to take part in the fray. In speaking of the fight of Bloody Bridge, an able writer in the Annual Register for the year 1763 observes with justice, that although in European warfare it would be deemed a mere skirmish, yet in a conflict with the American savages it rises to the importance of a pitched battle, since these people, being thinly scattered over a great extent of country, are accustomed to conduct their warfare by detail, and never take the field in any great force. The Indians were greatly elated by their success. Runners were sent out for several hundred miles through the surrounding woods to spread tidings of the victory, and reinforcements soon began to come in to swell the force of Pontiac. "Fresh warriors," writes Gladwyn, "arrive almost every day, and I believe that I shall soon be besieged by upwards of 1,000." The English, on their part, were well prepared for resistance, since the garrison now comprised more than 300 effective men, and no one entertained a doubt of their ultimate success in defending the place. Day after day passed on. A few skirmishes took place, and a few men were killed, but nothing worthy of notice occurred until the night of the 4th of September, at which time was achieved one of the most memorable feats which the chronicles of that day can boast. The schooner Gladwyn, the smaller of the two armed vessels so often mentioned, had been sent down to Niagara with letters and despatches. She was now returning, having on board Horst, her master, Jacobs, her mate, and a crew of 10 men, all of whom were provincials, besides 6 Iroquois Indians, supposed to be friendly to the English. On the night of the 3rd, she entered the river Detroit, and in the morning the 6 Indians asked to be set on shore, a request which was foolishly granted. They disappeared in the woods, and probably reported to Pontiac's warriors the small numbers of the crew. The vessel stood up the river until nightfall, when, the wind failing, she was compelled to anchor about 9 miles below the fort. The men on board watched with anxious vigilance, and as night came on, they listened to every sound which broke the stillness, from the strange cry of the nighthawk wheeling above their heads to the bark of the fox from the woods on shore. The night set in with darkness so complete that at the distance of a few rods nothing could be discerned. Meantime, 350 Indians in their birch canoes glided silently down with the current, and were close upon the vessel before they were seen. There was only time to fire a single cannon shot among them, before they were beneath her bows, and clambering up her sides, holding their knives clinched fast between their teeth. The crew gave them a close fire of musketry without any effect. Then, flinging down their guns, they seized the spears and hatchets with which they were all provided, and met the assailants with such furious energy and courage, that in the space of 2 or 3 minutes they had killed and wounded more than twice their own number. But the Indians were only checked for a moment. The master of the vessel was killed, several of the crew were disabled, and the assailants were leaping over the bulwarks, when Jacobs, the mate, called out to blow up the schooner. This desperate command saved her and her crew. Some Wyandots, who had gained the deck, caught the meaning of his words, and gave the alarm to their companions. Instantly, every Indian leaped overboard in a panic, and the whole were seen diving and swimming off in all directions, to escape the threatened explosion. The schooner was cleared of all her assailants, who did not dare to renew the attack, and on the following morning she sailed for the fort, which she reached without molestation. 6 of her crew escaped unhurt. Of the remainder, 2 were killed, and 4 seriously wounded, while the Indians had 7 men killed upon the spot, and nearly 20 wounded, of whom 8 were known to have died within a few days after. As the action was very brief, the fierceness of the struggle is sufficiently apparent from the loss on both sides. The appearance of the men, says an eyewitness who saw them on their arrival, was enough to convince every one of their bravery, they being as bloody as butchers, and their bayonets, spears, and cutlasses blood to the hilt. The survivors of the crew were afterwards rewarded as their courage deserved. And now, taking leave for a time of the garrison of Detroit, whose fortunes we have followed so long, we will turn to observe the progress of events in a quarter of the wilderness yet more wild and remote. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Conspiracy of Pontiac by Francis Parkman, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Phil Schempf. Chapter 16, 1763, Michilimackinac. In the spring of the year 1763, before the war broke out, several English traders went up to Michilimackinac, some adopting the old route of the Ottawa and others that of Detroit and the lakes. We will follow one of the latter on his adventurous progress. Passing the fort and settlement of Detroit, he soon enters Lake St. Clair, which seems like a broad basin filled to overflowing, while along its far distant verge a faint line of forest separates the water from the sky. He crosses the lake, and his voyageurs next urge his canoe against the current of the great river above. At length Lake Huron opens before him, stretching its liquid expanse like an ocean to the farthest horizon. His canoe skirts the eastern shore of Michigan, where the forest rises like a wall from the water's edge, and as he advances northward, an endless line of stiff and shaggy fir trees, hung with long mosses, fringes the shore with an aspect of monotonous desolation. In the space of 2 or 3 weeks, if his Canadians labor well, and no accident occur, the trader approaches the end of his voyage. Passing on his right the extensive island of Bois Blanc, he sees, nearly in front, the beautiful Mackinac, rising with its white cliffs and green foliage, from the broad breast of the waters. He does not steer towards it, for, at that day, the Indians were its only tenants, but keeps along the main shore to the left, while his voyageurs raise their song in chorus. Doubling a point, he sees before him the red flag of England swelling lazily in the wind, and the palisades and wooden bastions of Fort Michilimackinac, standing close upon the margin of the lake. On the beach, canoes are drawn up, and Canadians and Indians are idly lounging. A little beyond the fort is a cluster of the white Canadian houses, roofed with bark, and protected by fences of strong round pickets. The trader enters at the gate, and sees before him an extensive square area surrounded by high palisades. Numerous houses, barracks, and other buildings form a smaller square within, and in the vacant space which they enclose appear the red uniforms of British soldiers, the gray coats of Canadians, and the gaudy Indian blankets, mingled in picturesque confusion, while a multitude of squaws with children of every hue stroll restlessly about the place. Such was Fort Michilimackinac in 1763. Its name, which in the Algonquin tongue signifies the Great Turtle, was first, from a fancied resemblance, applied to the neighboring island, and thence to the fort. Though buried in a wilderness, Michilimackinac was still of no recent origin. As early as 1671, the Jesuits had established a mission near the place, and a military force was not long in following; for under the French dominion, the priest and soldier went hand in hand. Neither toil nor suffering, nor all the terrors of the wilderness, could damp the zeal of the undaunted missionary; and the restless ambition of France was always on the alert to seize every point of vantage, and avail itself of every means to gain ascendency over the forest tribes. Besides Michilimackinac, there were 2 other posts in this northern region, Green Bay and the Sault Ste. Marie. Both were founded at an early period, and both presented the same characteristic features: a mission house, a fort, and a cluster of Canadian dwellings. They had been originally garrisoned by small parties of militia, who, bringing their families with them, settled on the spot, and were founders of these little colonies. Michilimackinac, much the largest of the 3, contained 30 families within the palisades of the fort, and about as many more without. Besides its military value, it was important as a center of the fur trade, for it was here that the traders engaged their men, and sent out their goods in canoes, under the charge of subordinates, to the more distant regions of the Mississippi and the Northwest. During the greater part of the year, the garrison and the settlers were completely isolated. cut off from all connection with the world, and indeed so great was the distance, and so serious the perils which separated the three sister posts of the northern lakes, that often, through the whole winter, all intercourse was stopped between them. It is difficult for the imagination to adequately conceive the extent of these freshwater oceans, and the vast regions of forest, which, at the date of our narrative, were the domain of nature, a mighty hunting and fishing ground, for the sustenance of a few wandering tribes. One might journey among them for days, and even weeks together, without beholding a human face. The Indians near Michillimackinac were the Ojibwas and the Ottawas, the former of whom claimed the eastern section of Michigan, and the latter the western, their respective portions being separated by a line drawn southward from the fort itself. The principal village of the Ojibwas contained about 100 warriors, and stood upon the island of Michillimackinac, now called Mackinac. There was another smaller village near the head of Thunder Bay. The Ottawas, to the number of 250 warriors, lived at the settlement of L'Arbre Croche, on the shores of Lake Michigan, some distance west of the fort. This place was then the seat of the old Jesuit mission of St. Ignace, originally placed by Father Marquette, on the northern side of the straits. Many of the Ottawas were nominal Catholics. They were all somewhat improved from their original savage condition, living in log houses and cultivating corn and vegetables to such an extent as to supply the fort with provisions, besides satisfying their own wants. The Ojibwas, on the other hand, were not in the least degree removed from their primitive barbarism. These two tribes, with most of the other neighboring Indians, were strongly hostile to the English. Many of their warriors had fought against them in the late war, for France had summoned allies from the farthest corners of the wilderness to aid her in her struggle. This feeling of hostility was excited to a higher pitch by the influence of the Canadians, who disliked the English, not merely as national enemies, but also as rivals in the fur trade, and were extremely jealous of their intrusion upon the lakes. The following incidents, which occurred in the autumn of the year 1761, will illustrate the state of feeling which prevailed. At that time, although Michillimackinac had been surrendered, and the French garrison removed, no English troops had yet arrived to supply their place, and the Canadians were the only tenants of the fort. An adventurous trader, Alexander Henry, who, with one or two others, was the pioneer of the English fur trade in this region, came to Michillimackinac by the route of the Ottawa. On the way, he was several times warned to turn back, and assured of death if he proceeded, and at length was compelled for safety to assume the disguise of a Canadian voyageur. When his canoes, laden with goods, reached the fort, he was very coldly received by its inhabitants, who did all in their power to alarm and discourage him. Soon after his arrival, he received the very unwelcome information that a large number of Ojibwas from the neighboring villages were coming in their canoes to call upon him. Under ordinary circumstances, such a visitation, though disagreeable enough, would excite neither anxiety nor surprise; for the Indians, when in their villages, lead so monotonous an existence that they are ready to snatch at the least occasion of excitement, and the prospect of a few trifling presents and a few pipes of tobacco is often sufficient inducement for a journey of several days. But in the present instance there was serious cause of apprehension, since Canadians and Frenchmen were alike hostile to the solitary trader. The story could not be better told than in his own words. At 2:00 in the afternoon, the Chippewas, Ojibwas, came to the house, about 60 in number, and headed by Minavavana, their chief. They walked in single file, each with his tomahawk in one hand and scalping knife in the other. Their bodies were naked from the waist upward, except in a few examples where blankets were thrown loosely over their shoulders. Their faces were painted with charcoal, worked up with grease; their bodies with white clay, in patterns of various fancies. Some had feathers thrust through their noses, and their heads decorated with the same. It is unnecessary to dwell on the sensations with which I beheld the approach of this uncouth, if not frightful, assemblage. The chief entered first, and the rest followed without noise. On receiving a sign from the former, the latter seated themselves on the floor. Minavavana appeared to be about 50 years of age. He was 6 feet in height, and had in his countenance an indescribable mixture of good and evil. Looking steadfastly at me where I sat in ceremony, with an interpreter on either hand, and several Canadians behind me, he entered, at the same time, into conversation with Campion, inquiring how long it was since I left Montreal, and observing that the English, as it would seem, were brave men and not afraid of death, since they dared to come, as I had done, fearlessly among their enemies. The Indians now gravely smoked their pipes, while I inwardly endured the tortures of suspense. At length, the pipes being finished, as well as a long pause by which they were succeeded, Minavavana, taking a few strings of wampum in his hand, began the following speech. Englishmen, it is to you that I speak, and I demand your attention. Englishmen, you know that the French king is our father. He promised to be such, and we, in return, promised to be his children. This promise we have kept. Englishmen, it is you that have made war with this our father. You are his enemy, and how, then, could you have the boldness to venture among us, his children? You know that his enemies are ours. Englishmen, we are informed that our father, the King of France, is old and infirm, and that being fatigued with making war upon your nation, he has fallen asleep. During his sleep you have taken advantage of him, and possessed yourselves of Canada. But this nap is almost at an end. I think I hear him already stirring, and inquiring for his children, the Indians. And when he does awake, what must become of you? He will destroy you utterly. Englishmen, although you have conquered the French, you have not yet conquered us. We are not your slaves. These lakes, these woods and mountains were left to us by our ancestors. They are our inheritance, and we will part with them to none. Your nation supposes that we, like the white people, cannot live without bread and pork and beef. But you ought to know that he, the Great Spirit and Master of life, has provided food for us in these spacious lakes and on these woody mountains. Englishmen, our father, the King of France, employed our young men to make war upon your nation. In this warfare many of them have been killed, and it is our custom to retaliate until such time as the spirits of the slain are satisfied. But the spirits of the slain are to be satisfied in either of 2 ways. The first is by the spilling of the blood of the nation by which they fell. The other, by covering the bodies of the dead, and thus allaying the resentment of their relations. This is done by making presents. Englishmen, your king has never sent us any presents, nor entered into any treaty with us, wherefore he and we are still at war. And until he does these things, we must consider that we have no other father nor friend among the white men than the King of France. But for you, we have taken into consideration that you have ventured your life among us, in the expectation that we should not molest you. You do not come armed, with an intention to make war. You come in peace to trade with us, and supply us with necessaries, of which we are much in want. We shall regard you, therefore, as a brother, and you may sleep tranquilly, without fear of the Chippewas. As a token of our friendship, we present you this pipe to smoke. As Minavavana uttered these words, an Indian presented me with a pipe, which, after I had drawn the smoke 3 times, was carried to the chief, and after him to every person in the room. This ceremony ended, the chief arose and gave me his hand, in which he was followed by all the rest. These tokens of friendship were suitably acknowledged by the trader, who made a formal reply to Minavavana's speech. To this succeeded a request for whiskey on the part of the Indians, with which Henry unwillingly complied. And having distributed several small additional presents, he beheld with profound satisfaction the departure of his guests. Scarcely had he ceased to congratulate himself on having thus got rid of the Ojibwas, or as he calls them, the Chippewas, when a more formidable invasion once more menaced him with destruction. 200 L'Arbre Croche Ottawas came in a body to the fort, and summoned Henry, together with Goddard and Solomons, 2 other traders who had just arrived, to meet them in council. Here they informed their startled auditors that they must distribute their goods among the Indians, adding a worthless promise to pay them in the spring, and threatening force in case of a refusal. Being allowed until the next morning to reflect on what they had heard, the traders resolved on resistance, and accordingly armed about 30 of their men with muskets. They barricaded themselves in the house occupied by Henry, and kept strict watch all night. The Ottawas, however, did not venture an attack. On the following day, the Canadians, with pretended sympathy, strongly advised compliance with the demand; but the 3 traders resolutely held out, and kept possession of their stronghold till night, when, to their surprise and joy, the news arrived that the body of troops known to be on their way towards the fort were, at that moment, encamped within a few miles of it. Another night of watching and anxiety succeeded, but at sunrise the Ottawas launched their canoes and departed, while immediately after the boats of the English detachment were seen to approach the landing place. Michillimackinac received a strong garrison, and for a time, at least, the traders were safe. Time passed on, and the hostile feelings of the Indians toward the English did not diminish. It necessarily follows, from the extremely loose character of Indian government, if indeed the name government be applicable at all, that the separate members of the same tribe have little political connection, and are often united merely by the social tie of totemship. Thus the Ottawas at L'Arbre Croche were quite independent of those at Detroit. They had a chief of their own, who by no means acknowledged the authority of Pontiac, though the high reputation of this great warrior everywhere attached respect and influence to his name. The same relations subsisted between the Ojibwas of Michillimackinac and their more southern tribesmen, and the latter might declare war and make peace without at all involving the former. The name of the Ottawa chief at L'Arbre Croche has not survived in history or tradition. The chief of the Ojibwas, however, is still remembered by the remnants of his people, and was the same who Henry calls Minavavana, or, as the Canadians entitled him by way of distinction, La Grande Sauterre, or the Great Ojibwa. He lived in the little village of Thunder Bay, though his power was acknowledged by the Indians of the neighboring islands. That his mind was of no common order is sufficiently evinced by his speech to Henry, but he had not the commanding spirit of Pontiac. His influence seems not to have extended beyond his own tribe. He could not, or at least he did not, control the erratic forces of an Indian community, and turn them into one broad current of steady and united energy. Hence, in the events about to be described, the natural instability of the Indian character was abundantly displayed. In the spring of the year 1763, Pontiac, encompassing his grand scheme of hostility, sent among the rest to the Indians of Michillimackinac, inviting them to aid him in the war. His messengers, bearing in their hands the war belt of black and purple wampum, appeared before the assembled warriors, flung at their feet a hatchet painted red, and delivered the speech with which they had been charged. The warlike auditory answered with ejaculations of applause, and, taking up the blood-red hatchet, pledged themselves to join in the contest. Before the end of May, news reached the Ojibwas that Pontiac had already struck the English at Detroit. This wrought them up to a higher pitch of excitement and emulation, and they resolved that peace should last no longer. Their numbers were at this time more than doubled by several bands of their wandering people, who had gathered at Michillimackinac from far and near, attracted probably by rumors of impending war. Being perhaps jealous of the Ottawas, or willing to gain all the glory and plunder to themselves, they determined to attack the fort, without communicating the design to their neighbors of L'Arbre Croche. At this time there were about 35 men, with their officers, in garrison at Michillimackinac. Warning of the tempest that impended had been clearly given, enough had it been heeded to have averted the fatal disaster. Several of the Canadians, least hostile to the English, had thrown out hints of approaching danger. One of them had even told Captain Etherington, the commandant, that the Indians had formed a design to destroy not only his garrison, but all the English on the lakes. With a folly, of which at this period there were several parallel instances among the British officers in America, Etherington not only turned a deaf ear to what he heard, but threatened to send prisoner to Detroit the next person who should disturb the fort with such tidings. Henry the trader, who was at this time in the place, had also seen occasion to distrust the Indians, but on communicating his suspicions to the commandant, the latter treated him with total disregard. Henry accuses himself of sharing this officer's infatuation. That his person was in danger had been plainly intimated to him under the following curious circumstances. An Ojibwa chief named Wawatam had conceived for him one of those friendly attachments which often form so pleasing a feature in the Indian character. It was about a year since Henry had first met with this man. One morning Wawatam had entered his house, and placing before him on the ground a large present of furs and dried meat, delivered a speech to the following effect. Early in life, he said, he had withdrawn, after the ancient usage of his people, to fast and pray in solitude, that he might propitiate the Great Spirit, and learn the future career marked out for him. In the course of his dreams and visions on this occasion, it was revealed to him that in after years he should meet a white man, who should be to him a friend and brother. No sooner had he seen Henry than the irrepressible conviction rose up within him that he was the man whom the Great Spirit had indicated, and that the dream was now fulfilled. Henry replied to the speech with suitable acknowledgments of gratitude, made a present in his turn, smoked a pipe with Wawatam, and, as the latter soon after left the fort, speedily forgot his Indian friend and brother altogether. Many months had elapsed since the occurrence of this very characteristic incident, when, on the 2nd of June, Henry's door was pushed open without ceremony, and the dark figure of Wawatam glided silently in. He said that he was just returned from his wintering ground. Henry at length, recollecting him, inquired after the success of his hunt; but the Indian, without replying, sat down with a dejected air, and expressed his surprise and regret at finding his brother still in the fort. He said he was going on the next day to Sault Ste. Marie, and that he wished Henry to go with him. He then asked if the English had heard no bad news, and said that through the winter he himself had been much disturbed by the singing of evil birds. Seeing that Henry gave little attention to what he said, he at length went away with a sad and mournful face. On the next morning he came again, together with his squaw, and offering the trader a present of dried meat, again pressed him to go with him in the afternoon to Sault Ste. Marie. When Henry demanded his reason for such urgency, he asked if his brother did not know that many bad Indians, who had never shown themselves at the fort, were encamped in the woods around it. "Tomorrow," he said, "they are coming to ask for whiskey, and would all get drunk, so that it would be dangerous to remain." Wawatam let fall, in addition, various other hints, which, but for Henry's imperfect knowledge of the Algonquin language, could hardly have failed to draw his attention. As it was, however, his friend's words were spoken in vain, and at length, after long and persevering efforts, he and his squaw took their departure, but not, as Henry declares, before each had let fall some tears. Among the Indian women, the practice of weeping and wailing is universal upon all occasions of sorrowful emotion, and the kind-hearted squaw, as she took down her husband's lodge and loaded his canoe for departure, did not cease to sob and moan aloud. On this same afternoon, Henry remembers that the fort was full of Indians, moving about among the soldiers with great appearance of friendship. Many of them came to his house to purchase knives and small hatchets, often asking to see silver bracelets and other ornaments, with the intention, as afterwards appeared, of learning their places of deposit, in order the more easily to lay hand on them at the moment of pillage. As the afternoon drew to a close, the visitors quietly went away, and many of the unhappy garrison saw for the last time the sun go down behind the waters of Lake Michigan. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of the Conspiracy of Pontiac by Francis Parkman, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Phil Schempf. Chapter 17, Part 1, 1763, The Massacre. The following morning was warm and sultry. It was the 4th of June, the birthday of King George. The discipline of the garrison was relaxed, and some license allowed to the soldiers. Encamped in the woods, not far off, were a large number of Ojibwas, lately arrived, while several bands of Sac Indians from the river Wisconsin had also erected their lodges in the vicinity. Early in the morning many Ojibwas came to the fort, inviting officers and soldiers to come out and see a grand game of ball, which was to be played between their nation and the Sacs. In consequence, the place was soon deserted by half its tenants. An outline of Michillimackinac, as far as tradition has preserved its general features, has already been given, and it is easy to conceive, with sufficient accuracy, the appearance it must have presented on this eventful morning. The houses and barracks were so arranged as to form a quadrangle, enclosing an extensive area, upon which their doors all opened, while behind rose the tall palisades, forming a large external square. The picturesque Canadian houses, with their rude porticos and projecting roofs of bark, sufficiently indicated the occupations of their inhabitants, for birch canoes were lying near many of them, and fishing nets were stretched to dry in the sun. Women and children were moving about the doors, knots of Canadian voyageurs reclined on the ground, smoking and conversing. Soldiers were lounging listlessly at the doors and windows of the barracks, or strolling in careless undress about the area. Without the fort, the scene was of a very different character. The gates were wide open, and soldiers were collected in groups under the shadow of the palisades, watching the Indian ball play. Most of them were without arms, and mingled among them were a great number of Canadians, while a multitude of Indian squaws, wrapped in blankets, were conspicuous in the crowd. Captain Etherington and Lieutenant Leslie stood near the gate, the former indulging his inveterate English propensity, for, as Henry informs us, he had promised the Ojibwas that he would bet on their side against the Sacs. Indian chiefs and warriors were also among the spectators, intent, apparently, on watching the game, but with thoughts, in fact, far otherwise employed. The plain in front was covered by the ball players. The game in which they were engaged, called bagataway by the Ojibwas, is still, as it always has been, a favorite with many Indian tribes. At either extremity of the ground a tall post was planted, marking the stations of the rival parties. The object of each was to defend its own post, and drive the ball to that of its adversary. Hundreds of lithe, agile figures were leaping and bounding upon the plain. Each was nearly naked, his loose black hair flying in the wind, and each bore in his hand a bat of form peculiar to this game. At one moment the whole were crowded together, a dense throng of combatants, all struggling for the ball. At the next, they were scattered again, and running over the ground like hounds in full cry. Each in his excitement yelled and shouted at the height of his voice. Rushing and striking, tripping their adversaries or hurling them to the ground, they pursued the animating contest amid the laughter and applause of the spectators. Suddenly, from the midst of the multitude, the ball soared into the air, and, descending in a wide curve, fell near the pickets of the fort. This was no chance stroke. It was part of a preconcerted stratagem to ensure the surprise and destruction of the garrison. As if in pursuit of the ball, the players turned and came rushing, a maddened and tumultuous throng, towards the gate. In a moment they had reached it. The amazed English had no time to think or act. The shrill cries of the ball players were changed to the ferocious war whoop. The warriors snatched from the squaws the hatchets which the latter, with this design, had concealed beneath their blankets. Some of the Indians assailed the spectators without, while others rushed into the fort, and all was carnage and confusion. At the outset, several strong hands had fastened their grip upon Etherington and Leslie and led them away from the scene of massacre towards the woods. Within the area of the fort, the men were slaughtered without mercy. But here the task of description may well be resigned to the pen of the trader Henry. I did not go myself to see the match, which was now to be played without the fort, because, there being a canoe prepared to depart on the following day for Montreal, I employed myself in writing letters to my friends; and even when a fellow trader, Mr. Tracy, happened to call upon me, saying that another canoe had just arrived from Detroit, and proposing that I should go with him to the beach to inquire the news, it so happened that I still remained to finish my letters, promising to follow Mr. Tracy in the course of a few minutes. Mr. Tracy had not gone more than 20 paces from my door when I heard an Indian war cry and a noise of general confusion. Going instantly to my window, I saw a crowd of Indians within the fort, furiously cutting down and scalping every Englishman they found. In particular, I witnessed the fate of Lieutenant Jamet. I had, in the room in which I was, a fowling piece loaded with swan shot. This I immediately seized and held it for a few minutes, waiting to hear the drum beat to arms. In this dreadful interval I saw several of my countrymen fall, and more than one struggling between the knees of an Indian, who, holding him in this manner, scalped him while yet living. At length, disappointed in the hope of seeing resistance made to the enemy, and sensible, of course, that no effort of my own unassisted arm could avail against 400 Indians, I thought only of seeking shelter amid the slaughter which was raging. I observed many of the Canadian inhabitants of the fort calmly looking on, neither opposing the Indians nor suffering injury, and from this circumstance I conceived a hope of finding security in their houses. Between the yard door of my own house and that of M. Langlade, my next neighbor, there was only a low fence, over which I easily climbed. At my entrance, I found the whole family at the windows, gazing at the scene of blood before them. I addressed myself immediately to M. Langlade, begging that he would put me into some place of safety until the heat of the affair should be over, an act of charity by which he might, perhaps, preserve me from the general massacre. But while I uttered my petition, M. Langlade, who had looked for a moment at me, turned again to the window, shrugging his shoulders and intimating that he could do nothing for me. Que voudriez-vous que j'en ferai? This was a moment for despair, but the next a Pawnee woman, a slave of M. Langlade's, beckoned me to follow her. She brought me to a door, which she opened, desiring me to enter, and telling me that it led to the garret, where I must go and conceal myself. I joyfully obeyed her directions, and she, having followed me up to the garret door, locked it after me, and with great presence of mind took away the key. This shelter obtained, if shelter I could hope to find it, I was naturally anxious to know what might still be passing without. Through an aperture, which afforded me a view of the area of the fort, I beheld, in shapes the foulest and most terrible, the ferocious triumphs of barbarian conquerors. The dead were scalped and mangled, the dying were writhing and shrieking under the unsatiated knife and tomahawk, and from the bodies of some, ripped open, their butchers were drinking the blood, scooped up in the hollow of joined hands, and quaffed amid shouts of rage and victory. I was shaken not only with horror, but with fear. The sufferings which I witnessed I seemed on the point of experiencing. No long time elapsed before, every one being destroyed who could be found, there was a general cry of "All is finished." At the same instant I heard some of the Indians enter the house where I was. The garret was separated from the room below only by a layer of single boards, at once the flooring of the one and the ceiling of the other. I could, therefore, hear everything that passed, and the Indians no sooner came in than they inquired whether or not any Englishmen were in the house. M. Langlade replied that he could not say, he did not know of any, answers in which he did not exceed the truth, for the Pawnee woman had not only hidden me by stealth, but kept my secret and her own. M. Langlade was therefore, as I presume, as far from a wish to destroy me as he was careless about saving me, when he added to these answers that they might examine for themselves, and would soon be satisfied as to the object of their question. Saying this, he brought them to the garret door. The state of my mind will be imagined. Arrived at the door, some delay was occasioned by the absence of the key, and a few moments were thus allowed me, in which to look around for a hiding place. In one corner of the garret was a heap of those vessels of birch bark used in maple sugar making. The door was unlocked and opening, and the Indians ascending the stairs before I had completely crept into a small opening which presented itself at one end of the heap. An instant after, 4 Indians entered the room, all armed with tomahawks, and all besmeared with blood upon every part of their bodies. The die appeared to be cast. I could scarcely breathe, but I thought the throbbing of my heart occasioned a noise loud enough to betray me. The Indians walked in every direction about the garret, and one of them approached me so closely that at a particular moment, had he put forth his hand, he must have touched me. Still I remained undiscovered, a circumstance to which the dark colour of my clothes, and the want of light, in a room which had no window, in the corner in which I was, must have contributed. In a word, after taking several turns in the room, during which they told Monsieur Langlade how many they had killed, and how many scalps they had taken, they returned downstairs, and I, with sensations not to be expressed, heard the door, which was the barrier between me and my fate, locked for the second time. There was a feather bed on the floor, and on this, exhausted as I was by the agitation of my mind, I threw myself down and fell asleep. In this state I remained till the dusk of the evening, when I was awakened by a second opening of the door. The person who now entered was Monsieur Langlade's wife, who was much surprised at finding me, but advised me not to be uneasy, observing that the Indians had killed most of the English, but that she hoped I might myself escape. A shower of rain having begun to fall, she had come to stop a hole in the roof. On her going away, I begged her to send me a little water to drink, which she did. As night was now advancing, I continued to lie on the bed, ruminating on my condition, but unable to discover a resource from which I could hope for life. A flight to Detroit had no probable chance of success. The distance from Michilimackinac was 400 miles. I was without provisions, and the whole length of the road lay through Indian countries, countries of an enemy in arms, where the first man whom I should meet would kill me. To stay where I was threatened nearly the same issue. As before, fatigue of mind and not tranquillity suspended my cares and procured me farther sleep. The respite which sleep afforded me during the night was put to an end by the return of morning. I was again on the rack of apprehension. At sunrise I heard the family stirring, and presently after Indian voices, informing Monsieur Langlade that they had not found my hapless self among the dead, and they supposed me to be somewhere concealed. Monsieur Langlade appeared, from what followed, to be by this time acquainted with the place of my retreat, of which no doubt he had been informed by his wife. The poor woman, as soon as the Indians mentioned me, declared to her husband, in the French tongue, that he should no longer keep me in his house, but deliver me up to my pursuers, giving as a reason for this measure, that should the Indians discover his instrumentality in my concealment, they might revenge it on her children, and that it was better that I should die than they. Monsieur Langlade resisted at first this sentence of his wife, but soon suffered her to prevail, informing the Indians that he had been told I was in his house, that I had come there without his knowledge, and that he would put me into their hands. This was no sooner expressed than he began to ascend the stairs, the Indians following upon his heels. I now resigned myself to the fate with which I was menaced, and regarding every effort at concealment as vain, I rose from the bed and presented myself full in view to the Indians, who were entering the room. They were all in a state of intoxication, and entirely naked, except about the middle. One of them, named Wenniway, whom I had previously known, and who was upwards of 6 feet in height, had his entire face and body covered with charcoal and grease, only that a white spot of 2 inches in diameter encircled either eye. This man, walking up to me, seized me with one hand by the collar of the coat, while in the other he held a large carving knife, as if to plunge it into my breast. His eyes, meanwhile, were fixed steadfastly on mine. At length, after some seconds of the most anxious suspense, he dropped his arm, saying, "I won't kill you." To this he added that he had been frequently engaged in wars against the English, and had brought away many scalps; that on a certain occasion he had lost a brother, whose name was Musinigan, and that I should be called after him. A reprieve upon any terms placed me among the living, and gave me back the sustaining voice of hope; but Wenniway ordered me downstairs, and there informing me that I was to be taken to his cabin, where, and indeed everywhere else, the Indians were all mad with liquor, death again was threatened, and not as possible only, but as certain. I mentioned my fears on this subject to Monsieur Langlade, begging him to represent the danger to my master. Monsieur Langlade, in this instance, did not withhold his compassion, and Wenniway immediately consented that I should remain where I was until he found another opportunity to take me away. Scarcely, however, had he been gone an hour, when an Indian came to the house and directed Henry to follow him to the Ojibwa camp. Henry knew this man, who was largely in his debt, and some time before, on the trader's asking him for payment, the Indian had declared, in a significant tone, that he would pay him soon. There seemed at present good ground to suspect his intention, but having no choice, Henry was obliged to follow him. The Indian led the way out of the gate, but instead of going towards the camp, he moved with a quick step in the direction of the bushes and sand hills behind the fort. At this, Henry's suspicions were confirmed. He refused to proceed farther, and plainly told his conductor that he believed he meant to kill him. The Indian coolly replied that he was quite right in thinking so, and at the same time, seizing the prisoner by the arm, raised his knife to strike him in the breast. Henry parried the blow, flung the Indian from him, and ran for his life. He gained the gate of the fort, his enemy close at his heels, and seeing Wenniway standing in the center of the area, called upon him for protection. The chief ordered the Indian to desist, but the latter, who was foaming at the mouth with rage, still continued to pursue Henry, vainly striking at him with his knife. Seeing the door of Langlad's house wide open, the trader darted in, and at length found himself in safety. He retired once more to his garret, and lay down, feeling, as he declares, a sort of conviction that no Indian had power to harm him. This confidence was somewhat shaken when, early in the night, he was startled from sleep by the opening of the door. A light gleamed in upon him, and he was summoned to descend. He did so when, to his surprise and joy, he found in the room below Captain Etherington, Lieutenant Leslie, and Mr. Bostwick, a trader, together with Father Jonois, the Jesuit priest from L'Arbre Croche. The Indians were bent on enjoying that night a grand debauch upon the liquor they had seized, and the chiefs, well knowing the extreme danger to which the prisoners would be exposed during these revels, had conveyed them all into the fort, and placed them in charge of the Canadians. Including officers, soldiers, and traders, they amounted to about 20 men, being nearly all who had escaped the massacre. When Henry entered the room, he found his 3 companions in misfortune engaged in anxious debate. These men had supped, full of horrors, yet they were almost on the point of risking a renewal of the bloodshed from which they had just escaped. The temptation was a strong one. The fort was this evening actually in the hands of the white men. The Indians, with their ordinary recklessness and improvidence, had neglected even to place a guard within the palisades. They were now, one and all, in their camp, mad with liquor, and the fort was occupied by 20 Englishmen and about 300 Canadians, principally voyageurs. To close the gates and set the Indians at defiance seemed no very difficult matter. It might have been attempted but for the dissuasions of the Jesuit, who had acted throughout the part of a true friend of humanity, and who now strongly represented the probability that the Canadians would prove treacherous, and the certainty that a failure would involve destruction to every Englishman in the place. The idea was therefore abandoned, and Captain Etherington, with his companions, that night shared Henry's garret, where they passed the time in condoling with each other on their common misfortune. End of chapter 17, part 1. Chapter 17, Part 2 of The Conspiracy of Pontiac by Francis Parkman, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Phil Schempf. Chapter 17, Part 2. A party of Indians came to the house in the morning and ordered Henry to follow them out. The weather had changed, and a cold storm had set in. In the dreary and forlorn area of the fort were a few of the Indian conquerors, though the main body were still in their camp, not yet recovered from the effects of their last night's carouse. Henry's conductors led him to a house, where, in a room almost dark, he saw 2 traders and a soldier imprisoned. They were released, and directed to follow the party. The whole then proceeded together to the lake shore, where they were to embark for the Île du Costa. A chilling wind blew strongly from the northeast, and the lake was covered with mists, and tossing angrily. Henry stood shivering on the beach, with no other upper garment than a shirt, drenched with the cold rain. He asked Langlade, who was near him, for a blanket, which the latter refused unless security were given for payment. Another Canadian proved more merciful, and Henry received a covering from the weather. With his 3 companions, guarded by 7 Indians, he embarked in the canoe, the soldier being tied by his neck to one of the crossbars of the vessel. The thick mists and the tempestuous weather compelled them to coast the shore, close beneath the wet dripping forests. In this manner they had proceeded about 18 miles, and were approaching L'Arbre Croche, when an Ottawa Indian came out of the woods and called to them from the beach, inquiring the news, and asking who were their prisoners. Some conversation followed, in the course of which the canoe approached the shore, where the water was very shallow. All at once a loud yell was heard, and 100 Ottawas, rising from among the trees and bushes, rushed into the water, and seized upon the canoe and prisoners. The astonished Ojibwas remonstrated in vain. The 4 Englishmen were taken from them, and led in safety to the shore. Goodwill to the prisoners, however, had by no means prompted the Ottawas to this very unexpected proceeding. They were jealous and angry that the Ojibwas should have taken the fort without giving them an opportunity to share in the plunder, and they now took this summary mode of asserting their rights. The chiefs, however, shook Henry and his companions by the hand, professing great goodwill, assuring them at the same time that the Ojibwas were carrying them to the Île du Castor merely to kill and eat them. The 4 prisoners, the sport of so many changing fortunes, soon found themselves embarked in an Ottawa canoe, and on their way back to Michillimackinac. They were not alone. A flotilla of canoes accompanied them, bearing a great number of Ottawa warriors, and before the day was over, the whole had arrived at the fort. At this time, the principal Ojibwa encampment was near the woods, in full sight of the landing place. Its occupants, astonished at this singular movement on the part of their rivals, stood looking on in silent amazement, while the Ottawa warriors, well armed, filed into the fort and took possession of it. This conduct is not difficult to explain, when we take into consideration the peculiarities of the Indian character. Pride and jealousy are always strong and active elements in it. The Ottawas deemed themselves insulted because the Ojibwas had undertaken an enterprise of such importance without consulting them, or asking their assistance. It may be added that the Indians of L'Arbre Croche were somewhat less hostile to the English than the neighboring tribes, for the great influence of the priest Jonois seems always to have been exerted on the side of peace. The English prisoners looked upon the newcomers as champions and protectors, and conceived hopes from their interference not destined to be fully realized. On the morning after their arrival, the Ojibwa chiefs invited the principal men of the Ottawas to hold a council with them, in a building within the fort. They placed upon the floor a valuable present of goods, which were part of the plunder they had taken, and their great war chief, Minavavana, who had conducted the attack, rose and addressed the Ottawas. Their conduct, he said, had greatly surprised him. They had betrayed the common cause, and opposed the will of the Great Spirit, who had decreed that every Englishman must die. Excepting them, all the Indians had raised the hatchet. Pontiac had taken Detroit, and every other fort had also been destroyed. The English were meeting with destruction throughout the whole world, and the King of France was awakened from his sleep. He exhorted them, in conclusion, no longer to espouse the cause of the English, but, like their brethren, to lift the hatchet against them. When Minavavana had concluded his speech, the council adjourned until the next day, a custom common among Indians, in order that the auditors may have time to ponder with due deliberation upon what they have heard. At the next meeting, the Ottawas expressed a readiness to concur with the views of the Ojibwas. Thus the difference between the 2 tribes was at length amicably adjusted. The Ottawas returned to the Ojibwas some of the prisoners whom they had taken from them, still, however, retaining the officers and several of the soldiers. These they soon after carried to L'Arbre Croche, where they were treated with kindness, probably owing to the influence of Father Jonois. The priest went down to Detroit with a letter from Captain Etherington, acquainting Major Gladwyn with the loss of Michillimackinac, and entreating that a force might be sent immediately to his aid. The letter, as we have seen, was safely delivered, but Gladwyn was, of course, unable to render the required assistance. Though the Ottawas and Ojibwas had come to terms, they still looked on each other with distrust, and it is said that the former never forgot the slight that had been put upon them. The Ojibwas took the prisoners who had been returned to them from the fort, and carried them to one of their small villages, which stood near the shore, at no great distance to the southeast. Among the other lodges was a large one, of the kind often seen in Indian villages, erected for use on public occasions, such as dances, feasts, or councils. It was now to serve as a prison. The soldiers were bound together, 2 and 2, and farther secured by long ropes tied round their necks, and fastened to the pole which supported the lodge in the center. Henry and the other traders escaped this rigorous treatment. The spacious lodge was soon filled with Indians, who came to look at their captives and gratify themselves by deriding and jeering at them. At the head of the lodge sat the great war chief Minavavana, side by side with Henry's master, Wenaway. Things had remained for some time in this position, when Henry observed an Indian stooping to enter at the low aperture which served for a door, and to his great joy recognized his friend and brother Wawatam, whom he had last seen on the day before the massacre. Wawatam said nothing, but as he passed the trader he shook him by the hand, in token of encouragement, and proceeding to the head of the lodge, sat down with Wenaway and the war chief. After he had smoked with them for a while in silence, he rose and went out again. Very soon he came back, followed by his squaw, who brought in her hands a valuable present, which she laid at the feet of the 2 chiefs. Wawatam then addressed them in the following speech. "Friends and relations, what is it that I shall say? You know what I feel. You all have friends and brothers and children, whom as yourselves you love. And you, what would you experience did you, like me, behold your dearest friend, your brother, in the condition of a slave exposed every moment to insult and to menaces of death? This case, as you all know, is mine. See there," pointing to Henry, "my friend and brother among slaves, himself a slave. You all well know that long before the war began, I adopted him as my brother. From that moment he became one of my family, so that no change of circumstances could break the cord which fastened us together. He is my brother, and because I am your relation, he is therefore your relation too. And how, being your relation, can he be your slave? On the day on which the war began, you were fearful lest on this very account I should reveal your secret. You requested, therefore, that I would leave the fort, and even cross the lake. I did so, but I did it with reluctance. Notwithstanding that you, Minavavana, who had the command in this enterprise, gave me your promise that you would protect my friend, delivering him from all danger, and giving him safely to me. The performance of this promise I now claim. I come not with empty hands to ask it. You, Minavavana, best know whether or not, as it respects yourself, you have kept your word. But I bring these goods to buy off every claim which any man among you all may have on my brother as his prisoner." To this speech the war chief returned a favorable answer. Wawatam's request was acceded to, the present was accepted, and the prisoner released. Henry soon found himself in the lodge of his friend, where furs were spread for him to lie upon, food and drink brought for his refreshment, and everything done to promote his comfort that Indian hospitality could suggest. As he lay in the lodge, on the day after his release, he heard a loud noise from within the prison house, which stood close at hand, and looking through a crevice in the bark, he saw the dead bodies of 7 soldiers dragged out. It appeared that a noted chief had just arrived from his wintering ground. Having come too late to take part in the grand achievement of his countrymen, he was anxious to manifest to all present his entire approval of what had been done, and with this design he had entered the lodge and dispatched 7 of the prisoners with his knife. The Indians are not habitual cannibals. After a victory, however, it often happens that the bodies of their enemies are consumed at a formal war feast, a superstitious rite, adapted, as they think, to increase their courage and hardihood. Such a feast took place on the present occasion, and most of the chiefs partook of it, though some of them, at least, did so with repugnance. About a week had now elapsed since the massacre, and a revulsion of feeling began to take place among the Indians. Up to this time, all had been triumph and exultation, but now they began to fear the consequences of their conduct. Indefinite and absurd rumors of an approaching attack from the English were afloat in the camp, and in their growing uneasiness, they thought it expedient to shift their position to some point more capable of defense. 350 warriors, with their families and household effects, embarked in canoes for the island of Michillimackinac, 7 or 8 miles distant. Wawatam, with his friend Henry, was of the number. Strong gusts of wind came from the north, and when the fleet of canoes was halfway to the island it blew a gale, the waves pitching and tossing with such violence that the frail and heavily laden vessels were much endangered. Many voices were raised in prayer to the Great Spirit, and a dog was thrown into the lake as a sacrifice to appease the angry Manitou of the waters. The canoes weathered the storm and soon drew near the island. Two squaws in the same canoe with Henry raised their voices in mournful wailing and lamentation. Late events had made him sensible to every impression of horror, and these dismal cries seemed ominous of some new disaster, until he learned that they were called forth by the recollection of dead relatives, whose graves were visible upon a neighboring point of the shore. The island of Michilimackinac, or Mackinac, owing to its situation, its beauty, and the fish which the surrounding waters supplied, had long been a favorite resort of the Indians. It is about 3 miles wide. So clear are the waters of Lake Huron, which wash its shores, that one may count the pebbles at an incredible depth. The island is fenced round by white limestone cliffs, beautifully contrasting with the green foliage that half covers them, and in the center the land rises in woody heights. The rock which forms its foundation assumes fantastic shapes, natural bridges, caverns, or sharp pinnacles, which at this day are pointed out as the curiosities of the region. In many of the caves have been found quantities of human bones, as if, at some period, the island had served as a grand depository for the dead. Yet of these remains the present race of Indians can give no account. Legends and superstitions attached a mysterious celebrity to the place, and here, it was said, the fairies of Indian tradition might often be seen dancing upon the white rocks or basking in the moonlight. The Indians landed at the margin of a little bay, unlading their canoes, and, lifting them high and dry upon the beach, they began to erect their lodges, and before night had completed the work. Messengers arrived on the next day from Pontiac, informing them that he was besieging Detroit, and urging them to come to his aid. But their warlike ardor had well nigh died out. A senseless alarm prevailed among them, and they now thought more of securing their own safety than of injuring the enemy. A vigilant watch was kept up all day, and the unusual precaution taken of placing guards at night. Their fears, however, did not prevent them from seizing 2 English trading canoes, which had come from Montreal by way of the Ottawa. Among the booty found in them was a quantity of whiskey, and a general debauch was the immediate result. As night closed in, the dolorous chanting of drunken songs was heard from within the lodges, the prelude of a scene of riot, and Wawatam, knowing that his friend Henry's life would be in danger, privately led him out of the camp to a cavern in the hills, towards the interior of the island. Here the trader spent the night, in a solitude made doubly dreary by a sense of his forlorn and perilous situation. On waking in the morning, he found that he had been lying on human bones, which covered the floor of the cave. The place had anciently served as a charnel house. Here he spent another solitary night, before his friend came to apprise him that he might return with safety to the camp. Famine soon began among the Indians, who were sometimes without food for days together. No complaints were heard, but with faces blackened in sign of sorrow, they patiently endured the privation with that resignation under inevitable suffering which distinguishes the whole Indian race. They were at length compelled to cross over to the north shore of Lake Huron, where fish were more abundant, and here they remained until the end of summer, when they gradually dispersed, each family repairing to its winter hunting grounds. Henry, painted and attired like an Indian, followed his friend Wawatam, and spent a lonely winter among the frozen forests, hunting the bear and moose for subsistence. The posts of Green Bay and Sault Ste. Marie did not share the fate of Michilimackinac. During the preceding winter, Ste. Marie had been partially destroyed by an accidental fire, and was therefore abandoned, the garrison withdrawing to Michilimackinac, where many of them perished in the massacre. The fort at Green Bay first received an English garrison in the year 1761, at the same time with the other posts of this region. The force consisted of 17 men of the 60th, or Royal American Regiment, commanded by Lieutenant Gorell. Though so few in number, their duties were of a very important character. In the neighborhood of Green Bay were numerous and powerful Indian tribes. The Menomonies lived at the mouth of the Fox River, close to the fort. The Winnebagoes had several villages on the lake which bears their name, and the Sacs and Foxes were established on the River Wisconsin, in a large village composed of houses neatly built of logs and bark, and surrounded by fields of corn and vegetables. West of the Mississippi was the powerful nation of the Dakota, whose strength was loosely estimated at 30,000 fighting men, and who, in the excess of their haughtiness, styled the surrounding tribes their dogs and slaves. The commandant of Green Bay was the representative of the British government, in communication with all these tribes. It devolved upon him to secure their friendship and keep them at peace, and he was also entrusted, in a great measure, with the power of regulating the fur trade among them. In the course of each season, parties of Indians from every quarter would come to the fort, each expecting to be received with speeches and presents. Gorell seems to have acquitted himself with great judgment and prudence. On first arriving at the fort, he had found its defenses decayed and ruinous, the Canadian inhabitants unfriendly, and many of the Indians disposed to hostility. His good conduct contributed to allay their irritation, and he was particularly successful in conciliating his immediate neighbors, the Menomonies. They had taken an active part in the late war between France and England, and their spirits were humbled by the losses they had sustained, as well as by recent ravages of the smallpox. Gorell summoned them to council, and delivered a speech, in which he avoided wounding their pride, but at the same time assumed a tone of firmness and decision, such as can alone command an Indian's respect. He told them that the King of England had heard of their ill conduct, but that he was ready to forget all that had passed. If, however, they should again give him cause of complaint, he would send an army, numerous as the trees of the forest, and utterly destroy them. Flattering expressions of confidence and esteem succeeded, and the whole was enforced by the distribution of a few presents. The Menomonies replied by assurances of friendship, more sincerely made and faithfully kept than could have been expected. As Indians of the other tribes came from time to time to the fort, they met with a similar reception, and, in his whole intercourse with them, the constant aim of the commandant was to gain their good will. The result was most happy for himself and his garrison. On the 15th of June, 1763, an Ottawa Indian brought to Gorell the following letter from Captain Etherington. Michillimackinac, June 11, 1763. Dear Sir, this place was taken by surprise on the 2nd instant by the Chippeways, Ojibwas, at which time Lieutenant Jamette and 15 more were killed, and all the rest taken prisoners. But our good friends, the Ottawas, have taken Lieutenant Leslie, me, and 11 men out of their hands, and have promised to reinstate us again. You will therefore, on the receipt of this, which I send by canoe of Ottawas, set out with all your garrison, and what English traders you have with you, and come with the Indian who gives you this, who will conduct you safe to me. You must be sure to follow the instruction you receive from the bearer of this, as you are by no means to come to this post before you see me at the village 20 miles from this. I must once more beg you'll lose no time in coming to join me. At the same time, be very careful, and always be on your guard. I long much to see you, and am, dear sir, your most humble servant, George Etherington. J. Gorell, Royal Americans. On receiving this letter, Gorell summoned the Menomonies to a council, and told them what the Ojibwas had done, and said that he and his soldiers were going to Michillimackinac to restore order, adding that during his absence he commended the fort to their care. Great numbers of the Winnebagoes and of the Sacs and Foxes afterwards arrived, and Gorell addressed them in nearly the same words. Presents were given them, and it soon appeared that the greater part were well disposed towards the English, though a few were inclined to prevent their departure, and even to threaten hostility. At this juncture, a fortunate incident occurred. A Dakota chief arrived with a message from his people to the following import. They had heard, he said, of the bad conduct of the Ojibwas. They hoped that the tribes of Green Bay would not follow their example, but on the contrary would protect the English garrison. Unless they did so, the Dakota would fall upon them and take ample revenge. This auspicious interference must, no doubt, be ascribed to the hatred with which the Dakota had long regarded the Ojibwas. That the latter should espouse one side of a quarrel was abundant reason to the Dakota for adopting the other. Some of the Green Bay Indians were also at enmity with the Ojibwas, and all opposition to the departure of the English was now at an end. Indeed, some of the more friendly offered to escort the garrison on its way, and on the 21st of June, Gorell's party embarked in several bateaux, accompanied by 90 warriors in canoes. Approaching Isle du Castor, near the mouth of Green Bay, an alarm was given that the Ojibwas were lying there in ambush, on which the Menomonies raised the war song, stripped themselves, and prepared to do battle in behalf of the English. The alarm, however, proved false, and having crossed Lake Michigan in safety, the party arrived at the village of L'Arbre Croche on the 30th. The Ottawas came down to the beach to salute them with a discharge of guns, and on landing they were presented with the pipe of peace. Captain Etherington and Lieutenant Leslie, with 11 men, were in the village, detained as prisoners, though treated with kindness. It was thought that the Ottawas intended to disarm the party of Gorell also, but the latter gave out that he would resist such an attempt, and his soldiers were permitted to retain their weapons. Several succeeding days were occupied by the Indians in holding councils. Those from Green Bay requested the Ottawas to set their prisoners at liberty, and they at length assented. A difficulty still remained, as the Ojibwas had declared that they would prevent the English from passing down to Montreal. Their chiefs were therefore summoned, and being at this time, as we have seen, in a state of much alarm, they at length reluctantly yielded the point. On the 18th of July, the English, supported by a fleet of Indian canoes, left L'Arbre Croche, and reaching without interruption the portage of the river Ottawa, descended to Montreal, where they all arrived in safety on the 13th of August. Except the garrison of Detroit, not a British soldier now remained in the region of the lakes. End of chapter 17, part 2. Chapter 18 of The Conspiracy of Pontiac by Francis Parkman, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Phil Schempf. Chapter 18, 1763. Frontier Forts and Settlements. We have followed the war to its farthest confines, and watched it in its remotest operations, not because there is anything especially worthy to be chronicled in the capture of a backwoods fort and the slaughter of a few soldiers, but because these acts exhibit some of the characteristic traits of the actors. It was along the line of the British frontier that the war raged with its most destructive violence. To destroy the garrisons and then turn upon the settlements had been the original plan of the Indians. And while Pontiac was pushing the siege of Detroit, and the smaller interior posts were treacherously assailed, the tempest was gathering which was soon to burst along the whole frontier. In 1763, the British settlements did not extend beyond the Alleghanies. In the province of New York, they reached no farther than the German Flats on the Mohawk. In Pennsylvania, the town of Bedford might be regarded as the extreme verge of the frontier, while the settlements of Virginia extended to a corresponding distance. Through the adjacent wilderness ran various lines of military posts to make good the communication from point to point. One of the most important among these passed through the country of the Six Nations, and guarded the route between the northern colonies and Lake Ontario. This communication was formed by the Hudson, the Mohawk, Wood Creek, the Oneida Lake, and the river Oswego. It was defended by Forts Stanwix, Brewerton, Oswego, and 2 or 3 smaller posts. Near the western extremity of Lake Ontario stood Fort Niagara, at the mouth of the river whence it derived its name. It was a strong and extensive work, guarding the access to the whole interior country, both by way of the Oswego communication just mentioned and by that of Canada and the St. Lawrence. From Fort Niagara, the route lay by portage beside the Great Falls to Presqu' Isle, on Lake Erie, where the town of Erie now stands. Thence the traveler could pass by a short overland passage to Fort Le Boeuf, on a branch of the Alleghany, thence by water to Venango, and thence down the Alleghany to Fort Pitt. This last mentioned post stood at the present site of Pittsburgh. the point of land formed by the confluence of the Allegheny and the Monongahela. Its position was as captivating to the eye of an artist as it was commanding in a military point of view. On the left, the Monongahela descended through a woody valley of singular beauty. On the right flowed the Allegheny, beneath steep and lofty banks, and both united in front to form the broad Ohio, which, flanked by picturesque hills and declivities, began at this point its progress towards the Mississippi. The place already had its historic associations, though as yet their roughness was unmellowed by the lapse of time. It was here that the French had erected Fort Duquesne. Within a few miles, Braddock encountered his disastrous overthrow, and on the hill behind the fort, Grant's Highlanders and Lewis's Virginians had been surrounded and captured, though not without a stout resistance on the part of the latter. Fort Pitt was built by General Stanwix in the year 1759, upon the ruins of Fort Duquesne, destroyed by General Forbes. It was a strong fortification, with ramparts of earth, faced with brick on the side looking down the Ohio. Its walls have long since been leveled to the ground, and over their ruins have risen warehouses and forges with countless chimneys rolling up their black volumes of smoke. Where once the bark canoe lay on the strand, a throng of steamers now lie moored along the crowded levee. Fort Pitt stood aloof in the forest, and one might journey eastward full 200 miles before the English settlements began to thicken. Behind it lay a broken and woody tract. Then succeeded the great barrier of the Alleghenies, traversing the country in successive ridges, and beyond these lay vast woods extending to the Susquehanna. Eastward of this river, cabins of settlers became more numerous, until in the neighborhood of Lancaster the country assumed an appearance of prosperity and cultivation. 2 roads led from Fort Pitt to the settlements, one of which was cut by General Braddock in his disastrous march across the mountains, from Cumberland in the year 1755. The other, which was more frequented, passed by Carlisle and Bedford, and was made by General Forbes in 1758. Leaving the fort by this latter route, the traveler would find himself, after a journey of 56 miles, at the little post of Ligonier, where he would soon reach Fort Bedford, about 100 miles from Fort Pitt. It was nestled among the mountains, and surrounded by clearings and log cabins. Passing several small posts and settlements, he would arrive at Carlisle, nearly 100 miles farther east, a place resembling Bedford in its general aspect, although of greater extent. After leaving Fort Bedford, numerous houses of settlers were scattered here and there among the valleys, on each side of the road from Fort Pitt, so that the number of families beyond the Susquehanna amounted to several hundreds, thinly distributed over a great space. From Carlisle to Harris's Ferry, now Harrisburg on the Susquehanna, was but a short distance, and from thence the road led directly into the heart of the settlements. The frontiers of Virginia bore a general resemblance to those of Pennsylvania. It is not necessary at present to indicate minutely the position of their scattered settlements, and the small posts intended to protect them. Along these borders all had remained quiet, and nothing occurred to excite alarm or uneasiness. Captain Simeon Ecuyer, a brave Swiss officer, who commanded at Fort Pitt, had indeed received warnings of danger. On the 4th of May he wrote to Colonel Bouquet at Philadelphia, "Major Gladwyn writes to tell me that I am surrounded by rascals. He complains a great deal of the Delawares and Shawanoes. It is this canaille who stir up the rest to mischief." At length, on the 27th, at about dusk in the evening, a party of Indians was seen descending the banks of the Allegheny with laden pack horses. They built fires and encamped on the shore till daybreak, when they all crossed over to the fort, bringing with them a great quantity of valuable furs. These they sold to the traders, demanding in exchange bullets, hatchets, and gunpowder; but their conduct was so peculiar as to excite the just suspicion that they came either as spies or with some other insidious design. Hardly were they gone when tidings came in that Colonel Clapham, with several persons, both men and women, had been murdered and scalped near the fort; and it was soon after discovered that the inhabitants of an Indian town a few miles up the Allegheny had totally abandoned their cabins, as if bent on some plan of mischief. On the next day, 2 soldiers were shot within a mile of the fort. An express was hastily sent to Venango to warn the little garrison of danger, but he returned almost immediately, having been twice fired at and severely wounded. A trader named Calhoun now came in from the Indian village of Tuscaroras, with intelligence of a yet more startling kind. At 11 o'clock on the night of the 27th, a chief named Shingas, with several of the principal warriors in the place, had come to Calhoun's cabin, and earnestly begged him to depart, declaring that they did not wish to see him killed before their eyes. The Ottawas and Ojibwas, they said, had taken up the hatchet and captured Detroit, Sandusky, and all the forts of the interior. The Delawares and the Shawanoes of the Ohio were following their example, and were murdering all the traders among them. Calhoun and the 13 men in his employ lost no time in taking their departure. The Indians forced them to leave their guns behind, promising that they would give them 3 warriors to guide them in safety to Fort Pitt, but the whole proved a piece of characteristic dissimulation and treachery. The 3 guides led them into an ambuscade at the mouth of Beaver Creek. A volley of balls showered upon them. 11 were killed on the spot, and Calhoun and 2 others alone made their escape. "I see," writes Ecuyer to his colonel, "that the affair is general. I tremble for our outposts. I believe from what I hear that I am surrounded by Indians. I neglect nothing to give them a good reception, and I expect to be attacked tomorrow morning. Please God I may be. I am passably well prepared. Everybody is at work, and I do not sleep, but I tremble lest my messenger should be cut off." The intelligence concerning the fate of the traders in the Indian villages proved but too true. They were slaughtered everywhere, without mercy, and often under circumstances of the foulest barbarity. A boy named McCullough, captured during the French War, and at this time a prisoner among the Indians, relates in his published narrative that he, with a party of Indian children, went out one evening to gaze with awe and wonder at the body of a trader which lay by the side of the path, mangled with tomahawks and stuck full of arrows. It was stated in the journals of the day that more than 100 traders fell victims, and that the property taken from them, or seized at the capture of the interior posts, amounted to an incredible sum. The Moravian Loskiel relates that in the villages of the Hurons and Wyandots, meaning probably those of Sandusky, the traders were so numerous that the Indians were afraid to attack them openly, and had recourse to the following stratagem. They told their unsuspecting victims that the surrounding tribes had risen in arms, and were soon coming that way, bent on killing every Englishman they could find. The Wyandots averred that they would gladly protect their friends, the white men, but that it would be impossible to do so unless the latter would consent, for the sake of appearances, to become their prisoners. In this case, they said, the hostile Indians would refrain from injuring them, and they should be set at liberty as soon as the danger was past. The traders fell into the snare. They gave up their arms, and, the better to carry out the deception, even consented to be bound. But no sooner was this accomplished than their treacherous counselors murdered them all in cold blood. A curious incident relating to this period is given by the missionary Heckewelder. Strange as the story may appear, it is in strict accordance with Indian character and usage, and perhaps need not be rejected as wholly void of truth. The name of the person to whom it relates several times occurs in the manuscript journals and correspondence of officers in the Indian country. A trader named Chapman was made prisoner by the Indians near Detroit. For some time he was protected by the humane interference of a Frenchman, but at length his captors resolved to burn him alive. He was tied to the stake, and the fire was kindled. As the heat grew intolerable, one of the Indians handed to him a bowl filled with broth. The wretched man, scorching with fiery thirst, eagerly snatched the vessel and applied it to his lips, but the liquid was purposely made scalding hot. With a sudden burst of rage, he flung back the bowl and its contents into the face of the Indian. "He is mad! He is mad!" shouted the crowd. And though, the moment before, they had been keenly anticipating the delight of seeing him burn, they hastily put out the fire, released him from the stake, and set him at liberty. Such is the superstitious respect which Indians entertain for every form of insanity. While the alarming incidents just mentioned were occurring at Fort Pitt, The garrison of Fort Ligonier received yet more unequivocal tokens of hostility, for one morning a volley of bullets was sent among them, with no other effect, however, than killing a few horses. In the vicinity of Fort Bedford, several men were killed, on which the inhabitants were mustered and organized, and the garrison kept constantly on the alert. A few of the best woodsmen were formed into a company, dressed and painted like Indians. A party of the enemy suddenly appeared, whooping and brandishing their tomahawks, at the skirts of the forest; on which these counterfeit savages dashed upon them at full gallop, routing them in an instant, and driving them far through the woods. At Fort Pitt, every preparation was made for an attack. The houses and cabins outside the rampart were levelled to the ground, and every morning, at an hour before dawn, the drum beat, and the troops were ordered to their alarm posts. The garrison consisted of 330 soldiers, traders, and backwoodsmen, and there were also in the fort about 100 women and a still greater number of children, most of them belonging to the families of settlers who were preparing to build their cabins in the neighborhood. "We are so crowded in the fort," writes a curé to Colonel Bouquet, "that I fear disease, for in spite of every care I cannot keep the place as clean as I should like. Besides, the smallpox is among us, and I have therefore caused a hospital to be built under the drawbridge, out of range of musket shot. I am determined to hold my post, spare my men, and never expose them without necessity. This, I think, is what you require of me." The desultory outrages with which the war began, and which only served to put the garrison on their guard, prove that among the neighboring Indians there was no chief of sufficient power to curb their wayward temper, and force them to conform to any preconcerted plan. The authors of the mischief were unruly young warriors, fevered with eagerness to win the first scalp, and setting at defiance the authority of the elders. These petty annoyances, far from abating, continued for many successive days, and kept the garrison in a state of restless alarm. It was dangerous to venture outside the walls, and a few who attempted it were shot and scalped by lurking Indians. "They have the impudence," writes an officer, "to fire all night at our sentinels." Nor were these attacks confined to the night, for even during the day no man willingly exposed his head above the rampart. The surrounding woods were known to be full of prowling Indians, whose number seemed daily increasing, though as yet they had made no attempt at a general attack. At length, on the afternoon of the 22nd of June, a party of them appeared at the farthest extremity of the cleared lands, behind the fort, driving off the horses which were grazing there, and killing the cattle. No sooner was this accomplished than a general fire was opened upon the fort from every side at once, though at so great a distance that only 2 men were killed. The garrison replied by a discharge of howitzers, the shells of which, bursting in the midst of the Indians, greatly amazed and disconcerted them. As it grew dark, their fire slackened, though, throughout the night, the flash of guns was seen at frequent intervals, followed by the whooping of the invisible assailants. At 9 o'clock on the following morning, several Indians approached the fort with the utmost confidence, and took their stand at the outer edge of the ditch, where one of them, a Delaware named the Turtle's Heart, addressed the garrison as follows: "My brothers, we that stand here are your friends, but we have bad news to tell you. 6 great nations of Indians have taken up the hatchet, and cut off all the English garrisons, excepting yours. They are now on their way to destroy you also. My brothers, we are your friends, and we wish to save your lives. What we desire you to do is this: you must leave this fort, with all your women and children, and go down to the English settlements, where you will be safe. There are many bad Indians already here, but we will protect you from them. You must go at once, because if you wait till the 6 great nations arrive here, you will all be killed, and we can do nothing to protect you." To this proposal, by which the Indians hoped to gain a safe and easy possession of the fort, Captain Ecuyer made the following reply. The vein of humor perceptible in it may serve to indicate that he was under no great apprehension for the safety of his garrison. "My brothers, we are very grateful for your kindness, though we are convinced that you must be mistaken in what you have told us about the fort's being captured. As for ourselves, we have plenty of provisions, and are able to keep the fort against all the nations of Indians that may dare to attack it. We are very well off in this place, and we mean to stay here. My brothers, as you have shown yourselves such true friends, we feel bound in gratitude to inform you that an army of 6,000 English will shortly arrive here, and that another army of 3,000 is gone up the lakes to punish the Ottawas and Ojibwas. A third has gone to the frontiers of Virginia, where they will be joined by your enemies, the Cherokees and Catawbas, who are coming here to destroy you. Therefore, take pity on your women and children, and get out of the way as soon as possible. We have told you this in confidence, out of our great solicitude, lest any of you should be hurt, and we hope that you will not tell the other Indians, lest they should escape from our vengeance." This politic invention of the three armies had an excellent effect, and so startled the Indians that on the next day most of them withdrew from the neighborhood, and went to meet a great body of warriors who were advancing from the westward to attack the fort. On the afternoon of the 26th, a soldier named Gray, belonging to the garrison of Presqu' Isle, came in with a report that more than a week before that little post had been furiously attacked by upwards of 200 Indians from Detroit, that they had assailed it for 3 days, repeatedly setting it on fire, and had at length undermined it so completely that the garrison was forced to capitulate, on condition of being allowed to retire in safety to Fort Pitt. No sooner, however, had they left their shelter than the Indians fell upon them, and, as Gray declared, butchered them all except himself and one other man, who darted into the woods and escaped amid the confusion, hearing behind them as they fled the screams of their murdered comrades. This account proved erroneous, as the garrison were carried by their captors in safety to Detroit. Some time after this event, Captain Dalzell's detachment, on their way to Detroit, stopped at the place, and found, close to the ruined fort, the hair of several of the men, which had been shorn off as a preliminary step in the process of painting and bedecking them like Indian warriors. From this it appears that some of the unfortunate soldiers were adopted on the spot into the tribes of their conquerors. In a previous chapter, a detailed account has been given of the defense of Presqu' Isle and its capture. Gray informed Captain Ecuyer that a few days before the attack on the garrison, they had seen a schooner on the lake, approaching from the westward. She had sent a boat to shore with the tidings that Detroit had been beleaguered for more than 6 weeks by many hundred Indians, and that a detachment of 96 men had been attacked near that place, of whom only about 30 had escaped, the rest being either killed on the spot or put to death by slow torture. The panic-stricken soldier, in his flight from Presqu' Isle, had passed the spots where lately had stood the little forts of Le Boeuf and Venango. Both were burnt to the ground, and he surmised that the whole of their wretched garrisons had fallen victims. The disaster proved less fatal than his fears led him to suspect, for on the same day on which he arrived, Ensign Price, the officer commanding at Le Boeuf, was seen approaching along the bank of the Alleghany, followed by 7 haggard and half-famished soldiers. He and his men told the following story. The available defenses of Fort Le Boeuf consisted at the time of a single ill-constructed blockhouse, occupied by the ensign with 2 corporals and 11 privates. They had only about 20 rounds of ammunition each, and the powder, moreover, was in a damaged condition. At 9 or 10 o'clock on the morning of the 18th of June, a soldier told Price that he saw Indians approaching from the direction of Presqu' Isle. Price ran to the door, and looking out, saw one of his men, apparently much frightened, shaking hands with 5 Indians. He held open the door till the man had entered, the 5 Indians following close, after having, in obedience to a sign from Price, left their weapons behind. They declared that they were going to fight the Cherokees, and begged for powder and ball. This being refused, they asked leave to sleep on the ground before the blockhouse. Price assented, on which one of them went off, but very soon returned with 30 more, who crowded before the window of the blockhouse, and begged for a kettle to cook their food. Price tried to give them one through the window, but the aperture proved too narrow, and they grew clamorous that he should open the door again. This he refused. They then went to a neighboring storehouse, pulled out some of the foundation stones, and got into the cellar, whence, by knocking away 1 or 2 planks immediately above the sill of the building, they could fire on the garrison in perfect safety, being below the range of shot from the loopholes of the blockhouse, which was not 10 yards distant. Here they remained some hours, making their preparations, while the garrison waited in suspense, cooped up in their wooden citadel. Towards evening they opened fire, and shot such a number of burning arrows against the side and roof of the blockhouse that 3 times it was in flames. But the men worked desperately, and each time the fire was extinguished. A 4th time the alarm was given, and now the men on the roof came down in despair, crying out that they could not extinguish it, and calling on their officer, for God's sake, to let them leave the building, or they should all be burnt alive. Price behaved with great spirit. "We must fight as long as we can, and then die together," was his answer to the entreaties of his disheartened men. But he could not revive their drooping courage, and meanwhile the fire spread beyond all hope of mastering it. They implored him to let them go, and at length the brave young officer told them to save themselves if they could. It was time, for they were suffocating in their burning prison. There was a narrow window in the back of the blockhouse, through which, with the help of axes, they all got out, and, favored by the darkness, for night had closed in, escaped to the neighboring pine swamp, while the Indians, to make assurance doubly sure, were still showering fire arrows against the front of the blazing building. As the fugitives groped their way in pitchy darkness through the tangled intricacies of the swamp, they saw the sky behind them lurid with flames, and heard the reports of the Indians' guns, as these painted demons were leaping and yelling in front of the flaming blockhouse, firing into the loopholes, and exulting in the thought that their enemies were suffering the agonies of death within. Presqu' Isle was but 15 miles distant, but from the direction in which his assailants had come, Price rightly judged that it had been captured, and therefore resolved to make his way, if possible, to Venango, and reinforce Lieutenant Gordon, who commanded there. A soldier named John Dortinger, who had been 16 months at Le Bœuf, thought that he could guide the party, but lost the way in the darkness, so that after struggling all night through swamps and forests, they found themselves at daybreak only 2 miles from their point of departure. Just before dawn, several of the men became separated from the rest. Price and those with him waited for some time, whistling, coughing, and making such other signals as they dared to attract their attention, but without success, and they were forced to proceed without them. Their only provisions were 3 biscuits to a man. They pushed on all day, and reached Venango at 1 o'clock of the following night. Nothing remained but piles of smouldering embers, among which lay the half-burned bodies of its hapless garrison. They now continued their journey down the Alleghany. On the 3rd night their last biscuit was consumed, and they were half dead with hunger and exhaustion before their eyes were gladdened at length by the friendly walls of Fort Pitt. Of those who had straggled from the party, all eventually appeared but 2, who, spent with starvation, had been left behind, and no doubt perished. Not a man remained alive to tell the fate of Venango. An Indian who was present at its destruction long afterwards described the scene to Sir William Johnson. A large body of Senecas gained entrance under pretence of friendship, then closed the gates, fell upon the garrison, and butchered them all, except the commanding officer, Lieutenant Gordon, whom they forced to write, from their dictation, a statement of the grievances which had driven them to arms, and then tortured over a slow fire for several successive nights till he expired. This done, they burned the place to the ground and departed. While Le Bœuf and Venango were thus assailed, Fort Ligonier was also attacked by a large body of Indians, who fired upon it with great fury and pertinacity, but were beaten off after a hard day's fighting. Fort Augusta on the Susquehanna was at the same time menaced, but the garrison being strengthened by a timely reinforcement, the Indians abandoned their purpose. Carlisle, Bedford, and the small intermediate posts all experienced some effects of savage hostility, while among the settlers, whose houses were scattered throughout the adjacent valleys, outrages were perpetrated and sufferings endured, which defy all attempt at description. At Fort Pitt, every preparation was made to repel the attack which was hourly expected. A part of the rampart, undermined by the spring floods, had fallen into the ditch, but by dint of great labor this injury was repaired. A line of palisades was erected along the ramparts, The barracks were made shot-proof to protect the women and children, and as the interior buildings were all of wood, a rude fire engine was constructed to extinguish any flames which might be kindled by the burning arrows of the Indians. Several weeks, however, elapsed without any determined attack from the enemy, who were engaged in their bloody work among the settlements and smaller posts. From the beginning of July until towards its close, nothing occurred except a series of petty and futile attacks, by which the Indians abundantly exhibited their malicious intentions, without doing harm to the garrison. During the whole of this time, the communication with the settlements was completely cut off, so that no letters were written from the fort, or, at all events, none reached their destination, and we are therefore left to depend upon a few meagre official reports as our only sources of information. On the 26th of July, a small party of Indians was seen approaching the gate, displaying a flag, which one of them had some time before received as a present from the English commander. On the strength of this token, they were admitted, and proved to be chiefs of distinction, among whom were Shingas, Turtle's Heart, and others, who had hitherto maintained an appearance of friendship. Being admitted to a council, one of them addressed Captain Ecuyer and his officers to the following effect: "Brothers, what we are about to say comes from our hearts, and not from our lips. Brothers, we wish to hold fast the chain of friendship, that ancient chain which our forefathers held with their brethren the English. You have let your end of the chain fall to the ground, but ours is still fast within our hands. Why do you complain that our young men have fired at your soldiers, and killed your cattle and your horses? You yourselves are the cause of this. You marched your armies into our country and built forts here, though we told you again and again that we wished you to remove. My brothers, this land is ours, and not yours. My brothers, 2 days ago we received a great belt of wampum from the Ottawas of Detroit, and the message they had sent was in these words: Grandfathers the Delawares, by this belt we inform you that in a short time we intend to pass, in a very great body through your country, on our way to strike the English at the forks of the Ohio. Grandfathers, you know us to be a headstrong people. We are determined to stop at nothing, and as we expect to be very hungry, we will seize and eat up everything that comes in our way. Brothers, you have heard the words of the Ottawas. If you leave this place immediately and go home to your wives and children, no harm will come of it. But if you stay, you must blame yourselves alone for what may happen. Therefore, we desire you to remove." To the not wholly unreasonable statement of wrongs contained in this speech, Captain Ecuyer replied by urging the shallow pretense that the forts were built for the purpose of supplying the Indians with clothes and ammunition. He then absolutely refused to leave the place. "I have," he said, "warriors, provisions, and ammunition to defend it 3 years against all the Indians in the woods, and we shall never abandon it as long as a white man lives in America. I despise the Ottawas, and am very much surprised at our brothers the Delawares for proposing to us to leave this place and go home. This is our home. You have attacked us without reason or provocation. You have murdered and plundered our warriors and traders. You have taken our horses and cattle, and at the same time you tell us your hearts are good towards your brethren the English. How can I have faith in you? Therefore now, brothers, I will advise you to go home to your towns, and take care of your wives and children. Moreover, I tell you that if any of you appear again about this fort, I will throw bombshells which will burst and blow you to atoms, and fire cannon among you, loaded with a whole bag full of bullets. Therefore take care, for I don't want to hurt you." The chiefs departed, much displeased with their reception, though nobody in his senses could blame the course pursued by Captain Ecuyer, and though the building of forts in the Indian country could not be charged as a crime except by the most overstrained casuistry, yet we cannot refrain from sympathizing with the intolerable hardship to which the progress of civilization subjected the unfortunate tenants of the wilderness, and which goes far to extenuate the perfidy and cruelty that marked their conduct throughout the whole course of the war. Disappointed of gaining a bloodless possession of the fort, the Indians now, for the first time, began a general attack. On the night succeeding the conference, they approached in great numbers, under cover of darkness, and completely surrounded it, many of them crawling under the banks of the two rivers, and with incredible perseverance digging with their knives holes in which they were completely sheltered from the fire of the fort. On one side, the whole bank was lined with these burrows, from each of which a bullet or an arrow was shot out whenever a soldier chanced to expose his head. At daybreak, a general fire was opened from every side, and continued without intermission until night, and through several succeeding days. No great harm was done, however. The soldiers lay close behind their parapet of logs, watching the movements of their subtle enemies, and paying back their shot with interest. The red uniforms of the Royal Americans mingled with the gray homespun of the border riflemen, or the fringed hunting frocks of old Indian fighters, wary and adroit as the red-skinned warriors themselves. They liked the sport, and were eager to sally from behind their defenses and bring their assailants to close quarters, but Ecuyer was too wise to consent. He was among them, as well pleased as they, directing, encouraging, and applauding them in his broken English. An arrow flew over the rampart and wounded him in the leg, but it seems with no other result than to extort a passing execration. The Indians shot fire arrows, too, from their burrows, but not one of them took effect. The yelling at times was terrific, and the women and children in the crowded barracks clung to each other in terror. But there was more noise than execution, and the assailants suffered more than the assailed. 3 or 4 days after, Ecuyer wrote in French to his colonel, "They were all well under cover, and so were we. They did us no harm, nobody killed, 7 wounded, and I myself slightly. Their attack lasted 5 days and 5 nights. We are certain of having killed and wounded 20 of them, without reckoning those we could not see. I let nobody fire till he had marked his man, and not an Indian could show his nose without being pricked with a bullet, for I have some good shots here. Our men are doing admirably, regulars and the rest. All that they ask is to go out and fight. I am fortunate to have the honor of commanding such brave men. I only wish the Indians had ventured an assault. They would have remembered it to the 1000th generation. I forgot to tell you that they threw fire arrows to burn our works, but they could not reach the buildings, nor even the rampart. Only 2 arrows came into the fort, one of which had the insolence to make free with my left leg." This letter was written on the 2nd of August. On the day before, the Indians had all decamped. An event, soon to be described, had put an end to the attack, and relieved the tired garrison of their presence. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Conspiracy of Pontiac by Francis Parkman, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Phil Schempf. Chapter 19, 1763, The War on the Borders. Along the western frontiers of Pennsylvania, Maryland, and Virginia, terror reigned supreme. The Indian scalping parties were ranging everywhere, laying waste the settlements, destroying the harvests, and butchering men, women, and children with ruthless fury. Many hundreds of wretched fugitives flocked for refuge to Carlisle and other towns of the border, bringing tales of inconceivable horror. Strong parties of armed men, who went out to reconnoiter the country, found every habitation reduced to cinders, and half-burned bodies of the inmates lying among the smoldering ruins, while here and there was seen some miserable wretch, scalped and tomahawked, but still alive and conscious. One writing from the midst of these scenes declares that, in his opinion, 1,000 families were driven from their homes, that on both sides of the Susquehanna the woods were filled with fugitives, without shelter and without food, and that unless the havoc were speedily checked, the western part of Pennsylvania would be totally deserted, and Lancaster become the frontier town. While these scenes were enacted on the borders of Pennsylvania and more southern provinces, the settlers in the valley of the Mohawk, and even along the Hudson, were menaced with destruction. Had not the Six Nations been kept tranquil by the exertions of Sir William Johnson, the most disastrous results must have ensued. The Senecas and a few of the Cayugas were the only members of the Confederacy who took part in the war. Venango, as we have seen, was destroyed by a party of Senecas, who soon after made a feeble attack upon Niagara. They blockaded it for a few days, with no other effect than that of confining the garrison within the walls, and, soon despairing of success, abandoned the attempt. In the meantime, Sir Jeffrey Amherst, the commander-in-chief, was in a position far from enviable. He had reaped laurels, but if he had hoped to enjoy them in peace, he was doomed to disappointment. A miserable war was suddenly thrown on his hands, barren of honors and fruitful of troubles, and this, too, at a time when he was almost bereft of resources. The armies which had conquered Canada were, as we have seen, disbanded or sent home, and nothing remained but a few fragments and skeletons of regiments lately arrived from the West Indies, enfeebled by disease and hard service. In one particular, however, he had reason to congratulate himself. The character of the officers who commanded under his orders in Pennsylvania, Virginia, and Maryland. Colonel Henry Bouquet was a Swiss of the canton of Bern, who had followed the trade of war from boyhood. He had served first the King of Sardinia, and afterwards the Republic of Holland, and when the French War began in 1755, he accepted the commission of lieutenant colonel in a regiment newly organized, under the direction of the Duke of Cumberland, expressly for American service. The commissions were to be given to foreigners as well as to Englishmen and provincials, and the ranks were to be filled chiefly from the German emigrants in Pennsylvania and other provinces. The men and officers of this regiment, known as the Royal American, had now, for more than 6 years, been engaged in the rough and lonely service of the frontier and forests; and when the Indian War broke out, it was chiefly they who, like military hermits, held the detached outposts of the West. Bouquet, however, who was at this time colonel of the 1st Battalion, had his headquarters at Philadelphia, where he was held in great esteem. His person was fine, and his bearing composed and dignified, perhaps somewhat austere, for he is said to have been more respected than loved by his officers. Nevertheless, their letters to him are very far from indicating any want of cordial relations. He was fond of the society of men of science, and wrote English better than most British officers of the time. Here and there, however, a passage in his letters suggests the inference that the character of the gallant mercenary was toned to his profession, and to the unideal epoch in which he lived. Yet he was not the less an excellent soldier, indefatigable, faithful, full of resource, and without those arrogant prejudices which had impaired the efficiency of many good British officers in the recent war, and of which Sir Jeffrey Amherst was a conspicuous example. He had acquired a practical knowledge of Indian warfare, and it is said that in the course of the hazardous partisan service in which he was often engaged, when it was necessary to penetrate dark defiles and narrow passes, he was sometimes known to advance before his men, armed with a rifle and acting the part of a scout. Sir Jeffrey had long and persistently flattered himself that the Indian uprising was but a temporary ebullition which would soon subside. Bouquet sent him, on the 4th of June, a copy of a letter from Captain Ecuyer at Fort Pitt, reporting the disturbances in that quarter. On the next day, Bouquet wrote again, in a graver strain, and Amherst replied, from New York, on the 6th. I gave immediate orders for completing the light infantry companies of the 17th, 42nd, and 77th regiments. They are to assemble without loss of time, and to encamp on Staten Island, under Major Campbell of the 42nd. Although I have thought proper to assemble this force, which I judge more than sufficient to quell any disturbances the whole Indian strength could raise, yet I am persuaded the alarm will end in nothing more than a rash attempt of what the Senecas have been threatening, and which we have heard of for some time past. As to their cutting off defenseless families, or even some of the small posts, it is certainly at all times in their power to effect such enterprises. The post of Fort Pitt, or any of the others commanded by officers, can certainly never be in danger from such a wretched enemy. I am only sorry that when such outrages are committed, the guilty should escape, for I am fully convinced the only true method of treating the savages is to keep them in proper subjection, and punish without exception the transgressors. As I have no sort of dependence on the Assembly of Pennsylvania, I have taken such measures as will fully enable me to chastise any nation or tribe of Indians that dare to commit hostilities on His Majesty's subjects. I only wait to hear from you what farther steps the savages have taken, for I still think it cannot be anything general, but the rash attempt of that turbulent tribe, the Senecas, who richly deserve a severe chastisement from our hands for their treacherous behavior on many occasions." On receiving this letter, Bouquet immediately wrote to Ecuyer at Fort Pitt. "The general has taken the necessary measures to chastise those infamous villains, and defers only to make them feel the weight of his resentment till he is better informed of their intentions." And having thus briefly dispatched the business in hand, he proceeds to touch on the news of the day. "I give you joy of the success of our troops at the Manila, where Captain George Aury hath acquired the two best things in this world, glory and money. We hear of a great change in the ministry, etc. P.S. I have lent £3 to the Express. Please to stop it for me. The General expects that Mr. Croghan will proceed directly to Fort Pitt, when he will soon discover the causes of this sudden rupture and the intentions of these rascals." Scarcely had Bouquet sent off the express rider with this letter, when another came from Ecuyer, with worse reports from the west. He forwarded it to Amherst, who wrote on receiving it, "I find by the intelligence enclosed in your letter that the affair of the Indians appears to be more general than I had apprehended, although I believe nothing of what is mentioned regarding the garrison of the Detroit being cut off. It is extremely inconvenient at this time, but I cannot defer sending you a reinforcement for the communication." Accordingly, he ordered 2 companies of the 42nd and 77th regiments to join Bouquet at Philadelphia. "If you think it necessary," he adds, "you will yourself proceed to Fort Pitt, that you may be the better enabled to put in execution the requisite orders for securing the communication and reducing the Indians to reason." Amherst now bestirred himself to put such troops as he had into fighting order. The 80th Regiment, Hopkins' company of Rangers, and a portion of the Royal Americans were disbanded, and the men drafted to complete other broken corps. His plan was to push forward as many troops as possible to Niagara by way of Oswego, and to Presqu' by way of Fort Pitt, and thence to send them up the lakes to take vengeance on the offending tribes. Bouquet, recognizing at length the peril of the small outlying posts like Venango and Le Bœuf, proposed to abandon them and concentrate at Fort Pitt and Presqu', a movement which, could it have been executed in time, would have saved both blood and trouble. But Amherst would not consent. "I cannot think," he writes, "of giving them up at this time, if we can keep them, as such a step would give the Indians room to think themselves more formidable than they really are; and it would be much better we never attempted to take posts in what they called their country, if upon every alarm we abandon them. It remains at present for us to take every precaution we can, by which we may put a stop, as soon as possible, to their committing any farther mischief, and to bring them to proper subjection. For, without that, I never do expect that they will be quiet and orderly, as every act of kindness and generosity to those barbarians is looked upon as proceeding from our fears." Bouquet next writes to report that, with the help of the 2 companies sent him, he has taken steps which he hopes will secure the communication to Fort Pitt, and allay the fears of the country people, who are deserting their homes in a panic, though the enemy has not yet appeared east of the mountains. A few days later, on the 23rd of June, Amherst writes, boiling with indignation. He had heard from Gladwyn of the investment of Detroit, and the murder of Sir Robert Davers and Lieutenant Robertson. The villains after this, he says, had the assurance to come with a pipe of peace, desiring admittance into the fort. He then commends the conduct of Gladwyn, but pursues, "I only regret that when the chief of the Ottawas and the other villains returned with the pipe of peace, they were not instantly put to death. I conclude Major Gladwyn was not apprised of the murder of Sir Robert Davers, Lieutenant Robertson, etc., at that time, or he certainly would have revenged their deaths by that method. And indeed, I cannot but wish that whenever we have any of the savages in our power, who have in so treacherous a way committed any barbarities on our people, a quick retaliation may be made without the least exception or hesitation. I am determined," he continues, "to take every measure in my power, not only for securing and keeping entire possession of the country, but for punishing those barbarians who have thus perfidiously massacred His Majesty's subjects. To effect this most essential service, I intend to collect, agreeable to what I wrote you in my last, all the force I can at Presqu' Isle and Niagara, that I may push them forwards as occasion may require. I have therefore ordered the remains of the 42nd and 77th regiments, the first consisting of 214 men, including officers, and the latter of 133, officers included, to march this evening or early tomorrow morning under the command of Major Campbell of the 42nd, who has my orders to send an officer before to acquaint you of his being on the march, and to obey such further directions as he may receive from you. You will observe that I have now forwarded from hence every man that was here, for the small remains of the 17th regiment are already on their march up the Mohawk, and I have sent such of the 42nd and 77th as were not able to march to Albany to relieve the company of the 55th at present there, who are to march immediately to Oswego. 2 days after, the 25th of June, he writes again to Bouquet, "All the troops from hence that could be collected are sent you, so that should the whole race of Indians take arms against us, I can do no more." On the same day, Bouquet, who was on his way to the frontier, wrote to Amherst from Lancaster, "I had this moment the honor of your Excellency's letter of the 23rd instant, with the most welcome news of the preservation of the Detroit from the infernal treachery of the vilest of brutes. I regret sincerely the brave men they have so basely massacred, but hope that we shall soon take an adequate revenge on the barbarians. The reinforcement you have ordered this way, so considerable by the additional number of officers, will fully enable me to crush the little opposition they may dare to make along the road, and secure that part of the country against all their future attempts, till you think proper to order us to act in conjunction with the rest of your forces to extirpate that vermin from a country they have forfeited, and with it all claim to the rights of humanity." 3 days later, the express rider delivered the truculent letter, from which the above is taken, to Amherst at New York. He replied, "Last night I received your letter of the 25th, the contents of which please me very much, your sentiments agreeing exactly with my own regarding the treatment the savages deserve from us. I need only add that I wish to hear of no prisoners, should any of the villains be met with in arms, and whoever of those who were concerned in the murder of Sir Robert Davers, Lieutenant Robertson, etc., or were at the attack of the detachment going to the Detroit, and that may be hereafter taken, shall certainly be put to death." Bouquet was now busy on the frontier in preparations for pushing forward to Fort Pitt with the troops sent him. After reaching the fort with his wagon trains of ammunition and supplies, he was to proceed to Venango and Le Bœuf, reinforce and provision them, and thence advance to Presqu' Isle to await Amherst's orders for the despatch of his troops westward to Detroit, Michillimackinac, and the other distant garrisons, the fate of which was still unknown. He was encamped near Carlisle, when, on the 3rd of July, he heard what he styles the fatal account of the loss of our posts at Presqu' Isle, Le Bœuf, and Venango. He at once sent the news to Amherst, who, though he persisted in his original plan of operations, became at length convinced of the formidable nature of the Indian outbreak, and felt bitterly the slenderness of his own resources. His correspondence, nevertheless, breathes a certain thick-headed, blustering arrogance, worthy of the successor of Braddock. In his contempt for the Indians, he finds fault with Captain Ecuyer at Fort Pitt for condescending to fire cannon at them, and with Lieutenant Blaine at Fort Ligonier for burning some outhouses, under cover of which so despicable an enemy were firing at his garrison. This despicable enemy had, however, pushed him to such straits that he made, in a postscript to Bouquet, the following detestable suggestion: "Could it not be contrived to send the smallpox among those disaffected tribes of Indians? We must on this occasion use every stratagem in our power to reduce them. Signed, J. A." Bouquet replied, also in postscript, "I will try to inoculate the with some blankets that may fall in their hands, and take care not to get the disease myself. As it is a pity to expose good men against them, I wish we could make use of the Spanish method, to hunt them with English dogs, supported by rangers and some light horse, who would, I think, effectually extirpate or remove that vermin." Amherst rejoined, "You will do well to try to inoculate the Indians by means of blankets, as well as to try every other method that can serve to extirpate this execrable race. I should be very glad your scheme for hunting them down by dogs could take effect, but England is at too great a distance to think of that at present. Signed, J.A." There is no direct evidence that Bouquet carried into effect the shameful plan of infecting the Indians, though, a few months after, the smallpox was known to have made havoc among the tribes of the Ohio. Certain it is that he was perfectly capable of dealing with them by other means worthy of a man and a soldier, and it is equally certain that in relations with civilized men he was in a high degree honorable, humane, and kind. The scenes which daily met his eye might well have moved him to pity as well as indignation. When he reached Carlisle at the end of June, he found every building in the fort, every house, barn, and hovel in the little town, crowded with the families of settlers driven from their homes by the terror of the tomahawk. Wives made widows, children made orphans, wailed and moaned in anguish and despair. On the 13th of July he wrote to Amherst, "The list of the people known to be killed increases very fast every hour. The desolation of so many families, reduced to the last extremity of want and misery, the despair of those who have lost their parents, relations, and friends, with the cries of distracted women and children who fill the streets, form a scene painful to humanity and impossible to describe." Rage alternated with grief. A Mohican and a Cayuga Indian, both well known as friendly and peaceable, came with their squaws and children to claim protection from the soldiers. "It was with the utmost difficulty," pursues Bouquet, "that I could prevail with the enraged multitude not to massacre them. I don't think them very safe in the jail. They ought to be removed to Philadelphia." Bouquet, on his part, was full of anxieties. On the road from Carlisle to Fort Pitt was a chain of 4 or 5 small forts, of which the most advanced and the most exposed were Fort Bedford and Fort Ligonier, the former commanded by Captain Lewis Ary, and the latter by Lieutenant Archibald Blaine. These officers kept up a precarious correspondence with him and each other, by means of express riders, a service dangerous to the last degree, and soon to become impracticable. It was of the utmost importance to hold these posts, which contained stores and munitions, the capture of which by the Indians would have led to the worst consequences. Ary had no garrison worth the name, but at every Indian alarm the scared inhabitants would desert their farms and gather for shelter around his fort, to disperse again when the alarm was over. On the 3rd of June he writes to Bouquet, "No less than 93 families are now come in here for refuge, and more hourly arriving. I expect 10 more before night." He adds that he had already formed the men into 2 militia companies. "My returns," he pursues, "amount already to 155 men. My regulars are increased by expresses, etc., to 3 corporals and 9 privates. No despicable garrison." On the 7th he sent another letter. "As to myself, I find I can bear a good deal. Since the alarm, I never lie down till about 12, and am walking about the fort between 2 and 3 in the morning, turning out the guards and sending out patrols, before I suffer the gates to remain open. My greatest difficulty is to keep my militia from straggling by 2s and 3s to their dear plantations, thereby exposing themselves to be scalped, and weakening my garrison by such numbers absenting themselves. They are still in good spirits, but they don't know all the bad news. I shall use all means to prevail on them to stay till some troops come up. I long to see my Indian scouts come in with intelligence, but I long more to hear the grenadiers march, and see some more redcoats." 10 days later, the face of affairs had changed. "I am now, as I foresaw, entirely deserted by the country people. No accident having happened here, they have gradually left me to return to their plantations, so that my whole force is reduced to 12 Royal Americans to guard the fort, and 7 Indian prisoners. I should be very glad to see some troops come to my assistance. A fort with 5 bastions cannot be guarded, much less defended by a dozen men, but I hope God will protect us." In the next day he writes again, "This moment I return from the parade. Some scalps taken up Denning's Creek yesterday, and today some families murdered and houses burnt have restored me my militia. 2 or 3 other families are missing, and the houses are seen in flames. The people are all flocking in again." 2 days afterwards, he says that, while the countrymen were at drill on the parade, 3 Indians attempted to seize 2 little girls close to the fort, but were driven off by a volley. This, he pursues, has added greatly to the panic of the people. With difficulty I can restrain them from murdering the Indian prisoners. And, he concludes, I can't help thinking that the enemy will collect, after cutting off the little posts one after another, leaving Fort Pitt as too tough a morsel, and bend their whole force upon the frontiers. On the 2nd of July, he describes an attack by about 20 Indians on a party of mowers, several of whom were killed. This accident, he says, has thrown the people into a great consternation, but such is their stupidity that they will do nothing right for their own preservation. It was on the next day that he sent a mounted soldier to Bouquet with news of the loss of Presqu' and its sister posts, which Blaine, who had received it from Fort Pitt, had contrived to send him, though he himself, in his feeble little fort of Ligonier, buried in a sea of forests, hardly dared hope to maintain himself. Bouquet was greatly moved at the tidings, and his vexation betrayed him into injustice towards the defender of Presqu'. Humanity makes me hope that Christie is dead, as his scandalous capitulation for a post of that consequence, and so impregnable to savages, deserves the most severe punishment. He is equally vehement in regard to Blaine, who appears to have intimated in writing to Aury that he had himself had thoughts of capitulating, like Christie. "I shiver when you hint it to me, Lieutenant B.L. 's intentions. Death and infamy would have been the reward he would expect, instead of the honor he has obtained by his prudence, courage, and resolution. This is a most trying time. You may be sure that all the expedition possible will be used for the relief of the few remaining posts." As for Blaine, the following extracts from his letters will show his position, though, when his affairs were at the worst, nothing was heard from him, as all his messengers were killed. On the 4th of June, he writes, "Thursday last, my garrison was attacked by a body of Indians, about 5 in the morning. But as they only fired upon us from the skirts of the woods, I contented myself with giving them 3 cheers, without spending a single shot upon them. But as they still continued their popping upon the side next the town, I sent the sergeant of the Royal Americans, with a proper detachment, to fire the houses, which effectually disappointed them in their plan." On the 17th, he writes to Bouquet, "I hope soon to see yourself, and live in daily hopes of a reinforcement. Sunday last, a man straggling out was killed by the Indians, and Monday night 3 of them got under the N house, but were discovered. The darkness secured them their retreat. I believe the communication between Fort Pitt and this is entirely cut off, having heard nothing from them since the 30th of May, though 2 expresses have gone from Bedford by this post." On the 28th, he explains that he has not been able to report for some time, the road having been completely closed by the enemy. On the 21st, he continues, the Indians made a second attempt in a very serious manner for near 2 hours, but with the like success as the first. They began with attempting to cut off the retreat of a small party of 15 men, who, from their impatience to come at 4 Indians who showed themselves, in a great measure forced me to let them out. In the evening, I think above 100 lay in ambush by the side of the creek, about 400 yards from the fort, and just as the party was returning pretty near where they lay, they rushed out, when they undoubtedly must have succeeded, had it not been for a deep morass which intervened. Immediately after they began their attack, and I dare say they fired upwards of 1,000 shot. Nobody received any damage. So far, my good fortune in dangers still attends me. And here one cannot but give a moment's thought to those whose desperate duty it was to be the bearers of this correspondence of officers of the forest outpost with their commander. They were usually soldiers, sometimes backwoodsmen, and occasionally a friendly Indian, who, disguising his attachment to the whites, could pass when others would infallibly have perished. If white men, they were always mounted, and it may well be supposed that their horses did not lag by the way. The profound solitude, the silence broken only by the moan of the wind, the caw of the crow, or the cry of some prowling tenant of the waste, the mystery of the verdant labyrinth, which the anxious wayfarer strained his eyes in vain to penetrate, the consciousness that in every thicket, behind every rock, might lurk a foe more fierce and subtle than the cougar or the lynx, and the long hours of darkness, when, stretched on the cold ground, his excited fancy roamed in nightmare visions of a horror but too real and imminent. Such was the experience of many an unfortunate who never lived to tell it. If the messenger was an Indian, his greatest danger was from those who should have been his friends. Friendly Indians were told, whenever they approached a fort, to make themselves known by carrying green branches thrust into the muzzles of their guns, and an order was issued that the token should be respected. This gave them tolerable security as regarded soldiers, but not as regarded the enraged backwoodsman, who would shoot without distinction at anything with a redskin. To return to Bouquet, who lay encamped at Carlisle, urging on his preparations, but met by obstacles at every step. Wagons and horses had been promised, but promises were broken, and all was vexation and delay. The province of Pennsylvania, from causes to be shown hereafter, would do nothing to aid the troops who were defending it; and even the people of the frontier, partly from the apathy and confusion of terror, and partly, it seems, from dislike and jealousy of the regulars, were backward and sluggish in cooperating with them. "I hope," writes Bouquet to Sir Jeffrey Amherst, "that we shall be able to save that infatuated people from destruction, notwithstanding all their endeavors to defeat your vigorous measures. I meet everywhere with the same backwardness, even among the most exposed of the inhabitants, which makes everything move on heavily, and is disgusting to the last degree." And again, "I find myself utterly abandoned by the very people I am ordered to protect. I have borne very patiently the ill usage of this province, having still hopes that they will do something for us, and therefore have avoided to quarrel with them." While, vexed and exasperated, Bouquet labored at his thankless task, remonstrated with provincial officials, or appealed to refractory farmers, the terror of the country people increased every day. When on Sunday, the 3rd of July, Ari's express rode into Carlisle with the disastrous news from Presqu' and the other outposts, he stopped for a moment in the village street to water his horse. A crowd of countrymen were instantly about him, besieging him with questions. He told his ill-omened story, and added, as, remounting, he rode towards Bouquet's tent, "The Indians will be here soon." All was now excitement and consternation. Messengers hastened out to spread the tidings, and every road and pathway leading into Carlisle was beset with the flying settlers, flocking thither for refuge. Soon rumors were heard that the Indians were come. Some of the fugitives had seen the smoke of burning houses rising from the valleys, and these reports were fearfully confirmed by the appearance of miserable wretches, who, half frantic with grief and dismay, had fled from blazing dwellings and slaughtered families. A party of the inhabitants armed themselves and went out to warn the living and bury the dead. Reaching Shearman's Valley, they found fields laid waste, stacked wheat on fire, and the houses yet in flames, and they grew sick with horror at seeing a group of hogs tearing and devouring the bodies of the dead. As they advanced up the valley, everything betokened the recent presence of the enemy, while columns of smoke, rising among the surrounding mountains, showed how general was the work of destruction. On the preceding day, 6 men, assembled for reaping the harvest, had been seated at dinner at the house of Campbell, a settler on the Juniata. 4 or 5 Indians suddenly burst the door, fired among them, and then beat down the survivors with the butts of their rifles. One young man leaped from his seat, snatched a gun which stood in a corner, discharged it into the breast of the warrior who was rushing upon him, and leaping through an open window, made his escape. He fled through the forest to a settlement at some distance, where he related his story. Upon this, 12 young men volunteered to cross the mountain and warn the inhabitants of the neighboring Tuscarora Valley. On entering it, they found the enemy had been there before them. Some of the houses were on fire, while others were still standing, with no tenants but the dead. Under the shed of a farmer, the Indians had been feasting on the flesh of the cattle they had killed, and the meat had not yet grown cold. Pursuing their course, the white men found the spot where several detached parties of the enemy had united almost immediately before, and they boldly resolved to follow, in order to ascertain what direction the marauders had taken. The trail led them up a deep and woody pass of the Tuscarora. Here the yell of the war whoop and the din of firearms suddenly greeted them, and 5 of their number were shot down. 30 warriors rose from their ambuscade and rushed upon them. They gave one discharge, scattered, and ran for their lives. One of them, a boy named Charles Eliot, as he fled, plunging through the thickets, heard an Indian tearing the boughs behind him, in furious pursuit. He seized his powder horn, poured the contents at random down the muzzle of his gun, threw in a bullet after them without using the ramrod, and, wheeling about, discharged the piece into the breast of his pursuer. He saw the Indian shrink back and roll over into the bushes. He continued his flight, but a moment later a voice called his name. Turning to the spot, he saw one of his comrades stretched helplessly upon the ground. This man had been mortally wounded at the first fire, but had fled a few rods from the scene of blood before his strength gave out. Eliot approached him. "Take my gun," said the dying frontiersman. "Whenever you see an Indian, kill him with it, and then I shall be satisfied." Eliot, with several others of the party, escaped and finally reached Carlisle, where his story excited a spirit of uncontrollable wrath and vengeance among the fierce backwoodsmen. Several parties went out, and one of them, commanded by the sheriff of the place, encountered a band of Indians, routed them after a sharp fight, and brought in several scalps. The surrounding country was by this time completely abandoned by the settlers, many of whom, not content with seeking refuge at Carlisle, continued their flight to the eastward, and, headed by the clergyman of that place, pushed on to Lancaster and even to Philadelphia. Carlisle presented a most deplorable spectacle. A multitude of the refugees, unable to find shelter in the town, had encamped in the woods or on the adjacent fields, erecting huts of branches and bark, and living on such charity as the slender means of the townspeople could supply. Passing among them, one would have witnessed every form of human misery. In these wretched encampments were men, women, and children, bereft at one stroke of friends, of home, and the means of supporting life. Some stood aghast and bewildered at the sudden and fatal blow. Others were sunk in the apathy of despair. Others were weeping and moaning with irrepressible anguish. With not a few, the craven passion of fear drowned all other emotion, and day and night they were haunted with visions of the bloody knife and the reeking scalp, while in others every faculty was absorbed by the burning thirst for vengeance and mortal hatred against the whole Indian race. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Conspiracy of Pontiac by Francis Parkman, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Phil Schempf. Chapter 20, 1763. The Battle of Bushy Run. The miserable multitude were soon threatened with famine, and gathered in crowds around the tents of Bouquet, begging relief, which he had not the heart to refuse. After a delay of 18 days, the chief obstacles were overcome. Wagons and draft animals had, little by little, been collected, and provisions gathered among the settlements to the eastward. At length all was ready, and Bouquet broke up his camp and began his march. The force under his command did not exceed 500 men, of whom the most effective were the Highlanders of the 42nd Regiment. The remnant of the 77th, which was also with him, was so enfeebled by West Indian exposures that Amherst had at first pronounced it fit only for garrison duty, and nothing but necessity had induced him to employ it on this arduous service. As the heavy wagons of the convoy lumbered along the street of Carlisle, guarded by the bare-legged Highlanders in kilts and plaids, the crowd gazed in anxious silence, for they knew that their all was at stake on the issue of this dubious enterprise. There was little to reassure them in the thin frames and haggard look of the worn-out veterans, still less in the sight of 60 invalid soldiers who, unable to walk, were carried in wagons to furnish a feeble reinforcement to the small garrisons along the route. The desponding rustics watched the last gleam of the bayonets, the last flutter of the tartans, as the rear files vanished in the woods, then returned to their hovels, prepared for tidings of defeat, and ready, when they heard them, to abandon the country and fly beyond the Susquehanna. In truth, the adventure was no boy's play. In that gloomy wilderness lay the bones of Braddock and the hundreds that perished with him. The number of the slain on that bloody day exceeded Bouquet's whole force, while the strength of the assailants was inferior to that of the swarms who now infested the forests. Bouquet's troops were, for the most part, as little accustomed to the backwoods as those of Braddock; but their commander had served 7 years in America, and perfectly understood his work. He had attempted to engage a body of frontiersmen to join him on the march, but they preferred to remain for the defense of their families. He was therefore forced to employ the Highlanders as flankers, to protect his line of march and prevent surprise. But singularly enough, these mountaineers were sure to lose themselves in the woods, and therefore proved useless. For a few days, however, his progress would be tolerably secure, at least from serious attack. His anxieties centred on Fort Ligonier, and he resolved to hazard the attempt to throw a reinforcement into it. 30 of the best Highlanders were chosen, furnished with guides, and ordered to push forward with the utmost speed, avoiding the road, travelling by night on unfrequented paths, and lying close by day. The attempt succeeded. After resting several days at Bedford, where Ory was expecting an attack, they again set out, found Fort Ligonier beset by Indians, and received a volley as they made for the gate, but entered safely, to the unspeakable relief of Blaine and his beleaguered men. Meanwhile, Bouquet's little army crept on its slow way along the Cumberland Valley, passing here and there a few scattered cabins, deserted or burnt to the ground. They reached the hamlet of Shippensburg, somewhat more than 20 miles from their point of departure. Here, as at Carlisle, was gathered a starving multitude, who had fled from the knife and the tomahawk. Beyond lay a solitude whence every settler had fled. They reached Fort Loudon on the declivity of Cove Mountain, and climbed the wood-encumbered defiles beyond. Far on their right stretched the green ridges of the Tuscarora, and in front, mountain beyond mountain was piled against the sky. Over rocky heights and through deep valleys, they reached at length Fort Littleton, a provincial post in which, with incredible perversity, the government of Pennsylvania had refused to place a garrison. Not far distant was the feeble little port of the Juniata, empty like the other, for the 2 or 3 men who held it had been withdrawn by Ory. On the 25th of July, they reached Bedford, hemmed in by encircling mountains. It was the frontier village, and the centre of a scattered border population, the whole of which was now clustered in terror in and around the fort, for the neighboring woods were full of prowling savages. Ory reported that for several weeks nothing had been heard from the westward, every messenger having been killed, and the communication completely cut off. By the last intelligence, Fort Pitt had been surrounded by Indians, and daily threatened with a general attack. At Bedford, Bouquet had the good fortune to engage 30 backwoodsmen to accompany him. He lay encamped 3 days to rest men and animals, and then, leaving his invalids to garrison the fort, put out again into the sea of savage verdure that stretched beyond. The troops and convoy defiled along the road made by General Forbes in 1758, if the name of road can be given to a rugged track, hewn out by axemen through forests and swamps, and up the steep acclivities of rugged mountains, shut in between impervious walls of trunks and boughs and matted thickets, and overarched by a canopy of restless leaves. With difficulty and toil, the wagons dragged slowly on, by hill and hollow, through brook and quagmire, over roots, rocks, and stumps. Nature had formed the country for a war of ambuscades and surprises, and no pains were spared to guard against them. A band of backwoodsmen led the way, followed closely by the pioneers. The wagons and the cattle were in the centre, guarded by the regulars, and a rear guard of backwoodsmen closed the line of march. Frontier riflemen scoured the woods, far in front and on either flank, and made surprise impossible. Thus they toiled heavily on till the main ridge of the Alleghanies, a mighty wall of green, rose up before them, and they began their zigzag progress up the woody heights amid the sweltering heats of July. The tongues of the panting oxen hung lolling from their jaws, while the pine trees, scorching in the hot sun, diffused their resinous odors through the sultry air. At length, from the windy summit, the Highland soldiers could gaze upon a boundless panorama of forest-covered mountains, wilder than their own native hills. Descending from the Alleghanies, they entered upon a country less rugged and formidable in itself, but beset with constantly increasing dangers. On the 2nd of August, they reached Fort Ligonier, about 50 miles from Bedford, and 150 from Carlisle. The Indians who were about the place vanished at their approach, but the garrison could furnish no intelligence of the motions and designs of the enemy, having been completely blockaded for weeks. In this uncertainty, Bouquet resolved to leave behind the oxen and wagons, which formed the most cumbrous part of the convoy, in order to advance with greater celerity, and oppose a better resistance in case of attack. Thus relieved, the army resumed its march on the 4th, taking with them 350 pack horses and a few cattle, and at nightfall encamped at no great distance from Ligonier. Within less than a day's march in advance lay the dangerous defiles of Turtle Creek, a stream flowing at the bottom of a deep hollow, flanked by steep declivities, along the foot of which the road at that time ran for some distance. Fearing that the enemy would lay an ambuscade at this place, Bouquet resolved to march on the following day as far as a small stream called Bushy Run, to rest here until night, and then proceed by forced march to cross Turtle Creek under the cover of darkness. On the morning of the 5th, the tents were struck at an early hour, and the troops began their march through a country broken with hills and deep hollows, covered with tall, dense forest, which spread for countless leagues around. By 1 o'clock they had advanced 17 miles, and the guides assured them that they were within a half-mile of Bushy Run, their proposed resting place. The tired soldiers were pressing forward with renewed alacrity, when suddenly the report of rifles from the front sent a thrill along the ranks, and, as they listened, the firing thickened into a fierce, sharp rattle, while shouts and whoops, deadened by the intervening forest, showed that the advance guard was hotly engaged. The 2 foremost companies were at once ordered forward to support it, but, far from abating, the fire grew so rapid and furious as to argue the presence of an enemy at once numerous and resolute. At this, the convoy was halted, the troops formed into line, and a general charge ordered. Bearing down through the forest with fixed bayonets, they drove the yelping assailants before them, and swept the ground clear. But at the very moment of success, a fresh burst of whoops and firing was heard from either flank, while a confused noise from the rear showed that the convoy was attacked. It was necessary instantly to fall back for its support. Driving off the assailants, the troops formed in a circle around the crowded and terrified horses. Though they were new to the work, and though the numbers and movements of the enemy, whose yelling resounded on every side, were concealed by the thick forest, yet no man lost his composure, and all displayed a steadiness which nothing but implicit confidence in their commander could have inspired. And now ensued a combat of a nature most harassing and discouraging. Again and again, now on this side and now on that, a crowd of Indians rushed up, pouring in a heavy fire, and striving, with furious outcries, to break into the circle. A well-directed volley met them, followed by a steady charge of the bayonet. They never waited an instant to receive the attack, but, leaping backwards from tree to tree, soon vanished from sight, only to renew their attack with unabated ferocity in another quarter. Such was their activity that very few of them were hurt, while the British, less expert in bush fighting, suffered severely. Thus the fight went on, without intermission, for 7 hours, until the forest grew dark with approaching night. Upon this, the Indians gradually slackened their fire, and the exhausted soldiers found time to rest. It was impossible to change their ground in the enemy's presence, and the troops were obliged to encamp upon the hill where the combat had taken place, though not a drop of water was to be found there. Fearing a night attack, Bouquet stationed numerous sentinels and outposts to guard against it, while the men lay down upon their arms, preserving the order they had maintained during the fight. Having completed the necessary arrangements, Bouquet, doubtful of surviving the battle of the morrow, wrote to Sir Jeffrey Amherst, in a few clear, concise words, an account of the day's events. His letter concludes as follows: "Whatever our fate may be, I thought it necessary to give your Excellency this early information, that you may, at all events, take such measures as you will think proper with the provinces, for their own safety and the effectual relief of Fort Pitt, as, in the case of another engagement, I fear insurmountable difficulties in protecting and transporting our provisions, being already so much weakened by the losses of this day in men and horses, besides the additional necessity of carrying the wounded, whose situation is truly deplorable." The condition of these unhappy men might well awaken sympathy. About 60 soldiers, besides several officers, had been killed or disabled. A space in the center of the camp was prepared for the reception of the wounded, and surrounded by a wall of flour bags from the convoy, affording some protection against the bullets which flew from all sides during the fight. Here they lay upon the ground, enduring agonies of thirst, and waiting, passive and helpless, the issue of the battle. Deprived of the animating thought that their lives and safety depended on their own exertions, surrounded by a wilderness, and by scenes, to the horror of which no degree of familiarity could render the imagination callous, they must have endured mental sufferings, compared to which the pain of their wounds was slight. In the probable event of defeat, a fate inexpressibly horrible awaited them, while even victory would not ensure their safety, since any great increase in their numbers would render it impossible for their comrades to transport them. Nor was the condition of those who had hitherto escaped an enviable one. Though they were about equal in number to their assailants, yet the dexterity and alertness of the Indians, joined to the nature of the country, gave all the advantages of a greatly superior force. The enemy were, moreover, exulting in the fullest confidence of success, for it was in these very forests that, 8 years before, they had nearly destroyed twice their number of the best British troops. Throughout the earlier part of the night, they kept up a dropping fire upon the camp, while, at short intervals, a wild whoop from the thick surrounding gloom told with what fierce eagerness they waited to glut their vengeance on the morrow. The camp remained in darkness, for it would have been dangerous to build fires within its precincts, to direct the aim of the lurking marksmen. Surrounded by such terrors, the men snatched a disturbed and broken sleep, recruiting their exhausted strength for the renewed struggle of the morning. With the earliest dawn of day, and while the damp, cool forest was still involved in twilight, there rose around the camp a general burst of those horrible cries which form the ordinary prelude of an Indian battle. Instantly, from every side at once, the enemy opened their fire, approaching under the cover of trees and bushes, and levelling with a close and deadly aim. Often, as on the previous day, they would rush up with furious impetuosity, striving to break into the ring of troops. They were repulsed at every point, but the British, though constantly victorious, were beset with undiminished perils, while the violence of the enemy seemed every moment on the increase. True to their favorite tactics, they would never stand their ground when attacked, but vanish at the first gleam of the levelled bayonet, only to appear again the moment the danger was past. The troops, fatigued by the long march and equally long battle of the previous day, were maddened by the torments of thirst, more intolerable, says their commander, than the enemy's fire. They were fully conscious of the peril in which they stood, of wasting away by slow degrees beneath the shot of assailants at once so daring, so cautious, and so active, and upon whom it was impossible to inflict any decisive injury. The Indians saw their distress, and pressed them closer and closer, redoubling their yells and howlings, while some of them, sheltered behind trees, assailed the troops in bad English with abuse and derision. Meanwhile, the interior of the camp was a scene of confusion. The horses, secured in a crowd near the wall of flour bags which covered the wounded, were often struck by the bullets, and wrought to the height of terror by the mingled din of whoops, shrieks, and firing. They would break away by half scores at a time, burst through the ring of troops and the outer circle of assailants, and scour madly up and down the hillsides, while many of the drivers, overcome by the terrors of a scene in which they could bear no active part, hid themselves among the bushes, and could neither hear nor obey orders. It was now about 10 o'clock. Oppressed with heat, fatigue, and thirst, the distressed troops still maintained a weary and wavering defence, encircling the convoy in a yet unbroken ring. They were fast falling in their ranks, and the strength and spirits of the survivors had begun to flag. If the fortunes of the day were to be retrieved, the effort must be made at once, and happily the mind of the commander was equal to the emergency. In the midst of the confusion, he conceived a masterly stratagem. Could the Indians be brought together in a body, and made to stand their ground when attacked, there could be little doubt of the result; and, to effect this object, Bouquet determined to increase their confidence, which had already mounted to an audacious pitch. 2 companies of infantry, forming a part of the ring which had been exposed to the hottest fire, were ordered to fall back into the interior of the camp, while the troops on either hand joined their files across the vacant space, as if to cover the retreat of their comrades. These orders, given at a favorable moment, were executed with great promptness. The thin line of troops, who took possession of the deserted part of the circle, were, from their small numbers, brought closer in towards the center. The Indians mistook these movements for a retreat. Confident that their time was come, they leaped up on all sides, from behind the trees and bushes, and with infernal screeches rushed headlong towards the spot, pouring in a heavy and galling fire. The shock was too violent to be long endured. The men struggled to maintain their posts, but the Indians seemed on the point of breaking into the heart of the camp, when the aspect of affairs was suddenly reversed. The 2 companies, who had apparently abandoned their position, were in fact destined to begin the attack, and they now sallied out from the circle at a point where a depression in the ground, joined to the thick growth of trees, concealed them from the eyes of the Indians. Making a short detour through the woods, they came round upon the flank of the furious assailants, and fired a close volley into the midst of the crowd. Numbers were seen to fall; yet, though completely surprised, and utterly at a loss to understand the nature of the attack, the Indians faced about with the greatest intrepidity, and returned the fire. But the Highlanders, with yells as wild as their own, fell on them with the bayonet. The shock was irresistible, and they fled before the charging ranks in a tumultuous throng. Orders had been given to 2 other companies, occupying a contiguous part of the circle, to support the attack whenever a favorable moment should occur, and they had therefore advanced a little from their position, and lay close, crouched in ambush. The fugitives, pressed by the Highland bayonets, passed directly across their front, upon which they rose and poured among them a second volley, no less destructive than the first. This completed the rout. The 4 companies united drove the flying savages through the woods, giving them no time to rally or reload their empty rifles, killing many and scattering the rest in hopeless confusion. While this took place at one part of the circle, the troops and the savages had still maintained their respective positions at the other. But when the latter perceived the total rout of their comrades, and saw the troops advancing to assail them, they also lost heart and fled. The discordant outcries, which had so long deafened the ears of the English, soon ceased altogether, and not a living Indian remained near the spot. About 60 corpses lay scattered over the ground. Among them were found those of several prominent chiefs, while the blood which stained the leaves of the bushes showed that numbers had fled wounded from the field. The soldiers took but 1 prisoner, whom they shot to death like a captive wolf. The loss of the British in the 2 battles surpassed that of the enemy, amounting to 8 officers and 115 men. Having been for some time detained by the necessity of making litters for the wounded, and destroying the stores which the flight of most of the horses made it impossible to transport, the army moved on in the afternoon to Bushy Run. Here they had scarcely formed their camp when they were again fired upon by a body of Indians, who, however, were soon repulsed. On the next day they resumed their progress towards Fort Pitt, distant about 25 miles, and, though frequently annoyed on the march by petty attacks, they reached their destination on the 10th without serious loss. It was a joyful moment both to the troops and to the garrison. The latter, it will be remembered, were left surrounded and hotly pressed by the Indians, who had beleaguered the place from the 28th of July to the 1st of August, when, hearing of Bouquet's approach, they had abandoned the siege, and marched to attack him. From this time, the garrison had seen nothing of them until the morning of the 10th, when, shortly before the army appeared, they had passed the fort in a body, raising the scalp yell, and displaying their disgusting trophies to the view of the English. The Battle of Bushy Run was one of the best contested actions ever fought between white men and Indians. If there was any disparity of numbers, the advantage was on the side of the troops, and the Indians had displayed throughout a fierceness and intrepidity matched only by the steady valor with which they were met. In the provinces, the victory excited equal joy and admiration, especially among those who knew the incalculable difficulties of an Indian campaign. The Assembly of Pennsylvania passed a vote expressing their sense of the merits of Bouquet, and of the service he had rendered to the province. He soon after received the additional honor of the formal thanks of the king. In many an Indian village, the women cut away their hair, gashed their limbs with knives, and uttered their dismal howlings of lamentation for the fallen. Yet, though surprised and dispirited, the rage of the Indians was too deep to be quenched, even by so signal a reverse, and their outrages upon the frontier were resumed with unabated ferocity. Fort Pitt, however, was effectually relieved, while the moral effect of the victory enabled the frontier settlers to encounter the enemy with a spirit which would have been wanting had Bouquet sustained a defeat. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Conspiracy of Pontiac by Francis Parkman, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Phil Schempf. Chapter 21, 1763. The Iroquois, Ambuscade of the Devil's Hole. While Bouquet was fighting the battle of Bushy Run, and Dalzell making his fatal sortie against the camp of Pontiac, Sir William Johnson was engaged in the more pacific yet more important task of securing the friendship and alliance of the Six Nations. After several preliminary conferences, he sent runners throughout the whole Confederacy to invite deputies of the several tribes to meet him in council at Johnson Hall. The request was not declined. From the banks of the Mohawk, from the Oneida, Cayuga, and Tuscarora villages, from the valley of Onondaga, where from immemorial time had burned the great council fire of the Confederacy, came chiefs and warriors gathering to the place of meeting. The Senecas alone, the warlike tenants of the Genesee Valley, refused to attend, for they were already in arms against the English. Besides the Iroquois, deputies came from the tribes dwelling along the St. Lawrence and within the settled parts of Canada. The council opened on the 7th of September. Despite their fair words, their attachment was doubtful, but Sir William Johnson, by dexterous mingling of reasoning, threats, and promises, allayed their discontent, and banished the thoughts of war. They winced, however, when he informed them that, during the next season, an English army must pass through their country on its way to punish the refractory tribes of the West. "Your foot is broad and heavy," said the speaker from Onondaga. "Take care that you do not tread on us." Seeing the improved temper of his auditory, Johnson was led to hope for some farther advantage than that of mere neutrality. He accordingly urged the Iroquois to take up arms against the hostile tribes, and concluded his final harangue with the following figurative words: "I now deliver you a good English axe, which I desire you will give to the warriors of all your nations, with directions to use it against these covenant breakers, by cutting off the bad links which have sullied the chain of friendship." These words were confirmed by the presentation of a black war belt of wampum, and the offer of a hatchet, which the Iroquois did not refuse to accept. That they would take any very active and strenuous part in the war could not be expected; yet their bearing arms at all would prove of great advantage, by discouraging the hostile Indians who had looked upon the Iroquois as friends and abettors. Some months after the council, several small parties actually took the field, and being stimulated by the prospect of reward, brought in a considerable number of scalps and prisoners. Upon the persuasion of Sir William Johnson, the tribes of Canada were induced to send a message to the Western Indians, exhorting them to bury the hatchet, while the Iroquois dispatched an embassy of similar import to the Delawares on the Susquehanna. "Cousins the Delawares," thus ran the message, "we have heard that many wild Indians in the West, who have tails like bears, have let fall the chain of friendship, and taken up the hatchet against our brethren the English. We desire you to hold fast the chain, and shut your ears against their words." In spite of the friendly disposition to which the Iroquois had been brought, the province of New York suffered not a little from the attacks of the hostile tribes, who ravaged the borders of Ulster, Orange, and Albany counties, and threatened to destroy the upper settlements of the Mohawk. Sir William Johnson was the object of their especial enmity, and he several times received intimations that he was about to be attacked. He armed his tenantry, surrounded his seat of Johnson Hall with a stockade, and garrisoned it with a party of soldiers, which Sir Jeffrey Amherst had ordered thither for his protection. About this time, a singular incident occurred near the town of Goshen. 4 or 5 men went out among the hills to shoot partridges, and, chancing to raise a large covey, they all fired their guns at nearly the same moment. The timorous inhabitants, hearing the reports, supposed that they came from an Indian war party, and instantly fled in dismay, spreading the alarm as they went. The neighboring country was soon in a panic. The farmers cut the harness of their horses, and, leaving their carts and plows behind, galloped for their lives. Others, snatching up their children and their most valuable property, made with all speed for New England, not daring to pause until they had crossed the Hudson. For several days the neighborhood was abandoned, 500 families having left their habitations and fled. Not long after this absurd affair, an event occurred of a widely different character. Allusion has before been made to the carrying place of Niagara, which formed an essential link in the chain of communication between the province of New York and the interior country. Men and military stores were conveyed in boats up the river Niagara, as far as the present site of Lewiston. Thence a portage road, several miles in length, passed along the banks of the stream, and terminated at Fort Schlosser, above the cataract. This road traversed a region whose sublime features have gained for it a world-wide renown. The river Niagara, a short distance below the cataract, assumes an aspect scarcely less remarkable than the stupendous scene itself. Its channel is formed by a vast ravine, whose sides, now bare and weather-stained, now shaggy with forest trees, rise in cliffs of appalling height and steepness. Along this chasm pour all the waters of the lakes, heaving their furious surges with the power of an ocean and the rage of a mountain torrent. About 3 miles below the cataract, the precipices which form the eastern wall of the ravine are broken by an abyss of awful depth and blackness, bearing at the present day the name of the Devil's Hole. In its shallowest part, the precipice sinks sheer down to a depth of 80 feet, where it meets a chaotic mass of rocks, descending with an abrupt declivity to unseen depths below. Within the cold and damp recesses of the gulf, a host of forest trees have rooted themselves, and, standing on the perilous brink, one may look down upon the mingled foliage of ash, poplar, and maple, while above them all the spruce and fir shoot their sharp and rigid spires upward into sunlight. The roar of the convulsed river swells heavily on the ear, and far below, its headlong waters, careering in foam, may be discerned through the openings in the matted foliage. On the 13th of September, a numerous train of wagons and pack-horses proceeded from the lower landing to Fort Schlosser, and on the following morning set out on their return, guarded by an escort of 24 soldiers. They pursued their slow progress until they reached a point where the road passed along the brink of the Devil's Hole. The gulf yawned on their left, while on their right the road was skirted by low, densely wooded hills. Suddenly they were greeted by the blaze and clatter of 100 rifles. Then followed the startled cries of men and the bounding of maddened horses. At the next instant, a host of Indians broke screeching from the woods, and rifle butt and tomahawk finished the bloody work. All was over in a moment. Horses leaped the precipice. Men were driven shrieking into the abyss. Teams and wagons went over, crashing to atoms among the rocks below. Tradition relates that the drummer boy of the detachment was caught in his fall among the branches of a tree, where he hung suspended by his drum strap. Being but slightly injured, he disengaged himself, and, hiding in the recesses of the gulf, finally escaped. One of the teamsters also, who was wounded on the first fire, contrived to crawl into the woods, where he lay concealed till the Indians had left the place. Besides these two, the only survivor was Stedman, the conductor of the convoy, who, being well mounted, and seeing the whole party forced helpless towards the precipice, wheeled his horse, and resolutely spurred through the crowd of Indians. One of them, it is said, seized his bridle, but he freed himself by dexterous use of his knife, and plunged into the woods. untouched by the bullets which whistled about his head. Flying at full speed through the forest, he reached Fort Schlosser in safety. The distant sound of the Indian rifles had been heard by a party of soldiers, who occupied a small fortified camp near the lower landing. Forming in haste, they advanced eagerly to the rescue. In anticipation of this movement, the Indians, who were nearly 500 in number, had separated into two parties, one of which had stationed itself at the Devil's Hole to waylay the convoy, while the other formed an ambuscade upon the road, a mile nearer the landing place. The soldiers, marching precipitately, and huddled in a close body, were suddenly assailed by a volley of rifles, which stretched half their number dead upon the road. Then, rushing from the forest, the Indians cut down the survivors with merciless ferocity. A small remnant only escaped the massacre, and fled to Fort Niagara with the tidings. Major Wilkins, who commanded at this post, lost no time in marching to the spot, with nearly the whole strength of his garrison. Not an Indian was to be found. At the two places of ambuscade, about 70 dead bodies were counted, naked, scalpless, and so horribly mangled that many of them could not be recognized. All the wagons had been broken to pieces, and such of the horses as were not driven over the precipice had been carried off, laden doubtless with the plunder. The ambuscade of Devil's Hole has gained a traditionary immortality, adding fearful interest to a scene whose native horrors need no aid from the imagination. The Seneca warriors, aided probably by some of the western Indians, were the authors of this unexpected attack. Their hostility did not end here. Several weeks afterwards, Major Wilkins, with a force of 600 regulars, collected with great effort throughout the provinces, was advancing to the relief of Detroit. As the boats were slowly forcing their way upwards against the swift current above the Falls of Niagara, they were assailed by a mere handful of Indians, thrown into confusion, and driven back to Fort Schlosser with serious loss. The next attempt was more fortunate, the boats reaching Lake Erie without farther attack. But the inauspicious opening of the expedition was followed by results yet more disastrous. As they approached their destination, a violent storm overtook them in the night. The frail bateaux, tossed upon the merciless waves of Lake Erie, were overset, driven ashore, and many of them dashed to pieces. About 70 men perished. All the ammunition and stores were destroyed, and the shattered flotilla was forced back to Niagara. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Conspiracy of Pontiac by Francis Parkman, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Phil Schempf. Chapter 22, 1763, Desolation of the Frontiers. The advancing frontiers of American civilization have always nurtured a class of men of striking and peculiar character. The best examples of this character have, perhaps, been found among the settlers of West Virginia, and the hardy progeny who have sprung from that generous stock. The Virginian frontiersman was, as occasion called, a farmer, a hunter, and a warrior by turns. The well-beloved rifle was seldom out of his hand, and he never deigned to lay aside the fringed frock, moccasins, and Indian leggins which form the appropriate costume of the forest ranger. Concerning the business, pleasures, and refinements of cultivated life, he knew little, and cared nothing, and his manners were usually rough and obtrusive to the last degree. Aloof from mankind, he lived in a world of his own, which in his view contained all that was deserving of admiration and praise. He looked upon himself and his compeers as models of prowess and manhood, nay, of all that is elegant and polite, and the forest gallant regarded with peculiar complacency his own half-savage dress, his swaggering gait, and his backwoods jargon. He was willful, headstrong, and quarrelsome, frank, straightforward, and generous, brave as the bravest, and utterly intolerant of arbitrary control. His self-confidence mounted to audacity. Eminently capable of heroism, both in action and endurance, he viewed every species of effeminacy with supreme contempt; and accustomed as he was to entire self-reliance, the mutual dependence of conventional life excited his especial scorn. With all his ignorance, he had a mind by nature quick, vigorous, and penetrating, and his mode of life, while it developed the daring energy of his character, wrought some of his faculties to a high degree of acuteness. Many of his traits have been reproduced in his offspring. From him have sprung those hardy men whose struggles and sufferings on the bloody ground of Kentucky will always form a striking page in American history; and that band of adventurers before whose headlong charge in the valleys of Chihuahua neither breastworks nor batteries nor fivefold odds could avail for a moment. At the period of Pontiac's war, the settlements of Virginia had extended as far as the Alleghanies, and several small towns had already sprung up beyond the Blue Ridge. The population of these beautiful valleys was for the most part thin and scattered, and the progress of settlement had been greatly retarded by Indian hostilities, which, during the early years of the French war, had thrown these borders into total confusion. They had contributed, however, to enhance the martial temper of the people, and give a warlike aspect to the whole frontier. At intervals, small stockade forts, containing houses and cabins, had been erected by the joint labor of the inhabitants, and hither, on occasion of alarm, the settlers of the neighborhood congregated for refuge, remaining in tolerable security till the danger was past. Many of the inhabitants were engaged for a great part of the year in hunting, an occupation upon which they entered with the keenest relish. Well versed in woodcraft, unsurpassed as marksmen, and practised in all the wiles of Indian war, they would have formed, under a more stringent organization, the best possible defense against the savage enemy. But each man came and went at his own sovereign will, and discipline and obedience were repugnant to all his habits. The frontiers of Maryland and Virginia closely resembled each other, but those of Pennsylvania had peculiarities of their own. The population of this province was of a most motley complexion, being made up of members of various nations and numerous religious sects, English, Irish, German, Swiss, Welsh, and Dutch, Quakers, Presbyterians, Lutherans, Dunkers, Mennonists, and Moravians; nor is this catalogue by any means complete. The Quakers, to whose peaceful temper the rough frontier offered no attraction, were confined to the eastern parts of the province. Cumberland County, which lies west of the Susquehanna, and may be said to have formed the frontier, was then almost exclusively occupied by the Irish and their descendants, who, however, were neither of the Roman faith nor of Celtic origin, being emigrants from the colony of Scotch, which forms a numerous and thrifty population in the north of Ireland. In religious faith, they were staunch and zealous Presbyterians. Long residence in the province had modified their national character, and imparted many of the peculiar traits of the American backwoodsman; yet the nature of their religious tenets produced a certain rigidity of temper and demeanor, from which the Virginian was wholly free. They were, nevertheless, hot-headed and turbulent, often setting law and authority at defiance. The counties east of the Susquehanna supported a mixed population, among which was conspicuous a swarm of German peasants, who had been inundating the country for many years past, and who, for the most part, were dull and ignorant boors, like some of their descendants. The Swiss and German sectaries, called Mennonists, who were numerous in Lancaster County, professed, like the Quakers, principles of non-resistance, and refused to bear arms. It was upon this mingled population that the storm of Indian war was now descending with appalling fury, a fury unparalleled through all the past and succeeding years. For hundreds of miles from north to south, the country was wasted with fire and steel. It would be a task alike useless and revolting to explore, through all its details, this horrible monotony of blood and havoc. The country was filled with the wildest dismay. The people of Virginia betook themselves to their forts for refuge. Those of Pennsylvania, ill supplied with such asylums, fled by the thousands, and crowded in upon the older settlements. The ranging parties who visited the scene of devastation beheld, among the ruined farms and plantations, sights of unspeakable horror, and discovered, in the depths of the forest, the half-consumed bodies of men and women, still bound fast to the trees where they had perished in fiery torture. Among the numerous war parties which were now ravaging the borders, None was more destructive than a band of about 60 in number, which ascended the Kanawha and pursued its desolating course among the settlements about the sources of that river. They passed valley after valley, sometimes attacking the inhabitants by surprise, and sometimes murdering them under the mask of friendship, until they came to the little settlement of Greenbrier, where nearly 100 of the people were assembled at the fortified house of Archibald Glendenning. Seeing 2 or 3 Indians approach, whom they recognized as former acquaintances, they suffered them to enter without distrust. But the newcomers were soon joined by others, until the entire party were gathered in and around the buildings. Some suspicion was now awakened, and in order to propitiate the dangerous guests, they were presented with the carcass of an elk lately brought in by the hunters. They immediately cut it up and began to feast upon it. The backwoodsmen, with their families, were assembled in one large room, and finding themselves mingled among the Indians, and embarrassed by the presence of the women and children, they remained indecisive and irresolute. Meanwhile, an old woman who sat in a corner of the room, and who had lately received some slight accidental injury, asked one of the warriors if he could cure the wound. He replied that he thought he could, and to make good his words, killed her with his tomahawk. This was the signal for a scene of general butchery. A few persons made their escape. The rest were killed or captured. Glendenning snatched up one of his children and rushed from the house, but was shot dead as he leaped the fence. A negro woman gained a place of concealment, whither she was followed by her screaming child, and fearing lest the cries of the boy should betray her, she turned and killed him at a blow. Among the prisoners was the wife of Glendenning, a woman of most masculine spirit, who, far from being overpowered by what she had seen, was excited to the extremity of rage, charged her captors with treachery, cowardice, and ingratitude, and assailed them with a tempest of abuse. Neither the tomahawk which they brandished over her head, nor the scalp of her murdered husband, with which they struck her in the face, could silence the undaunted virago. When the party began their retreat, bearing with them a great quantity of plunder packed on the horses they had stolen, Glendenning's wife, with her infant child, was placed among a long train of captives, guarded before and behind by the Indians. As they defiled along a narrow path which led through a gap in the mountains, she handed the child to a woman behind her, and, leaving it to its fate, slipped into the bushes and escaped. Being well acquainted with the woods, she succeeded, before nightfall, in reaching the spot where the ruins of her dwelling had not yet ceased to burn. Here she sought out the body of her husband, and covered it with fence rails to protect it from the wolves. When her task was completed, and when night closed around her, the bold spirit which had hitherto borne her up suddenly gave way. The recollection of the horrors she had witnessed, the presence of the dead, the darkness, the solitude, and the gloom of the surrounding forest, wrought upon her till her terror rose to ecstasy, and she remained until daybreak, crouched among the bushes, haunted by the threatening apparition of an armed man, who, to her heated imagination, seemed constantly approaching to murder her. Some time after the butchery at Glendenning's house, an outrage was perpetrated, unmatched in its fiend-like atrocity through all the annals of the war. In a solitary place, deep within the settled limits of Pennsylvania, stood a small schoolhouse, one of those rude structures of logs which to this day may be seen in some of the remote northern districts of New England. A man chancing to pass by was struck by the unwonted silence, and pushing open the door, he looked in. In the center lay the master, scalped and lifeless, with a Bible clasped in his hand, while around the room were strewn the bodies of his pupils, 9 in number, miserably mangled, though one of them still retained a spark of life. It was afterwards known that the deed was committed by 3 or 4 warriors from a village near the Ohio, and it is but just to observe that when they returned home, their conduct was disapproved by some of the tribe. Page after page might be filled with records like these, for the letters and journals of the day are replete with narratives no less tragical. Districts were depopulated, and the progress of the country put back for years. Those small and scattered settlements which formed the feeble van of advancing civilization were involved in general destruction, and the fate of one may stand for the fate of all. In many a woody valley of the Alleghanies, The axe and firebrand of the settlers had laid a wide space open to the sun. Here and there, about the clearing, stood rough dwellings of logs, surrounded by enclosures and cornfields, while, farther out towards the verge of the woods, the fallen trees still cumbered the ground. From the clay-built chimneys the smoke rose in steady columns against the dark verge of the forest, and the afternoon sun, which brightened the tops of the mountains, had already left the valley in shadow. Before many hours elapsed, the night was lighted up with the glare of blazing dwellings, and the forest rang with the shrieks of the murdered inmates. Among the records of that day's sufferings and disasters, none are more striking than the narratives of those whose lives were spared that they might be borne captive to the Indian villages. Exposed to the extremity of hardship, they were urged forward with the assurance of being tomahawked or burnt in case their strength should fail them. Some made their escape from the clutches of their tormentors, but of these not a few found reason to repent their success, lost in a trackless wilderness, and perishing miserably from hunger and exposure. Such attempts could seldom be made in the neighborhood of the settlements. It was only when the party had penetrated deep into the forest that their vigilance began to relax, and their captives were bound and guarded with less rigorous severity. Then, perhaps, when encamped by the side of some mountain brook, and when the warriors lay lost in sleep around their fire, the prisoner would cut or burn asunder the cords that bound his wrists and ankles, and glide stealthily into the woods. With noiseless celerity, he pursued his flight over the fallen trunks, through the dense undergrowth, and the thousand pitfalls and impediments of the forest, now striking the rough, hard trunk of a tree, now tripping among the insidious network of vines and brambles. All is darkness around him, and through the black masses of foliage above he can catch but dubious and uncertain glimpses of the dull sky. At length he can hear the gurgle of a neighboring brook, and, turning towards it, he wades along its pebbly channel, fearing lest the soft mold and rotten wood of the forest might retain traces enough to direct the bloodhound instinct of his pursuers. With the dawn of the misty and cloudy morning, he is still pushing on his way when his attention is caught by the spectral figure of an ancient birch tree, which, with its white bark hanging about it in tatters, seems woefully familiar to his eye. Among the neighboring bushes a blue smoke curls faintly upward, and to his horror and amazement he recognizes the very fire from which he had fled a few hours before, and the piles of spruce boughs upon which the warriors had slept. They have gone, however, and are ranging the forest in keen pursuit of the fugitive, who, in his blind flight amid the darkness, had circled round to the very point whence he set out, a mistake not uncommon with careless or inexperienced travellers in the woods. Almost in despair, he leaves the ill-omened spot, and directs his course eastward with greater care, the bark of the trees, rougher and thicker on the northern side, furnishing a precarious clue for his guidance. Around and above him nothing can be seen but the same endless monotony of brown trunks and green leaves, closing him in with an impervious screen. He reaches the foot of a mountain and toils upwards against the rugged declivity, but when he stands on the summit, the view is still shut out by impenetrable thickets. High above them all shoots up the tall, gaunt stem of a blasted pine tree, and in his eager longing for a view of the surrounding objects, he strains every muscle to ascend. Dark, wild, and lonely, the wilderness stretches around him, half hidden in clouds, half open to the sight, mountain and valley, crag and glistening stream, but nowhere can he discern the trace of human hand, or any hope of rest and harborage. Before he can look for relief, league upon league must be passed without food to sustain or weapon to defend him. He descends the mountain, forcing his way through the undergrowth of laurel bushes, while the clouds sink lower, and a storm of sleet and rain descends upon the waste. Through such scenes, and under such exposures, he presses onward, sustaining life with the aid of roots and berries or the flesh of reptiles. Perhaps, in the last extremity, some party of rangers find him, and bring him to a place of refuge. Perhaps by his own efforts he reaches some frontier post, where rough lodging and rough fare seem to him unheard of luxury, or perhaps, spent with fatigue and famine, he perishes, in despair, a meagre banquet for the wolves. Within 2 or 3 weeks after the war had broken out, the older towns and settlements of Pennsylvania were crowded with refugees from the deserted frontier, reduced, in many cases, to the extremity of destitution. Sermons were preached in their behalf at Philadelphia. The religious societies united for their relief, and liberal contributions were added by individuals. While private aid was thus generously bestowed upon the sufferers, the government showed no such promptness in arresting the public calamity. Early in July, Governor Hamilton had convoked the Assembly, and, representing the distress of the borders, had urged them to take measures of defense. But the provincial government of Pennsylvania was more conducive to prosperity in time of peace than to efficiency in time of war. The Quakers, who held a majority in the Assembly, were from principle and practice the reverse of warlike, and, regarding the Indians with a blind partiality, were reluctant to take measures against them. Proud, and with some reason, of the justice and humanity which had marked their conduct towards the Indian race, they had learned to regard themselves as its advocates and patrons, and their zeal was greatly sharpened by opposition and political prejudice. They now pretended that the accounts from the frontier were grossly exaggerated, and finding this ground untenable, they alleged, with better show of reason, that the Indians were driven into hostility by the ill treatment of the proprietaries and their partisans. They recognized, however, the necessity of defensive measures, and accordingly passed a bill for raising and equipping a force of 700 men, to be composed of frontier farmers, and to be kept in pay only during the time of harvest. They were not to leave the settled parts of the province to engage in offensive operations of any kind, nor even to perform garrison duty, their sole object being to enable the people to gather in their crops unmolested. This force was divided into numerous small detached parties, who were stationed here and there at farmhouses and hamlets on both sides of the Susquehanna, with orders to range the woods daily from post to post, thus forming a feeble chain of defense across the whole frontier. The 2 companies assigned to Lancaster County were placed under the command of a clergyman, John Elder, pastor of the Presbyterian Church of Paxton, a man of worth and education, and held in great respect upon the borders. He discharged his military functions with address and judgment, drawing a cordon of troops across the front of the county, and preserving the inhabitants free from attack for a considerable time. The feeble measures adopted by the Pennsylvania Assembly highly excited the wrath of Sir Jeffrey Amherst, and he did not hesitate to give his feelings an emphatic expression. "The conduct of the Pennsylvania legislature," he writes, "is altogether so infatuated and stupidly obstinate, that I want words to express my indignation thereat. But the colony of Virginia, I hope, will have the honor of not only driving the enemy from its own settlements, but that of protecting those of its neighbors who have not spirit to defend themselves." Virginia did, in truth, exhibit a vigor and activity not unworthy of praise. Unlike Pennsylvania, she had the advantage of an existing militia law, and the House of Burgesses was neither embarrassed by scruples against the shedding of blood, nor by any peculiar tenderness towards the Indian race. The House, however, was not immediately summoned together, and the governor and council, without waiting to consult the Burgesses, called out 1,000 of the militia, 500 of whom were assigned to the command of Colonel Stephen, and an equal number to that of Major Lewis. The presence of these men, most of whom were woodsmen and hunters, restored order and confidence to the distracted borders; and the inhabitants, before pent up in their forts, or flying before the enemy, now took the field, in conjunction with the militia. Many severe actions were fought, but it seldom happened that the Indians could stand their ground against the border riflemen. The latter were uniformly victorious until the end of the summer, when Captains Moffat and Phillips, with 60 men, were lured into an ambuscade and routed, with the loss of half their number. A few weeks after, they took an ample revenge. Learning by their scouts that more than 100 warriors were encamped near Jackson's River, preparing to attack the settlements, they advanced secretly to the spot, and set upon them with such fury that the whole party broke away and fled, leaving weapons, provisions, articles of dress, and implements of magic in the hands of the victors. Meanwhile, the frontier people of Pennsylvania, finding that they could hope for little aid from the government, bestirred themselves with admirable spirit in their own defence. The march of Bouquet and the victory of Bushy Run caused a temporary lull in the storm, thus enabling some of the bolder inhabitants, who had fled to Shippensburg, Carlisle, and other places of refuge, to return to their farms, where they determined, if possible, to remain. With this resolution, the people of the Great Cove and adjacent valleys beyond Shippensburg raised among themselves a small body of riflemen, which they placed under the command of James Smith, a man whose resolute and daring character, no less than the native vigor of his intellect, gave him great popularity and influence with the borderers. Having been for several years a prisoner among the Indians, he was thoroughly acquainted with their mode of fighting. He trained his men in the Indian tactics and discipline, and directed them to assume the dress of warriors, and paint their faces red and black, so that in appearance they were hardly distinguishable from the enemy. Thus equipped, they scourged the woods in front of the settlements, had various skirmishes with the enemy, and discharged their difficult task with such success that the inhabitants of the neighborhood were not again driven from their homes. The attacks on the Pennsylvania frontier were known to proceed, in great measure, from several Indian villages, situated high up the west branch of the Susquehanna, and inhabited by a debauched rabble composed of various tribes, of whom the most conspicuous were Delawares. To root out this nest of banditti would be the most effectual means of protecting the settlements, and 110 men offered themselves for the enterprise. They marched about the end of August, but on their way along the banks of the Susquehanna, they encountered 50 warriors advancing against the borders. The Indians had the first fire, and drove in the vanguard of the white men. A hot fight ensued. The warriors fought naked, painted black from head to foot, so that, as they leaped among the trees, they seemed to their opponents like demons of the forest. They were driven back with heavy loss, and the volunteers returned in triumph, though without accomplishing the object of the expedition, for which, indeed, their numbers were scarcely adequate. Within a few weeks after their return, Colonel Armstrong, a veteran partisan of the French war, raised 300 men, the best in Cumberland County, with a view to the effectual destruction of the Susquehanna villages. Leaving their rendezvous at the crossings of the Juniata about the 1st of October, they arrived on the 6th at the Great Island, high up the West Branch. On or near this island were situated the principal villages of the enemy, but the Indians had vanished, abandoning their houses, their cornfields, their stolen horses and cattle, and the accumulated spoil of the settlements. Leaving a detachment to burn the towns and lay waste the fields, Armstrong, with the main body of his men, followed close on the trail of the fugitives, and pursuing them through a rugged and difficult country, soon arrived at another village, 30 miles above the former. His scouts informed him that the place was full of Indians, and his men, forming a circle around it, rushed in upon the cabins at a given signal. The Indians were gone, having stolen away in such haste that the hominy and bear's meat, prepared for their meal, were found smoking upon their dishes of birch bark. Having burned the place to the ground, the party returned to the Great Island, and, rejoining their companions, descended the Susquehanna, reaching Fort Augusta in a wretched condition, fatigued, half famished, and quarreling among themselves. Scarcely were they returned when another expedition was set on foot, in which a portion of them were persuaded to take part. During the previous year, a body of settlers from Connecticut had possessed themselves of the valley of Wyoming, on the east branch of the Susquehanna, in defiance of the government of Pennsylvania, and to the great displeasure of the Indians. The object of the expedition was to remove these settlers and destroy their corn and provisions, which might otherwise fall into the hands of the enemy. The party, composed chiefly of volunteers from Lancaster County, set out from Harris's Ferry, under the command of Major Clayton, and reached Wyoming on the 17th of October. They were too late. 2 days before their arrival, a massacre had been perpetrated, the fitting precursor of that subsequent scene of blood which, embalmed in the poetic romance of Campbell, has made the name of Wyoming a household word. The settlement was a pile of ashes and cinders, and the bodies of its miserable inhabitants offered frightful proof of the cruelties inflicted upon them. A large war party had fallen upon the place, killed and carried off more than 20 of the people, and driven the rest, men, women, and children, in terror to the mountains. Gaining a point which commanded the whole expanse of the valley below, the fugitives looked back and saw the smoke rolling up in volumes from their burning homes, while the Indians could be discerned roaming about in quest of plunder, or feasting in groups upon the slaughtered cattle. One of the principal settlers, a man named Hopkins, was separated from the rest and driven into the woods. Finding himself closely pursued, he crept into the hollow trunk of a fallen tree while the Indians passed without observing him. They soon returned to the spot, and ranged the surrounding woods like hounds at fault, 2 of them approaching so near that, as Hopkins declared, he could hear the bullets rattle in their pouches. The search was unavailing, but the fugitive did not venture from his place of concealment until extreme hunger forced him to return to the ruined settlement in search of food. The Indians had abandoned it some time before, and having found means to restore his exhausted strength, he directed his course towards the settlements of the Delaware, which he reached after many days of wandering. Having buried the dead bodies of those who had fallen in the massacre, Clayton and his party returned to the settlements. The Quakers, who seemed resolved that they would neither defend the people of the frontier nor allow them to defend themselves, vehemently inveighed against the several expeditions up the Susquehanna, and denounced them as seditious and murderous. Urged by their blind prejudice in favor of the Indians, they insisted that the bands of the upper Susquehanna were friendly to the English, whereas, with the single exception of a few Moravian converts near Wyoming, who had not been molested by the whites, there could be no rational doubt that these savages nourished a rancorous and malignant hatred against the province. But the Quakers, removed by their situation from all fear of the tomahawk, securely vented their spite against the borderers, and doggedly closed their ears to the truth. Meanwhile, the people of the frontier besieged the Assembly with petitions for relief, but little heed was given to their complaints. Sir Jeffrey Amherst had recently resigned his office of commander-in-chief, and General Gage, a man of less efficiency than his predecessor, was appointed to succeed him. Immediately before his departure for England, Amherst had reluctantly condescended to ask the several provinces for troops to march against the Indians early in the spring, and the first act of Gage was to confirm this requisition. New York was called upon to furnish 1,400 men, and New Jersey 600. The demand was granted, on condition that the New England provinces should also contribute a just proportion to the general defense. This condition was complied with, and the troops were raised. Pennsylvania had been required to furnish 1,000 men, but in this quarter many difficulties intervened. The Assembly of the province, never prompt to vote supplies for military purposes, was now embroiled in that obstinate quarrel with the proprietors, which for years past had clogged all the wheels of government. The proprietors insisted on certain pretended rights, which the Assembly strenuously opposed, and the governors, who represented the proprietary interest, were bound by imperative instructions to assert these claims, in spite of all opposition. On the present occasion, the chief point of dispute related to the taxation of the proprietary estates, the governor, in conformity with his instructions, demanding that they should be assessed at a lower rate than other lands of equal value in the province. The Assembly stood their ground, and refused to remove the obnoxious clauses in the supply bill. Message after message passed between the House and the governor. Mutual recrimination ensued, and ill blood was engendered. The frontiers might have been left to their misery, but for certain events, which, during the winter, threw the whole province into disorder, and acted like magic on the minds of the stubborn legislators. These events may be ascribed in some degree to the renewed activity of the enemy, who, during a great part of the autumn, had left the borders in comparative quiet. As the winter closed in, their attacks became more frequent, and districts, repeopled during the interval of calm, were again made desolate. Again the valleys were illumined by the flames of burning houses, and families fled, shivering through the biting air of the winter night, while the fires behind them shed a ruddy glow upon the snow-covered mountains. The scouts, who on snowshoes explored the track of the marauders, found the bodies of their victims lying in the forest, stripped naked and frozen to marble hardness. The distress, wrath, and terror of the borderers produced results sufficiently remarkable to deserve a separate examination. Chapter 23 of the Conspiracy of Pontiac by Francis Parkman, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Phil Schempf. Chapter 23, 1763 to 1764. The Indians raise the siege of Detroit. I returned to the long-forgotten garrison of Detroit, which was left still beleaguered by an increasing multitude of savages, and disheartened by the defeat of Captain Dalzell's detachment. The schooner, so boldly defended by her crew against a force of more than 20 times their number, brought to the fort a much-needed supply of provisions. It was not, however, adequate to the wants of the garrison, and the whole were put on the shortest possible allowance. It was now the end of September. The Indians, with unexampled pertinacity, had pressed the siege since the beginning of May, but at length their constancy began to fail. The tidings had reached them that Major Wilkins, with a strong force, was on his way to Detroit. They feared the consequences of an attack, especially as their ammunition was almost exhausted, and by this time most of them were inclined to sue for peace, as the easiest mode of gaining safety for themselves, and at the same time lulling the English into security. They thought that by this means they might retire unmolested to their wintering grounds, and renew the war with good hope of success in the spring. Accordingly, on the 12th of October, Wapocomoguth, great chief of the Mississaugas, a branch of the Ojibwas, living within the present limits of Upper Canada, came to the fort with a pipe of peace. He began his speech to Major Gladwyn with the glaring falsehood that he and his people had always been friends of the English. They were now, he added, anxious to conclude a formal treaty of lasting peace and amity. He next declared that he had been sent as deputy by the Potawatomis, Ojibwas, and Wyandots, who had instructed him to say that they sincerely repented of their bad conduct, asked forgiveness, and humbly begged for peace. Gladwyn perfectly understood the hollowness of these professions, but the circumstances in which he was placed made it expedient to listen to their overtures. His garrison was threatened with famine, and it was impossible to procure provisions while completely surrounded by hostile Indians. He therefore replied that, though he was not empowered to grant peace, he would still consent to a truce. The Mississauga deputy left the fort with this reply, and Gladwyn immediately took advantage of this lull in the storm to collect provisions among the Canadians, an attempt in which he succeeded so well that the fort was soon furnished with a tolerable supply for the winter. The Ottawas alone, animated by Pontiac, had refused to ask for peace, and still persisted in a course of petty hostilities. They fired at intervals on the English foraging parties, until, on the 31st of October, an unexpected blow was given to the hopes of their great chief. French messengers came to Detroit with a letter from Monsieur Neyon, commandant of Fort Chartres, the principal post in the Illinois country. This letter was one of those which, on demand of General Amherst, Neyon, with a very bad grace, had sent to the different Indian tribes. It assured Pontiac that he could expect no assistance from the French, that they and the English were now at peace, and regarded each other as brothers, and that the Indians had better abandon hostilities which could lead to no good result. The emotions of Pontiac at receiving this message may be conceived. His long-cherished hopes of assistance from the French were swept away at once, and he saw himself and his people thrown back upon their own slender resources. His cause was lost. At least there was no present hope for him but in dissimulation. True to his Indian nature, he would put on a mask of peace and bide his time. On the day after the arrival of the message from Neyon, Gladwyn wrote as follows to Amherst: "This moment I received a message from Pontiac, telling me that he should send to all nations concerned in the war to bury the hatchet, and he hopes your Excellency will forget what has passed." Having soothed the English commander with these hollow overtures, Pontiac withdrew with some of his chiefs to the Maumee, to stir up the Indians in that quarter, and renew the war in the spring. About the middle of November, not many days after Pontiac's departure, 2 friendly Wyandot Indians from the ancient settlement at Lorette, near Quebec, crossed the river and asked admittance into the fort. One of them then unslung his powder horn, and taking out a false bottom, disclosed a closely folded letter, which he gave to Major Gladwyn. The letter was from Major Wilkins, and contained the disastrous news that the detachment under his command had been overtaken by a storm, that many of the boats had been wrecked, that 70 men had perished, that all the stores and ammunition had been destroyed, and the detachment forced to return to Niagara. This intelligence had an effect upon the garrison, which rendered the prospect of the cold and cheerless winter yet more dreary and forlorn. The summer had long since drawn to a close, and the verdant landscape around Detroit had undergone an ominous transformation. Touched by the first October frosts, the forest glowed like a bed of tulips, and all along the river bank the painted foliage, brightened by the autumnal sun, reflected its mingled colors upon the dark water below. The western wind was fraught with life and exhilaration, and in the clear, sharp air, the form of the fish-hawk, sailing over the distant headland, seemed almost within range of the sportsman's gun. A week or two elapsed, and then succeeded that gentler season which bears among us the name of the Indian summer, when a light haze rests upon the morning landscape, and the many-colored woods seem wrapped in the thin drapery of a veil, when the air is mild and calm as that of early June, and at evening the sun goes down amid a warm, voluptuous beauty, that may well outrival the softest tints of Italy. But through all the still and breathless afternoon, the leaves have fallen fast in the woods, like flakes of snow, and everything betokens that the last melancholy change is at hand. And in truth, on the morrow, the sky is overspread with cold and stormy clouds, and a raw, piercing wind blows angrily from the northeast. The shivering sentinel quickens his step along the rampart, and the half-naked Indian folds his tattered blanket close around him. The shriveled leaves are blown from the trees, and soon the gusts are whistling and howling amid gray, naked twigs and mossy branches. Here and there, indeed, the beech tree, as the wind sweeps along its rigid boughs, shakes its pale assemblage of crisp and rustling leaves. The pines and firs, with their rough tops of dark evergreen, bend and moan in the wind, and the crow caws sullenly, as, struggling against the gusts, he flaps his black wings above the denuded woods. The vicinity of Detroit was now almost abandoned by its besiegers, who had scattered among the forests to seek sustenance through the winter for themselves and their families. Unlike the buffalo hunting tribes of the western plains, they could not at this season remain together in large bodies. The comparative scarcity of game forced them to separate into small bands, or even into single families. Some steered their canoes far northward, across Lake Huron, while others turned westward and struck into the great wilderness of Michigan. Wandering among the forest, bleak, cheerless, and choked with snow, now famishing with want, now cloyed with repletion, they passed the dull, cold winter. The chase yielded only their subsistence, and the slender lodges borne on the backs of the squaws were their only shelter. Encamped at intervals by the margin of some frozen lake, surrounded by all that is most stern and dreary in the aspects of nature, they were subjected to every hardship, and endured all with stubborn stoicism. Sometimes, during the frosty night, they were gathered in groups about the flickering lodge fire, listening to traditions of their forefathers and wild tales of magic and incantation. Perhaps before the season was past, some bloody feud broke out among them. Perhaps they were assailed by their ancient enemies, the Dakota, or perhaps some sinister omen or evil dream spread more terror through the camp than the presence of an actual danger would have awakened. With the return of spring, the scattered parties once more united, and moved towards Detroit to indulge their unforgotten hatred against the English. Detroit had been the central point of the Indian operations. Its capture had been their favorite project. Around it they had concentrated their greatest force, and the failure of the attempt proved disastrous to their cause. Upon the Six Nations, more especially, it produced a marked effect. The friendly tribes of this confederacy were confirmed in their friendship, while the hostile Senecas began to lose heart. Availing himself of this state of things, Sir William Johnson, about the middle of the winter, persuaded a number of Six Nation warriors, by dint of gifts and promises, to go out against the enemy. He stimulated their zeal by offering rewards of $50 for the heads of two principal Delaware chiefs. 200 of them, accompanied by a few provincials, left the Oneida country during the month of February, and directed their course southward. They had been out but a few days when they found an encampment of 40 Delawares, commanded by a formidable chief known as Captain Bull, who, with his warriors, was on his way to attack the settlements. They surrounded the camp undiscovered during the night, and at dawn of day raised the war whoop and rushed in. The astonished Delawares had no time to snatch their arms. They were all made prisoners, taken to Albany, and thence sent down to New York, where they were conducted under a strong guard to the common jail, the mob crowding round them as they passed, and admiring the sullen ferocity of their countenances. Not long after this success, Captain Montour, with a party of provincials and Six Nation warriors, destroyed the town of Canestio and other hostile villages on the upper branches of the Susquehanna. This blow, inflicted by supposed friends, produced more effect upon the enemy than greater reverses would have done if encountered at the hands of the English alone. The calamities which overwhelmed the borders of the middle provinces were not unfelt at the south. It was happy for the people of the Carolinas that the Cherokees, who had broken out against them 3 years before, had at that time received a chastisement which they could never forget, and from which they had not yet begun to recover. They were thus compelled to remain comparatively quiet, while the ancient feud between them and the northern tribes would, under any circumstances, have prevented their uniting with the latter. The contagion of the war reached them, however, and they perpetrated numerous murders, while the neighboring nation of the Creeks rose in open hostility and committed formidable ravages. Towards the north, the Indian tribes were compelled, by their position, to remain tranquil, yet they showed many signs of uneasiness, and those of Nova Scotia caused great alarm, by mustering in large bodies in the neighborhood of Halifax. The excitement among them was temporary, and they dispersed without attempting mischief. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The Conspiracy of Pontiac by Francis Parkman, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Phil Schempf. Chapter 24, 1763. The Paxton Men. Along the thinly settled borders, 2,000 persons had been killed or carried off, and nearly an equal number of families driven from their homes. The frontier people of Pennsylvania, goaded to desperation by long-continued suffering, were divided between rage against the Indians and resentment against the Quakers, who had yielded them cold sympathy and inefficient aid. The horror and fear, grief and fury with which these men looked upon the mangled remains of friends and relatives set language at defiance. They were of a rude and hardy stamp, hunters, scouts, rangers, Indian traders, and backwoods farmers, who had grown up with arms in their hands, and been trained under all the influences of the warlike frontier. They fiercely complained that they were interposed as a barrier between the rest of the province and a ferocious enemy, and that they were sacrificed to the safety of men who looked with indifference on their miseries, and lost no opportunity to extenuate and smooth away the cruelties of their destroyers. They declared that the Quakers would go farther to befriend a murdering Delaware than to succor a fellow countryman; that they loved red blood better than white, and a pagan better than a Presbyterian. The Pennsylvania borderers were, as we have seen, chiefly the descendants of Presbyterian emigrants from the north of Ireland. They had inherited some portion of their forefathers' sectarian zeal, which, while it did nothing to soften the barbarity of their manners, served to inflame their animosity against the Quakers, and added bitterness to their just complaints. It supplied, moreover, a convenient sanction for the indulgence of their hatred and vengeance; for, in the general turmoil of their passions, fanaticism too was awakened, and they interpreted the command that Joshua should destroy the heathen into an injunction that they should exterminate the Indians. The prevailing excitement was not confined to the vulgar. Even the clergy and the chief magistrates shared it; and while they lamented the excess of the popular resentment, they maintained that the general complaints were founded in justice. Viewing all the circumstances, it is not greatly to be wondered at that some of the more violent class were inflamed to the commission of atrocities which bear no very favorable comparison with those of the Indians themselves. It is not easy for those living in the tranquillity of polished life fully to conceive the depth and force of that unquenchable, indiscriminate hate which Indian outrages can awaken in those who have suffered them. The chronicles of the American borders are filled with the deeds of men who, having lost all by the merciless tomahawk, have lived for vengeance alone, and such men will never cease to exist so long as a hostile tribe remains within striking distance of an American settlement. Never was this hatred more deep or more general than on the Pennsylvania frontier at this period, and never, perhaps, did so many collateral causes unite to inflame it to madness. It was not long in finding a vent. Near the Susquehanna, and at no great distance from the town of Lancaster, was a spot known as the Manor of Conestoga, where a small band of Indians, speaking the Iroquois tongue, had been seated since the first settlement of the province. William Penn had visited and made a treaty with them, which had been confirmed by several succeeding governors, so that the band had always remained on terms of friendship with the English. Yet, like other Indian communities in the neighborhood of the whites, they had dwindled in numbers and prosperity, until they were reduced to 20 persons, who inhabited a cluster of squalid cabins, and lived by beggary and the sale of brooms, baskets, and wooden ladles made by the women. The men spent a small part of their time in hunting, and lounged away the rest in idleness. In the immediate neighborhood, they were commonly regarded as harmless vagabonds, but elsewhere a more unfavorable opinion was entertained, and they were looked upon as secretly abetting the enemy, acting as spies, giving shelter to scalping parties, and even aiding them in their depredations. That these suspicions were not wholly unfounded is shown by a conclusive mass of evidence, though it is probable that the treachery was confined to one or two individuals. The exasperated frontiersmen were not in a mood to discriminate, and the innocent were destined to share the fate of the guilty. On the east bank of the Susquehanna, at some distance above Conestoga, stood the little town of Paxton, a place which, since the French War, had occupied a position of extreme exposure. In the year 1755, the Indians had burned it to the ground, killing many of the inhabitants and reducing the rest to poverty. It had since been rebuilt, but its tenants were the relatives of those who had perished, and the bitterness of the recollection was enhanced by the sense of their own more recent sufferings. Mention has before been made of John Elder, the Presbyterian minister of this place, a man whose worth, good sense, and superior education gave him the character of counselor and director throughout the neighborhood, and caused him to be known and esteemed, even in Philadelphia. His position was a peculiar one. From the rough pulpit of his little church, he had often preached to an assembly of armed men, while scouts and sentinels were stationed without, to give warning of the enemy's approach. The men of Paxton, under the auspices of their pastor, formed themselves into a body of rangers, who became noted for their zeal and efficiency in defending the borders. One of their principal leaders was Matthew Smith, a man who had influence and popularity among his associates, and was not without pretensions to education, while he shared a full proportion of the general hatred against Indians, and suspicion against the band of Conestoga. Towards the middle of December, a scout came to the house of Smith, and reported that an Indian, known to have committed depredations in the neighborhood, had been traced to Conestoga. Smith's resolution was taken at once. He called 5 of his companions, and having armed and mounted, they set out for the Indian settlement. They reached it early in the night, and Smith, leaving his horse in charge of the others, crawled forward, rifle in hand, to reconnoiter, when he saw, or fancied he saw, a number of armed warriors in the cabins. Upon this discovery he withdrew, and rejoined his associates. Believing themselves too weak for an attack, the party returned to Paxton. Their blood was up, and they determined to extirpate the Conestogas. Messengers went abroad throughout the neighborhood, and on the following day, about 50 armed and mounted men, chiefly from the towns of Paxton and Donegal, assembled at the place agreed upon. Led by Matthew Smith, they took the road to Conestoga, where they arrived a little before daybreak on the morning of the 14th. As they drew near, they discerned the light of a fire in one of the cabins, gleaming across the snow. Leaving their horses in the forest, they separated into small parties, and advanced on several sides at once. Though they moved with some caution, the sound of their footsteps or their voices caught the ear of an Indian, and they saw him issue from one of the cabins and walk forward in the direction of the noise. He came so near that one of the men fancied that he recognized him. "He is the one that killed my mother," he exclaimed with an oath, and firing his rifle, brought the Indian down. With a general shout, the furious ruffians burst into the cabins and shot, stabbed, and hacked to death all whom they found there. It happened that only 6 Indians were in the place, the rest, in accordance with their vagrant habits, being scattered about the neighborhood. Thus balked of their complete vengeance, the murderers seized upon what little booty they could find, set the cabins on fire, and departed at the dawn of day. The morning was cold and murky. Snow was falling and already lay deep upon the ground, and as they urged their horses through the drifts, they were met by one Thomas Wright, who, struck by their appearance, stopped to converse with them. They freely told him what they had done, and, on his expressing surprise and horror, one of them demanded if he believed in the Bible, and if the Scripture did not command that the heathen should be destroyed. They soon after separated, dispersing among the farmhouses to procure food for themselves and their horses. Several rode to the house of Robert Barber, a prominent settler in the neighborhood, who, seeing the strangers stamping their feet and shaking the snow from their blanket coats, invited them to enter and offered them refreshment. Having remained for a short time seated before his fire, they remounted and rode off through the snowstorm. A boy of the family, who had gone to look at the horses of the visitors, came in and declared that he had seen a tomahawk covered with blood hanging from each man's saddle, and that a small gun belonging to one of the Indian children had been leaning against the fence. Barber at once guessed the truth, and with several of his neighbors proceeded to the Indian settlement, where they found the solid log cabins still on fire. They buried the remains of the victims, which Barber compared in appearance to half-burnt logs. While they were thus engaged, the sheriff of Lancaster, with a party of men, arrived on the spot, and the first care of the officer was to send through the neighborhood to collect the Indians, 14 in number, who had escaped the massacre. This was soon accomplished. The unhappy survivors, learning the fate of their friends and relatives, were in great terror for their own lives, and earnestly begged protection. They were conducted to Lancaster, where, amid great excitement, they were lodged in the county jail, a strong stone building, which it was thought would afford the surest refuge. An express was dispatched to Philadelphia with news of the massacre, on hearing which the governor issued a proclamation denouncing the act, and offering a reward for the discovery of the perpetrators. Undaunted by this measure, and enraged that any of their victims should have escaped, the Paxton men determined to continue the work they had begun. In this resolution, they were confirmed by the prevailing impression that an Indian known to have murdered the relatives of one of their number was among those who had received the protection of the magistrates at Lancaster. They sent forward a spy to gain intelligence, and on his return once more met at their rendezvous. On this occasion, their nominal leader was Lazarus Stewart, who was esteemed upon the borders as a brave and active young man, and who, there is strong reason to believe, entertained no worse design than that of seizing the obnoxious Indian, carrying him to Carlisle, and there putting him to death, in case he should be identified as the murderer. Most of his followers, however, hardened amidst war and bloodshed, were bent on indiscriminate slaughter, a purpose which they concealed from their more moderate associates. Early on the 27th of December, the party, about 50 in number, left Paxton on their desperate errand. Elder had used all his influence to divert them from their design, and now seeing them depart, he mounted his horse, overtook them, and addressed them with the most earnest remonstrance. Finding his words unheeded, he drew up his horse across the narrow road in front, and charged them, on his authority as their pastor, to return. Upon this, Matthew Smith rode forward, and pointing his rifle at the breast of Elder's horse, threatened to fire unless he drew him aside and gave room to pass. The clergyman was forced to comply, and the party proceeded. At about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the rioters, armed with rifle, knife, and tomahawk, rode at a gallop into Lancaster, turned their horses into the yard of the public house, ran to the jail, burst open the door, and rushed tumultuously in. The 14 Indians were in a small yard adjacent to the building, surrounded by high stone walls. Hearing the shouts of the mob, and startled by the apparition of armed men in the doorway, 2 or 3 of them snatched up billets of wood in self-defense. Whatever may have been the purpose of the Paxton men, this show of resistance banished every thought of forbearance, and the foremost, rushing forward, fired their rifles among the crowd of Indians. In a moment more, the yard was filled with ruffians, shouting, cursing, and firing upon the cowering wretches, holding the muzzles of their pieces, in some instances so near their victims' heads that the brains were scattered by the explosion. The work was soon finished. The bodies of men, women, and children, mangled with outrageous brutality, lay scattered about the yard, and the murderers were gone. When the first alarm was given, the magistrates were in the church, attending the Christmas service, which had been postponed on the 25th. The door was flung open. The voice of a man, half breathless, was heard in broken exclamations. "Murder! The jail! The Paxton boys! The Indians!" The assembly broke up in disorder, and Shippen, the principal magistrate, hastened towards the scene of riot. But before he could reach it, all was finished, and the murderers were galloping in a body from the town. The sheriff and the coroner had mingled among the rioters, aiding and abetting them, as their enemies affirm, but, according to their own statement, vainly risking their lives to restore order. A company of Highland soldiers, on their way from Fort Pitt to Philadelphia, were encamped near the town. Their commander, Captain Robertson, afterwards declared that he put himself in the way of the magistrates, expecting that they would call upon him to aid the civil authority, while, on the contrary, several of the inhabitants testify that when they urged him to interfere, he replied with an oath that his men had suffered enough from Indians already, and should not stir a hand or foot to save them. Be this as it may, it seems certain that neither soldiers nor magistrates, with their best exertions, could have availed to prevent the massacre; for so well was the plan concerted, that, within 10 or 12 minutes after the alarm, the Indians were dead, and the murderers mounted to depart. The people crowded into the jail yard to gaze upon the miserable spectacle, and when their curiosity was sated, the bodies were gathered together and buried not far from the town, where they reposed 3/4 of a century, until at length the bones were disinterred in preparing the foundation for a railroad. The tidings of this massacre threw the country into a ferment. Various opinions were expressed, but, in the border counties, even the most sober and moderate regarded it, not as a willful and deliberate crime, but as the mistaken act of rash men, fevered to desperation by wrongs and sufferings. When the news reached Philadelphia, a clamorous outcry rose from the Quakers, who could find no words to express their horror and detestation. They assailed not the rioters only, but the whole Presbyterian sect, with a tempest of abuse, not the less virulent for being vented in the name of philanthropy and religion. The governor again issued a proclamation, offering rewards for the detection and arrest of the murderers; but the latter, far from shrinking into concealment, proclaimed their deed in the face of day, boasted the achievement, and defended it by reason and Scripture. So great was the excitement in the frontier counties, and so deep the sympathy with the rioters, that to arrest them would have required the employment of a strong military force, an experiment far too dangerous to be tried. Nothing of the kind was attempted until nearly 8 years afterwards, when Lazarus Stewart was apprehended on the charge of murdering the Indians of Conestoga. Learning that his trial was to take place, not in the county where the act was committed, but in Philadelphia, and thence judging that his condemnation was certain, he broke jail and escaped. Having written a declaration to justify his conduct, he called his old associates around him, set the provincial government of Pennsylvania at defiance, and withdrew to Wyoming with his band. Here he joined the settlers recently arrived from Connecticut, and thenceforth played a conspicuous part in the eventful history of that remarkable spot. After the massacre at Conestoga, the excitement in the frontier counties, far from subsiding, increased in violence daily, and various circumstances conspired to inflame it. The principal of these was the course pursued by the provincial government toward the Christian Indians attached to the Moravian missions. Many years had elapsed since the Moravians began the task of converting the Indians of Pennsylvania, and their steadfast energy and regulated zeal had been crowned with success. Several thriving settlements of their converts had sprung up in the valley of the Lehigh, when the opening of the French War in 1755 involved them in unlooked-for calamities. These unhappy neutrals, between the French and Indians on one side and the English on the other, excited the enmity of both; and while from the west they were threatened by the hatchets of their own countrymen, they were menaced on the east by the no less formidable vengeance of the white settlers, who, in their distress and terror, never doubted that the Moravian converts were in league with the enemy. The popular rage against them at length grew so furious that their destruction was resolved upon. The settlers assembled and advanced against the Moravian community of Gnadenhutten, but the French and Indians gained the first blow, and, descending upon the doomed settlement, utterly destroyed it. This disaster, deplorable as it was in itself, proved the safety of the other Moravian settlements, by making it fully apparent that their inhabitants were not in league with the enemy. They were suffered to remain unmolested for several years, but with the murders that ushered in Pontiac's War in 1763, the former suspicion revived, and the expediency of destroying the Moravian Indians was openly debated. Towards the end of the summer, several outrages were committed upon the settlers in the neighborhood, and the Moravian Indians were loudly accused of taking part in them. These charges were never fully confuted, and, taking into view the harsh treatment which the converts had always experienced from the whites, it is highly probable that some of them were disposed to sympathize with their heathen countrymen, who are known to have courted their alliance. The Moravians had, however, excited in their converts a high degree of religious enthusiasm, which, directed as it was by the teachings of the missionaries, went farther than anything else could have done to soften their national prejudices and wean them from their warlike habits. About 3 months before the massacre at Conestoga, a party of drunken rangers, fired by the general resentment against the Moravian Indians, murdered several of them, both men and women, whom they found sleeping in a barn. Not long after, the same party of rangers were, in their turn, surprised and killed, some peaceful settlers of the neighborhood sharing their fate. This act was at once ascribed, justly or unjustly, to the vengeance of the converted Indians, relatives of the murdered; and the frontier people, who, like the Paxton men, were chiefly Scotch and Irish Presbyterians, resolved that the objects of their suspicion should live no longer. At this time, the Moravian converts consisted of 2 communities, those of Name and Wecqueonk, near the Lehigh, and to these may be added a third, at Wyalusing, near Wyoming. The latter, from its distant situation, was for the present safe, but the 2 former were in imminent peril, and the inhabitants, in mortal terror for their lives, stood day and night on the watch. At length, about the 10th of October, a gang of armed men approached Wecqueonk, and encamped in the woods at no great distance. They intended to make their attack under favor of the darkness, but before evening a storm, which to the missionaries seemed providential, descended with such violence that the fires of the hostile camp were extinguished in a moment, the ammunition of the men wet, and the plan defeated. After so narrow an escape, it was apparent that flight was the only resource. The terrified congregation of Wecqueonk broke up on the following day, and under the charge of their missionary, Bernard Gruba, removed to the Moravian town of Nazareth, where it was hoped they might remain in safety. In the meantime, the charges against the Moravian converts had been laid before the provincial assembly, and to secure the safety of the frontier people, it was judged expedient to disarm the suspected Indians, and remove them to a part of the province where it would be beyond their power to do mischief. The motion was passed in the assembly with little dissent, the Quakers supporting it from regard to the safety of the Indians, and their opponents from regard to the safety of the whites. The order for removal reached its destination on the 6th of November, and the Indians, reluctantly yielding up their arms, prepared for departure. when a sermon had been preached before the united congregations, and a hymn sung in which all took part, the unfortunate exiles set out on their forlorn pilgrimage. The aged, the young, the sick, and the blind, borne in wagons, while the rest journeyed on foot. Their total number, including the band from Wyalusing, which joined them after they reached Philadelphia, was about 140. At every village and hamlet which they passed on their way, they were greeted with threats and curses. Nor did the temper of the people improve as they advanced, for when they came to Germantown, the mob could scarcely be restrained from attacking them. On reaching Philadelphia, they were conducted, amidst the yells and hootings of the rabble, to the barracks which had been intended to receive them. But the soldiers, who outdid the mob in their hatred of Indians, refused to admit them, and set the orders of the governor at defiance. From 10 o'clock in the morning until 3 in the afternoon, the persecuted exiles remained drawn up in the square before the barracks, surrounded by a multitude who never ceased to abuse and threaten them. But wherever the broad hat of a Quaker was seen in the crowd, there they felt the assurance of a friend who, both out of love for them and aversion to their enemies, would spare no efforts on their behalf. The soldiers continued refractory, and the Indians were at length ordered to proceed. As they moved down the street, shrinking together in their terror, the mob about them grew so angry and clamorous that to their missionaries they seemed like a flock of sheep in the midst of howling wolves. A bodyguard of Quakers gathered around, protecting them from the crowd, and speaking words of sympathy and encouragement. Thus they proceeded to Province Island, below the city, where they were lodged in waste buildings, prepared in haste for their reception, and where the Quakers still attended them with every office of kindness and friendship. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of The Conspiracy of Pontiac by Francis Parkman, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Phil Schempf. Chapter 25, 1764. The Rioters March on Philadelphia. The Conestoga murders did not take place until some weeks after the removal of the Moravian converts to Philadelphia, and the rioters, as they rode flushed with success out of Lancaster, after the achievement of their exploit, were heard to boast that they would soon visit the city and finish their work, by killing the Indians whom it had taken under its protection. It was soon but too apparent that this design was seriously entertained by the people of the frontier. They had tasted blood, and they craved more. It seemed to them intolerable that, while their sufferings were unheeded, their wounded and destitute friends uncared for, they should be taxed to support those whom they regarded as authors of their calamities, or, in their own angry words, to maintain them through the winter, that they may scalp and butcher us in the spring. In their blind rage, they would not see that the Moravian Indians had been removed to Philadelphia, in part at least, with a view to the safety of the borders. To their enmity against the Indians was added a resentment scarcely less vehement against the Quakers, whose sectarian principles they hated and despised. They complained, too, of political grievances, alleging that 5 frontier counties were inadequately represented in the Assembly, and that from thence arose the undue influence of the Quakers in the councils of the province. The excited people soon began to assemble at taverns and other places of resort, recounting their grievances, real or imaginary, relating frightful stories of Indian atrocities, and launching fierce invectives against the Quakers. Political agitators harangued them on their violated rights. Self-constituted preachers urged the duty of destroying the heathen, forgetting that the Moravian Indians were Christians, and their exasperated hearers were soon ripe for any rash attempt. They resolved to assemble and march in arms to Philadelphia. On a former occasion, they had sent thither a wagon laden with the mangled corpses of their friends and relatives, who had fallen by Indian butchery. But the hideous spectacle had failed of the intended effect, and the Assembly had still turned a deaf ear to their entreaties for more effective aid. Appeals to sympathy had been thrown away, and they now resolved to try the efficacy of their rifles. They mustered under their popular leaders, prominent among whom was Matthew Smith, who had led the murderers at Conestoga, and towards the end of January took the road to Philadelphia in force variously estimated at from 500 to 1,500 men. Their avowed purpose was to kill the Moravian Indians, but what vague designs they may have entertained to change the government and eject the Quakers from a share in it must remain a matter of uncertainty. Feeble as they were in numbers, their enterprise was not so hopeless as might at first appear, for they counted on aid from the mob of the city, while a numerous party, comprising the members of the Presbyterian sect, were expected to give them secret support, or at least to stand neutral in the quarrel. The Quakers, who were their most determined enemies, could not take arms against them without glaring violation of the principles which they had so often and loudly professed; and even should they thus fly in the face of conscience, the warlike borderers would stand in little fear of such unpractised warriors. They pursued their march in high confidence, applauded by the inhabitants, and hourly increasing in numbers. Startling rumors of the danger soon reached Philadelphia, spreading alarm among the citizens. The Quakers especially had reason to fear, both for themselves and for the Indians, of whom it was their pride to be esteemed the champions. These pacific sectaries found themselves in a new and embarrassing position, for hitherto they had been able to assert their principles at no great risk to person or property. The appalling tempest, which, during the French war, had desolated the rest of the province, had been unfelt near Philadelphia, and while the inhabitants to the westward had been slaughtered by hundreds, scarcely a Quaker had been hurt. Under these circumstances, the aversion of the sect to warlike measures had been a fruitful source of difficulty. It is true that, on several occasions, they had voted supplies for the public defence, but unwilling to place on record such a testimony of inconsistency, they had granted the money, not for the avowed purpose of raising and arming soldiers, but under the title of a gift to the crown. They were now to be deprived even of this poor subterfuge, and subjected to the dilemma of suffering their friends to be slain and themselves to be plundered, or openly appealing to arms. Their embarrassment was increased by the exaggerated ideas which prevailed among the ignorant and timorous respecting the size and strength of the borderers, their ferocity of temper, and their wonderful skill as marksmen. Quiet citizens, whose knowledge was confined to the narrow limits of their firesides and shops, listened horror-stricken to these reports, the prevalence of which is somewhat surprising, when it is considered that at the present day the district whence the dreaded rioters came may be reached from Philadelphia within a few hours. Tidings of the massacre in Lancaster jail had arrived at Philadelphia on the 29th of December, and with them came the rumor that numerous armed mobs were already on their march to the city. Terror and confusion were universal, and as the place was defenseless, no other expedient suggested itself than the pitiful one of removing the objects of popular resentment beyond the reach of danger. Boats were sent to Province Island, and the Indians ordered to embark and proceed with all haste downriver. But the rumor proving groundless, a messenger was dispatched to recall the fugitives. The assurance that, for a time at least, the city was safe, restored some measure of tranquillity. But as intelligence of an alarming kind came in daily from the country, Governor Penn sent to General Gage an earnest request for a detachment of regulars to repel the rioters; and in the interval, means to avert the threatened danger were eagerly sought. A proposal was laid before the Assembly to embark the Indians and send them to England, but the scheme was judged inexpedient, and another of equal weakness adopted in its place. It was determined to send the refugees to New York, and place them under the protection of the Indian superintendent, Sir William Johnson, a plan as hastily executed as timidly conceived. At midnight on the 4th of January, no measures having been taken to gain the consent of either the government of New York or Johnson himself, the Indians were ordered to leave the island and proceed to the city, where they arrived a little before daybreak, passing in mournful procession, thinly clad and shivering with cold, through the silent streets. The Moravian brethren supplied them with food, and Fox, the commissary, with great humanity, distributed blankets among them. Before they could resume their progress, the city was astir, and as they passed the suburbs, they were pelted and hooted at by the mob. Captain Robertson's Highlanders, who had just arrived from Lancaster, were ordered to escort them. These soldiers, who had their own reasons for hating Indians, treated them at first with no less insolence and rudeness than the populace; but at length, overcome by the meekness and patience of the sufferers, they changed their conduct, and assumed a tone of sympathy and kindness. Thus escorted, the refugees pursued their dreary progress through the country, greeted on all sides by the threats and curses of the people. When they reached Trenton, they were received by Apty, the commissary at that place, under whose charge they continued their journey towards Amboy, where several small vessels had been provided to carry them to New York. Arriving at Amboy, however, Apty, to his great surprise, received a letter from Governor Colden of New York, forbidding him to bring the Indians within the limits of that province. A second letter, from General Gage to Captain Robertson, conveyed orders to prevent their advance; and a third, to the owners of the vessels, threatened heavy penalties if they should bring the Indians to the city. The charges of treachery against the Moravian Indians, the burden their presence would occasion, and the danger of popular disturbance were the chief causes which induced the government of New York to adopt this course, a course that might have been foreseen from the beginning. Thus disappointed in their hopes of escape, the hapless Indians remained several days, lodged in the barracks at Amboy, where they passed much of their time in religious services. A message, however, soon came from the governor of New Jersey, requiring them to leave that province, and they were compelled, reluctantly, to retrace their steps to Philadelphia. A detachment of 170 soldiers had arrived, sent by General Gage in compliance with the request of Governor Penn, and under the protection of these troops the exiles began their backward journey. On the 24th of January they reached Philadelphia, where they were lodged at the barracks within the city, the soldiers, forgetful of former prejudice, no longer refusing them entrance. The return of the Indians, banishing the hope of repose with which the citizens had flattered themselves, and the tidings of danger coming in quick succession from the country, made it apparent that no time must be lost; and the Assembly, laying aside their scruples, unanimously passed a bill providing means for the public defence. The Pacific City displayed a scene of unwonted bustle. All who held property or regarded the public order might, it should seem, have felt a deep interest in the issue; yet a numerous and highly respectable class stood idle spectators, or showed at best a lukewarm zeal. These were the Presbyterians, who had naturally felt a strong sympathy with their suffering brethren of the frontier. To this they added a deep bitterness against the Quaker, greatly increased by a charge, most uncharitably brought by the latter against the whole Presbyterian sect, of conniving at and abetting the murders at Conestoga and Lancaster. They regarded the Paxton men as victims of Quaker neglect and injustice, and showed a strong disposition to palliate or excuse altogether the violence of which they had been guilty. Many of them, indeed, were secretly inclined to favor the designs of the advancing rioters, hoping that by their means the public grievances would be redressed, the Quaker faction put down, and the social and political balance of the state restored. Whatever may have been the sentiments of the Presbyterians and of the city mob, the rest of the inhabitants bestirred themselves for defence with all the alacrity of fright. The Quakers were especially conspicuous for their zeal. Nothing more was heard of the duty of non-resistance. The city was ransacked for arms, and the Assembly passed a vote extending the English Riot Act to the province, the Quaker members heartily concurring in the measure. Franklin, whose energy and practical talents had made his services invaluable, was the moving spirit of the day, and under his auspices the citizens were formed into military companies, 6 of which were of infantry, 1 of artillery, and 2 of horse. Besides this force, several thousands of the inhabitants, including many Quakers, held themselves ready to appear in arms at a moment's notice. These preparations were yet incomplete, when on the 4th of February couriers came in with the announcement that the Paxton men, horse and foot, were already within a short distance of the city. Proclamation was made through the streets, and the people were called to arms. A mob of citizen soldiers repaired in great excitement to the barracks, where the Indians were lodged, under protection of the handful of regulars. Here the crowd remained all night, drenched with the rain, and in a dismal condition. On the following day, Sunday, a barricade was thrown up across the great square, and closed by the barracks, and 8 cannon, to which 4 more were afterwards added, were planted to sweep the adjacent streets. These pieces were discharged to convey to the rioters an idea of the reception prepared for them. But whatever effect the explosion may have produced on the ears for which it was intended, the new and appalling sounds struck the Indians in the barracks with speechless terror. While the city assumed this martial attitude, its rulers had thought proper to adopt the safer, though less glorious, course of conciliation. And a deputation of clergymen was sent out to meet the rioters, and pacify them by reason and Scripture. Towards night, as all remained quiet and nothing was heard from the enemy, the turmoil began to subside. The citizen soldiers dispersed, the regulars withdrew into quarters, and the city recovered something of the ordinary repose of a Sabbath evening. Through the early part of the night, the quiet was undisturbed; but at about 2 o'clock in the morning, the clang of bells and the rolling of drums startled the people from their slumbers, and countless voices from the street echoed the alarm. Immediately, in obedience to the previous day's orders, lighted candles were placed in every window, till the streets seemed illuminated for a festival. The citizen soldiers, with more zeal than order, mustered under their officers. The governor, dreading an eruption of the mob, repaired to the house of Franklin, and the city was filled with the jangling of bells, and the no less vehement clamor of tongues. A great multitude gathered before the barracks, where it was supposed the attack would be made, and among them was seen many a Quaker with musket in hand. Some of the more consistent of the sect, unwilling to take arms with their less scrupulous brethren, went into the barracks to console and reassure the Indians, who, however, showed much more composure than their comforters, and sat waiting the result with invincible calmness. Several hours of suspense and excitement passed, when it was recollected that, though the other ferries of the Schuylkill had been secured, a crossing place, known as the Swedes' Ford, had been left open, and a party at once set out to correct this unlucky oversight. Scarcely were they gone, when a cry arose among the crowd before the barracks, and a general exclamation was heard that the Paxton boys were coming. In fact, a band of horsemen was seen advancing up Second Street. The people crowded to get out of the way. The troopers fell into such order as they could. A cannon was pointed full at the horseman, and the gunner was about to apply the match, when a man ran out of the crowd and covered the touch-hole with his hat. The cry of a false alarm was heard, and it was soon apparent to all that the supposed Paxton boys were a troop of German butchers and carters, who had come to aid in defence of the city, and had nearly paid dear for their patriotic zeal. The tumult of this alarm was hardly over, when a fresh commotion was raised by the return of the men who had gone to secure the Swedes' Ford, and who reported that they had been too late, that the rioters had crossed the river and were already at Germantown. Those who had crossed proved to be the van of the Paxton men, 200 in number, and commanded by Matthew Smith, who, learning what welcome was prepared for them, thought it prudent to remain quietly at Germantown, instead of marching forward to certain destruction. In the afternoon, many of the inhabitants gathered courage and went out to visit them. They found nothing very extraordinary in the aspect of the rioters, who, in the words of a writer of the day, were a set of fellows in blanket coats and moccasins, like our Indian traders or back-country wagoners, all armed with rifles and tomahawks, and with some pistols stuck in their belts. They received their visitors with a courtesy which might doubtless be ascribed in great measure to their knowledge of the warlike preparations within the city, and the report made by the adventurers on their return greatly tended to allay the general excitement. The alarm, however, was again raised on the following day, and the cry to arms once more resounded through the city of peace. The citizen soldiers mustered with exemplary dispatch, but their ardor was quenched by a storm of rain, which drove them all under shelter. A neighboring Quaker meeting-house happened to be open, and a company of the volunteers betook themselves in haste to this convenient asylum. Forthwith, the place was bristling with bayonets, and the walls, which had listened so often to angry denunciations against war, now echoed the clang of weapons, an unspeakable scandal to the elders of the sect, and an occasion of pitiless satire to the Presbyterians. This alarm proving groundless, like all the others, the governor and council proceeded to the execution of a design which they had formed the day before. They had resolved, in pursuance of their timid policy, to open negotiations with the rioters, and persuade them, if possible, to depart peacefully. Many of the citizens protested against the plan, and the soldiers volunteered to attack the Paxton men; but none were so vehement as the Quakers, who held that fire and steel were the only welcome that should be accorded to such violators of the public peace, and audacious blasphemers of the Society of Friends. The plan was nevertheless sustained, and Franklin, with 3 other citizens of character and influence, set out for Germantown. The rioters received them with marks of respect, and, after a long conference, the leaders of the mob were so far wrought upon as to give over their hostile designs, the futility of which was now sufficiently apparent. An assurance was given on the part of the government that their complaints should have a hearing, and safety was guaranteed to those of their number who should enter the city as their representatives and advocates. For this purpose, Matthew Smith and James Gibson were appointed by the general voice, and 2 papers, a declaration and a remonstrance, were drawn up, addressed to the governor and assembly. With this assurance that their cause should be represented, the rioters signified their willingness to return home, glad to escape so easily from an affair which had begun to threaten worse consequences. Towards evening, the commissioners, returning to the city, reported the success of their negotiations. Upon this, the citizen soldiers were convened in front of the courthouse, and addressed by a member of the council. He thanked them for their zeal, and assured them that there was no farther occasion for their services, since the Paxton men, though falsely represented as enemies of government, were in fact its friends, entertaining no worse design than that of gaining relief to their sufferings, without injury to the city or its inhabitants. The people, ill satisfied with what they heard, returned in no placid temper to their homes. On the morrow, the good effect of the treaty was apparent in a general reopening of schools, shops, and warehouses, and a return to the usual activity of business, which had been wholly suspended for some days. The security was not of long duration. Before noon, an uproar more tumultuous than ever, a cry to arms, and a general exclamation that the Paxton boys had broken the treaty and were entering the town, startled the indignant citizens. The streets were filled in an instant with a rabble of armed merchants and shopmen, who for once were fully bent on slaughter, and resolved to put an end to the long protracted evil. Quiet was again restored, when it was found that the alarm was caused by about 30 of the frontiersmen, who, with singular audacity, were riding into the city on a visit of curiosity. As their deportment was inoffensive, it was thought unwise to molest them. Several of these visitors had openly boasted of the part they had taken in the Conestoga murders, and a large reward had been offered for their apprehension. Yet such was the state of factions in the city, and such the dread of the frontiersmen, that no man dare lay hand on the criminals. The party proceeded to the barracks, where they requested to see the Indians, declaring that they could point out several who had been in the battle against Colonel Bouquet, or engaged in other acts of open hostility. The request was granted, but no discovery made. Upon this, it was rumored abroad that the Quakers had removed the guilty individuals to screen them from just punishment, an accusation which, for a time, excited much ill blood between the rival factions. The 30 frontiersmen withdrew from the city, and soon followed the example of their companions, who had begun to move homeward, leaving their leaders, Smith and Gibson, to adjust their differences with the government. Their departure gave great relief to the people of the neighborhood, to whom they had, at times, conducted themselves after a fashion somewhat uncivil and barbarous, uttering hideous outcries in imitation of the war whoop, knocking down peaceable citizens and pretending to scalp them, thrusting their guns in at windows, and committing unheard-of ravages among hen-roosts and hog-pens. Though the city was now safe from all external danger, contentions sprang up within its precincts, which, though by no means as perilous, were not less clamorous and angry than those menaced from an eruption of the rioters. The rival factions turned savagely upon each other, while the more philosophic citizens stood laughing by and ridiculed them both. The Presbyterians grew furious, the Quakers dogged and spiteful. Pamphlets, farces, dialogues, and poems came forth in quick succession. These sometimes exhibited a few traces of wit, and even of reasoning, but abuse was the favorite weapon, and it is difficult to say which of the combatants handled it with the greater freedom and dexterity. The Quakers accused the Presbyterians of conniving at the act of murderers, of perverting Scripture for their defence, and of aiding the rioters with counsel and money in their audacious attempt against the public peace. The Presbyterians, on their part, with about equal justice, charged the Quakers with leaguing themselves with the common enemy and exciting them to war. They held up to scorn those accommodating principles which denied the aid of arms to suffering fellow countrymen, but justified their use at the first call of self-interest. The Quaker warrior, in his sober garb of ostentatious simplicity, his prim person adorned with military trappings, and his hands grasping a musket which threatened more peril to himself than to his enemy, was a subject of ridicule too tempting to be overlooked. While this paper warfare was raging in the city, the representatives of the frontiersmen, Smith and Gibson, had laid before the Assembly the memorial, entitled the Remonstrance, and to this a second paper, styled a Declaration, was soon afterwards added. Various grievances were specified, for which redress was demanded. It was urged that those counties where Quaker interest prevailed sent to the Assembly more than their due share of representatives. The memorialists bitterly complained of a law, then before the Assembly, by which those charged with murdering Indians were to be brought to trial, not in the district where the act was committed, but in one of the 3 eastern counties. They represented the Moravian converts as enemies in disguise, and denounced the policy which yielded them protection and support, while the sick and wounded of the frontiers were cruelly abandoned to their misery. They begged that a suitable reward might be offered for scalps, since the want of such encouragement had dampened the spirits of many brave men. Angry invectives against the Quakers succeeded, to the villainy, infatuation, and influence of a certain faction that have got the political reins in their hands, and tamely tyrannize over the other good subjects of the province, were to be ascribed, urged the memorialists, the intolerable evils which afflicted the people. The Quakers, they insisted, had held private treaties with the Indians, encouraged them to hostile acts, and excused their cruelties on the charitable plea that this was their method of making war. The memorials were laid before a committee, who recommended that a public conference should be held with Smith and Gibson to consider the grounds of complaint. To this the governor, in view of the illegal position assumed by the frontiersmen, would not give his consent. An assertion of dignity that would have done him more honor had he made it when the rioters were in arms before the city, at which time he had shown an abundant alacrity to negotiate. It was intimated to Smith and Gibson that they might leave Philadelphia, and the Assembly soon after became involved in its inevitable quarrels with the governor, relative to the granting of supplies for the service of the ensuing campaign. The supply bill passed, as mentioned in a former chapter, and the consequent military preparations, together with a threatened renewal of the war on the part of the enemy, engrossed the minds of the frontier people, and caused the excitements of the winter to be forgotten. No action on the 2 memorials was ever taken by the Assembly, and the memorable Paxton riots had no other definite result than that of exposing the weakness and distraction of the provincial government, and demonstrating the folly and absurdity of all principles of non-resistance. Yet to the student of human nature, these events supply abundant food for reflection. In the frontiersman, goaded by the madness of his misery to deeds akin to those by which he suffered, and half believing that, in the perpetration of these atrocities, he was but the minister of divine vengeance. In the Quaker, absorbed by one narrow philanthropy, and closing his ears to the outcries of his wretched countrymen; in the Presbyterian, urged by party spirit and sectarian zeal to countenance the crimes of rioters and murderers; in each and all of these lies an embodied satire, which may find its application in every age of the world, and every condition of society. The Moravian Indians, the occasion, and, at least, as regards most of them, the innocent occasion, of the tumult, remained for a full year in the barracks of Philadelphia. There they endured frightful sufferings from the smallpox, which destroyed more than a third of their number. After the conclusion of peace, they were permitted to depart, and, having thanked the governor for his protection and care, they withdrew to the banks of the Susquehanna, where, under the direction of the missionaries, they once more formed a prosperous settlement. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of The Conspiracy of Pontiac by Francis Parkman, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Phil Schempf. Chapter 26, Part 1, 1764. Bradstreet's Army on the Lakes. The campaign of 1763, a year of disaster to the English colonies, was throughout of a defensive nature, and no important blow had been struck against the enemy. With the opening of the following spring, preparations were made to renew the war on a more decisive plan. Before the commencement of hostilities, Sir William Johnson and his deputy, George Croghan, severally addressed to the Lords of Trade memorials, setting forth the character, temper, and resources of the Indian tribes, and suggesting the course of conduct which they judged it expedient to pursue. They represented that, before the conquest of Canada, all the tribes, jealous of French encroachment, had looked to the English to befriend and protect them, but that now one general feeling of distrust and hatred filled them all. They added that the neglect and injustice of the British government, the outrages of ruffian borderers and debauched traders, and the insolence of English soldiers had aggravated this feeling, and given double effect to the restless machinations of the defeated French, who, to revenge themselves on their conquerors, were constantly stirring up the Indians to war. A race so brave and tenacious of liberty, so wild and erratic in their habits, dwelling in a country so savage and inaccessible, could not be exterminated or reduced to subjection without an immoderate expenditure of men, money, and time. The true policy of the British government was therefore to conciliate, to soothe their jealous pride, galled by injuries and insults, to gratify them by presents, and treat them with a respect and attention to which their haughty spirit would not fail to respond. We ought, they said, to make the Indians our friends, and, by a just, consistent, and straightforward course, seek to gain their esteem, and wean them from their partiality to the French. To remove the constant irritation which arose from the intrusion of the white inhabitants on their territory, Croghan urged the expediency of purchasing a large tract of land to the westward of the English settlements, thus confining the tribes to remoter hunting grounds. For a moderate sum, the Indians would part with as much land as might be required. A little more, laid out in annual presents, would keep them in good temper, and by judicious management all hostile collision might be prevented, till, by the extension of the settlements, it should become expedient to make yet another purchase. This plan was afterwards carried into execution by the British government. Founded as it is upon the supposition that the Indian tribes must gradually dwindle and waste away, it might well have awakened the utmost fears of that unhappy people, yet none but an enthusiastic or fanatic could condemn it as iniquitous. To reclaim the Indians from their savage state has again and again been attempted, and each attempt has failed. Their intractable, unchanging character leaves no other alternative than their gradual extinction, or the abandonment of the Western world to eternal barbarism. And of this and other similar plans, whether the offspring of British or American legislation, it might alike be said that sentimental philanthropy will find it easier to cavil at than to amend them. Now turning from the Indians, let us observe the temper of those whose present business it was to cudgel them into good behavior, that is to say, the British officers of high and low degree. They seem to have been in a mood of universal discontent, not in the least surprising when one considers that they were forced to wage, with crippled resources, an arduous, profitless, and inglorious war, while perverse and jealous legislatures added gall to their bitterness, and taxed their patience to its utmost endurance. The impossible requirements of the commander-in-chief were sometimes joined to their other vexations. Sir Jeffrey Amherst, who had, as we have seen, but a slight opinion of Indians, and possibly of everybody else except a British nobleman and a British soldier, expected much of his officers, and was at times unreasonable in his anticipations of a prompt vengeance on the barbarians. Thus he had no sooner heard of the loss of Michilimackinac, Miami, and other western outposts than he sent orders to Gladwyn to reestablish them at once. Gladwyn, who had scarcely force enough to maintain himself at Detroit, thereupon writes to his friend Bouquet, "The last I received from the General is of the 2nd July, in which I am ordered to establish the outposts immediately. At the time I received these orders, I knew it was impossible to comply with any part of them. The event shows I was right. I am heartily wearied of my command, and I have signified the same to Colonel Amherst, Sir Jeffrey's adjutant. I hope I shall be relieved soon. If not, I intend to quit the service, for I would not choose to be any longer exposed to the villainy and treachery of the settlement and Indians." 2 or 3 weeks before the above was written, George Croghan, Sir William Johnson's deputy, who had long lived on the frontier, and was as well versed in Indian affairs as the commander-in-chief was ignorant of them, wrote to Colonel Bouquet, "7 tribes in Canada have offered their services to act with the King's troops, but the General seems determined to neither accept of the Indians' services nor provincials. I have resigned out of the service, and will start for England about the beginning of December. Sir Jeffrey Amherst would not give his consent, so I made my resignation in writing, and gave my reasons for doing so. Had I continued, I could be of no more service than I have been these 18 months past, which was none at all, as no regard was had to any intelligence I sent, no more than to my opinion." Croghan, who could not be spared, was induced, on Gage's accession to the command, to withdraw his resignation and retain his post. Next, we have a series of complaints from Lieutenant Blaine of Fort Ligonier, who congratulates Bouquet on his recent victory at Bushy Run, and adds, "I have now to beg that I may not be left any longer in this forlorn way, for I can assure you the fatigue I have gone through begins to get the better of me. I must therefore beg that you will appoint me, by the return of the convoy, a proper garrison. My present situation is 50 times worse than ever." And again, on the 17th of September, "I must beg leave to recommend to your particular attention the sick soldiers here, as there is neither surgeon nor medicine. It would really be charity to order them up. I must also beg leave to ask what you intend to do with the poor starved militia, who have neither shirts, shoes, nor anything else. I am sorry you can do nothing for the poor inhabitants. I really get heartily tired of this post." He endured it some 2 months more, and then breaks out again on the 24th of November. "I intend going home by the first opportunity, being pretty much tired of a service that's so little worth any man's time, and the more so, as I cannot but think I have been particularly unlucky in it." Now follow the letters, written in French, of the gallant Swiss officer, Captain Ecuyer, always lively and entertaining even in his discontent. He writes to Bouquet from Bedford on the 13th of November. Like other officers on the frontier, he complains of the settlers, who, notwithstanding their fear of the enemy, always did their best to shelter deserters, and he gives a list of 18 soldiers who had deserted within 5 days. "I have been 22 years in service, and I never in my life saw anything equal to it. A gang of mutineers, bandits, cutthroats, especially the grenadiers. I have been obliged, after all the patience imaginable, to have 2 of them whipped on the spot, without court-martial. One wanted to kill the sergeant, and the other wanted to kill me. For God's sake, let me go and raise cabbages. You can do it if you will, and I shall thank you eternally for it. Don't refuse, I beg you. Besides, my health is not very good, and I don't know if I can go up again to Fort Pitt with this convoy." Bouquet himself was no better satisfied than his correspondents. On the 20th of June, 1764, he wrote to Gage, Amherst's successor, "I flatter myself that you will do me the favor to have me relieved from this command, the burden and fatigues of which I begin to feel my strength very unequal to." Gage knew better than to relieve him, and Bouquet was forced to resign himself to another year of bushfighting. The plan of the summer's campaign had been settled, and he was to be the most important, if not the most conspicuous actor in it. It had been resolved to march 2 armies from different points into the heart of the Indian country. The first, under Bouquet, was to advance from Fort Pitt into the midst of the Delaware and Shawanoe settlements of the valley of the Ohio. The other, under Colonel Bradstreet, was to pass up the lakes and force the tribes of Detroit and the regions beyond to unconditional submission. The name of Bradstreet was already well known in America. At a dark and ill-omened period of the French War, he had crossed Lake Ontario with a force of 3,000 provincials and captured Fort Frontenac, a formidable stronghold of the French, commanding the outlet of the lake. He had distinguished himself, moreover, by his gallant conduct in a skirmish with the French and Indians on the river Oswego. These exploits had gained for him a reputation beyond his merits. He was a man of more activity than judgment, self-willed, vain, and eager for notoriety, qualities which became sufficiently apparent before the end of the campaign. Several of the northern provinces furnished troops for the expedition, but these levies did not arrive until after the appointed time; and as the service promised neither honor nor advantage, they were of very indifferent quality, looking, according to an officer of the expedition, more like candidates for a hospital than like men fit for the arduous duty before them. The rendezvous of the troops was at Albany, and thence they took their departure about the end of June. Adopting the usual military route to the westward, they passed up the Mohawk, crossed the Oneida Lake, and descended the Onondaga. The boats and bateaux, crowded with men, passed between the war-worn defenses of Oswego, which guarded the mouth of the river on either hand, and, issuing forth upon Lake Ontario, steered in long procession over its restless waters. A storm threw the flotilla into confusion, and several days elapsed before the ramparts of Fort Niagara rose in sight, breaking the tedious monotony of the forest-covered shores. The troops landed beneath its walls. The surrounding plains were soon dotted with the white tents of the little army, whose strength, far inferior to the original design, did not exceed 1,200 men. A striking spectacle greeted them on their landing. Hundreds of Indian cabins were clustered along the skirts of the forest, and a countless multitude of savages, in all the picturesque variety of their barbaric costume, were roaming over the fields or lounging about the shores of the lake. Towards the close of the previous winter, Sir William Johnson had dispatched Indian messengers to the tribes far and near, warning them of the impending blow, and urging all who were friendly to the English, or disposed to make peace while there was yet time, to meet him at Niagara and listen to his words. Throughout the winter, the sufferings of the Indians had been great and general. The suspension of the fur trade, the consequent want of ammunition, clothing, and other articles of necessity, the failure of expected aid from the French, and above all, the knowledge that some of their own people had taken up arms for the English, combined to quench their thirst for war. Johnson's messengers had therefore been received with unexpected favor, and many had complied with his invitation. Some came to protest their friendship for the English. Others hoped, by an early submission, to atone for past misconduct. Some came as spies, while others again were lured by the hope of receiving presents, and especially a draught of English milk, that is to say, a dram of whiskey. The trader, Alexander Henry, the same who so narrowly escaped the massacre at Michillimackinac, was with a party of Ojibwas at the Sault Ste. Marie, when a canoe filled with warriors arrived, bringing the message of Sir William Johnson. A council was called, and the principal messenger, offering a belt of wampum, spoke as follows: "My friends and brothers, I am come with this belt from our great father, Sir William Johnson. He desired me to come to you, as his ambassador, and tell you that he is making a great feast at Fort Niagara, that his kettles are all ready, and his fires lighted. He invites you to partake of the feast, in common with your friends, the Six Nations, who have all made peace with the English. He advises you to seize this opportunity of doing the same, as you cannot otherwise fail of being destroyed. For the English are on their march with a great army, which will be joined by different nations of Indians. In a word, before the fall of the leaf, they will be at Michillimackinac, and the Six Nations with them." The Ojibwas had been debating whether they should go to Detroit, to the assistance of Pontiac, who had just sent them a message to that effect. But the speech of Johnson's messenger turned the current of their thoughts. Most of them were in favor of accepting the invitation, but, distrusting mere human wisdom in a crisis so important, they resolved, before taking a decisive step, to invoke the superior intelligence of the Great Turtle, the chief of all the spirits. A huge wigwam was erected, capable of containing the whole population of the little village. In the center, a sort of tabernacle was constructed by driving posts into the ground, and closely covering them with hides. With the arrival of night, the propitious time for consulting their oracle, all the warriors assembled in the spacious wigwam, half lighted by the lurid glare of fires, and waited, in suspense and awe, the issue of the invocation. The medicine man or magician, stripped almost naked, now entered the central tabernacle, which was barely large enough to receive him, and carefully closed the aperture. At once the whole structure began to shake with violence, which threatened its demolition, and a confusion of horrible sounds, shrieks, howls, yells, and moans of anguish, mingled with articulate words, sounded in hideous discord from within. This outrageous clamor, which announced to the horror-stricken spectators the presence of a host of evil spirits, ceased as suddenly as it had begun. A low, feeble sound, like the whine of a young puppy, was next heard within the recess, upon which the warriors raised a cry of joy, and hailed it as the voice of the Great Turtle, the spirit who never lied. The magician soon announced that the spirit was ready to answer any question which might be proposed. On this, the chief warrior stepped forward, and having propitiated the Great Turtle by a present of tobacco thrust through a small hole in the tabernacle, inquired if the English were in reality preparing to attack the Indians, and if the troops were already come to Niagara. Once more the tabernacle was violently shaken, a loud yell was heard, and it was apparent to all that the spirit was gone. A pause of anxious expectation ensued, when, after the lapse of a quarter of an hour, the weak, puppy-like voice of the Great Turtle was again heard addressing the magician in a language unknown to the auditors. When the spirit ceased speaking, the magician interpreted his words. During the short interval of his departure, he had crossed Lake Huron, visited Niagara, and descended the St. Lawrence to Montreal. Few soldiers had as yet reached Niagara, but as he flew down the St. Lawrence, he had seen the water covered with boats, all filled with English warriors, coming to make war on the Indians. Having obtained this answer to his first question, the chief ventured to propose another, and inquired if he and his people, should they accept the invitation of Sir William Johnson, would be well received at Niagara. The answer was most satisfactory. "Sir William Johnson," said the spirit, "will fill your canoes with presents, with blankets, kettles, guns, gunpowder, and shot, and large barrels of rum, such as the stoutest of the Indians will not be able to lift, and every man will return in safety to his family." This grateful response produced a general outburst of acclamations, and with cries of joy many voices were heard to exclaim, "I will go too! I will go too!" They set out accordingly for Niagara, and thither also numerous bands of warriors were tending. Urged by similar messages, and encouraged, it may be, by similar responses of their oracles. Crossing freshwater oceans in their birch canoes, and threading the devious windings of solitary streams, they came flocking to the common center of attraction. Such a concourse of savages has seldom been seen in America. Menomonies, Ottawas, Ojibwas, Mississaugas from the north, Caughnawagas from Canada, even Wyandots from Detroit, together with a host of Iroquois, were congregated round Fort Niagara to the number of more than 2,000 warriors, many of whom had brought with them their women and children. Even the Sacs, the Foxes, and the Winnebagos had sent their deputies, and the Osages, a tribe beyond the Mississippi, had their representative in this general meeting. Though the assembled multitude consisted for the most part of the more pacific members of the tribes represented, yet their friendly disposition was by no means certain. Several straggling soldiers were shot at in the neighborhood, and it soon became apparent that the utmost precaution must be taken to avoid a rupture. The troops were kept always on their guard, while the black muzzles of the cannon, thrust from the bastions of the fort, struck a wholesome awe into the savage throng below. Although so many had attended the meeting, there were still numerous tribes and portions of tribes who maintained a rancorous, unwavering hostility. The Delawares and Shawanoes, however, against whom Bouquet, with the army of the South, was then in the act of advancing, sent a message to the effect that, though they had no fear of the English, and though they regarded them as old women and held them in contempt, yet, out of pity for their sufferings, they were willing to treat of peace. To this insolent missive Johnson made no answer, and indeed those who sent it were, at this very time, renewing the bloody work of the preceding year along the borders of Pennsylvania and Virginia. The Senecas, that numerous and warlike people, to whose savage enmity were to be ascribed the massacre at the Devil's Hole and other disasters of the last summer, had recently made a preliminary treaty with Sir William Johnson, and at the same time pledged themselves to appear at Niagara to ratify and complete it. They broke their promise, and it soon became known that they had leagued themselves with a large band of hostile Delawares, who had visited their country. Upon this, a messenger was sent to them, threatening that, unless they instantly came to Niagara, the English would march upon them and burn their villages. The menace had full effect, and a large body of these formidable warriors appeared at the English camp, bringing 14 prisoners, besides several deserters and runaway slaves. A peace was concluded on condition that they should never again attack the English, and that they should cede to the British Crown a strip of land between the lakes Erie and Ontario, 4 miles in width on both sides of the river or Strait of Niagara. A treaty was made with a deputation of Wyandots from Detroit, on condition of the delivery of prisoners and the preservation of friendship for the future. Councils were next held in turn with each of the various tribes assembled around the fort, some of whom craved forgiveness for the hostile acts they had committed, and deprecated the vengeance of the English, while others alleged their innocence, urged their extreme wants and necessities, and begged that the English traders might once more be allowed to visit them. The council room in the fort was crowded from morning till night, and the wearisome formalities of such occasions, the speeches made and replied to, and the final shaking of hands, smoking of pipes, and serving out of whiskey, engrossed the time of the superintendent for many successive days. Among the Indians present were a band of Ottawas from Michillimackinac and the remoter settlements beyond Lake Michigan, and a band of Menomonies from Green Bay. The former, it will be remembered, had done good service to the English by rescuing the survivors of the garrison of Michillimackinac from the clutches of the Ojibwas, and the latter had deserved no less at their hands, by the protection they had extended to Lieutenant Gorell and the garrison at Green Bay. Conscious of their merits, they had come to Niagara in full confidence of a favorable reception, nor were they disappointed, for Johnson met them with a cordial welcome, and greeted them as friends and brothers. They, on their part, were not wanting in expressions of pleasure, and one of their orators exclaimed, in the figurative language of his people, "When our brother came to meet us, the storm ceased, the lake became smooth, and the whole face of nature was changed." They disowned all connection or privity with the designs of Pontiac. "Brothers," said one of the Ottawa chiefs, "you must not imagine I am acquainted with the cause of the war. I only heard a little bird whistle an account of it, and on going to Michillimackinac, I found your people killed, upon which I sent our priest to inquire into the matter. On the priest's return, he brought me no favorable account, but a war hatchet from Pontiac, which I scarcely looked on, and immediately threw away." Another of the Ottawas, a chief of the remoter band of Lake Michigan, spoke to a similar effect, as follows: "We are not of the same people as those residing about Michillimackinac. We only heard at a distance that the enemy were killing your soldiers, on which we covered our heads, and I resolved not to suffer my people to engage in the war. I gathered them together, and made them sit still. In the spring, on uncovering my head, I perceived that they had again begun a war, and that the sky was all cloudy in that quarter." The superintendent thanked them for their fidelity to the English, reminded them that their true interest lay in the preservation of peace, and concluded with a gift of food and clothing, and a permission denied to all the rest to open a traffic with the traders, who had already begun to assemble at the fort. "And now, my brother," said a warrior, as the council was about to break up, "we beg that you will tell us where we can find some rum to comfort us, for it is long since we have tasted any, and we are very thirsty." This honest request was not refused. The liquor was distributed, and a more copious supply promised for the future. upon which the deputation departed, and repaired to their encampment, much pleased with their reception. Throughout these conferences, one point of policy was constantly adhered to. No general council was held. Separate treaties were made, in order to promote mutual jealousies and rivalries, and discourage the feeling of union, and of a common cause among the widely scattered tribes. Johnson at length completed his task, and on the 6th of August set sail for Oswego. The march of the army had hitherto been delayed by rumors of hostile designs on the part of the Indians, who, it was said, had formed a scheme for attacking Fort Niagara as soon as the troops should have left the ground. Now, however, when the concourse was melting away, and the tribes departing for their distant homes, it was thought that the danger was past, and that the army might safely resume its progress. They advanced accordingly to Fort Schlosser, above the cataract, whither their boats and bateaux had been sent before them, craned up the rocks at Lewiston, and dragged by oxen over the rough portage road. The troops had been joined by 300 friendly Indians, and an equal number of Canadians. The appearance of the latter in arms would, it was thought, have great effect on the minds of the enemy, who had always looked upon them as friends and supporters. Of the Indian allies, the greater part were Iroquois, and the remainder, about 100 in number, Ojibwas and Mississaugas, the former being the same who had recently arrived from the Sault Ste. Marie, bringing with them their prisoner, Alexander Henry. Henry was easily persuaded to accompany the expedition, and the command of the Ojibwas and Mississaugas was assigned to him. "To me," writes the adventurous trader, "whose best hope it had lately been to live by their forbearance." His long-continued sufferings and dangers hardly deserved to be rewarded by so great a misfortune as that of commanding a body of Indian warriors, an evil from which, however, he was soon to be relieved. The army had hardly begun its march when nearly all his followers ran off, judging it wiser to return home with the arms and clothing given them for the expedition than to make war against their own countrymen and relatives. 14 warriors still remained; but on the following night, when the army lay at Fort Schlosser, having contrived by some means to obtain liquor, they created such a commotion in the camp, by yelling and firing their guns, as to excite the utmost indignation of the commander. They received from him, in consequence, a reproof so harsh and ill-judged that most of them went home in disgust, and Henry found his Indian battalion suddenly dwindled to 4 or 5 vagabond hunters. A large number of Iroquois still followed the army, the strength of which, farther increased by a reinforcement of Highlanders, was now very considerable. The troops left Fort Schlosser on the 8th. Their boats and bateaux pushed out into the Niagara, whose expanded waters reposed in a serenity soon to be exchanged for the wild roar and tumultuous struggle of the rapids and the cataract. They coasted along the southern shore of Lake Erie until the 12th, when, in the neighborhood of Presqu' Isle, they were overtaken by a storm of rain, which forced them to drag their boats on shore and pitch their tents in the dripping forest. Before the day closed, word was brought that strange Indians were near the camp. They soon made their appearance, proclaiming themselves to be chiefs and deputies of the Delawares and Shawanoes, empowered to beg for peace in the name of their respective tribes. Various opinions were entertained of the visitors. The Indian allies wished to kill them, and many of the officers believed them to be spies. There was no proof of their pretended character of deputies, and, for all that appeared to the contrary, they might be a mere straggling party of warriors. Their professions of an earnest desire for peace were contradicted by the fact that they brought with them but one small belt of wampum, a pledge no less indispensable in a treaty with these tribes than seals and signatures in a convention of European sovereigns. Bradstreet knew, or ought to have known, the character of the treacherous enemy with whom he had to deal. He knew that the Shawanoes and Delawares had shown throughout the war a ferocious and relentless hostility, that they had sent an insolent message to Niagara, and finally that in his own instructions he was enjoined to deal sternly with them, and not be duped by pretended overtures. Yet, in spite of the suspicious character of the self-styled deputies, in spite of the sullen wrath of his Indian allies, and the murmured dissent of his officers, he listened to their proposals, and entered into a preliminary treaty. He pledged himself to refrain from attacking the Delawares and Shawanoes, on condition that within 25 days the deputies should again meet him at Sandusky, in order to yield up their prisoners and conclude a definite treaty of peace. It afterwards appeared, and this indeed might have been suspected at the time, that the sole object of the overtures was to retard the action of the army until the season should be too far advanced to prosecute the campaign. At this very moment, the Delaware and Shawanoe war parties were murdering and scalping along the frontiers, and the work of havoc continued for weeks, until it was checked at length by the operations of Colonel Bouquet. Bradstreet was not satisfied with the promise he had made to abandon his own hostile designs. He consummated his folly and presumption by dispatching a messenger to the superior officer, Colonel Bouquet, informing him that the Delawares and Shawanoes had been reduced to submission without his aid, and that he might withdraw his troops, as there was no need of his advancing farther. Bouquet, astonished and indignant, paid no attention to this communication, but pursued his march as before. End of chapter 26, part 1. Chapter 26, Part 2 of The Conspiracy of Pontiac by Francis Parkman, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Phil Schempf. Chapter 26, Part 2. The course pursued by Bradstreet in this affair, a course which can only be ascribed to the vain ambition of finishing the war without the aid of others, drew upon him the severe censures of the commander-in-chief, who, on hearing of the treaty, at once annulled it. Bradstreet has been accused of having exceeded his orders in promising to conclude a definite treaty with the Indians, a power which was vested in Sir William Johnson alone. But as upon this point his instructions were not explicit, he may be spared the full weight of this additional charge. Having, as he thought, accomplished not only a great part of his own task, but also the whole of that which had been assigned to Colonel Bouquet, Bradstreet resumed his progress westward, and in a few days reached Sandusky. He had been ordered to attack the Wyandots, Ottawas, and Miamis dwelling near this place. But at his approach, these Indians, hastening to avert the danger, sent a deputation to him, promising that, if he would refrain from attacking them, they would follow him to Detroit, and there conclude a treaty. Bradstreet thought proper to trust this slippery promise, though, with little loss of time, he might have reduced them on the spot to a much more effectual submission. He now bent his course for Detroit, leaving the Indians of Sandusky much delighted, and probably no less surprised, at the success of their embassy. Before his departure, however, he dispatched Captain Morris, with several Canadians and friendly Indians, to the Illinois, in order to persuade the savages of that region to treat of peace with the English. The measure was in a high degree ill-advised and rash, promising but doubtful advantage, and exposing the life of a valuable officer to imminent risk. The sequel of Morris's adventure will soon appear. The English boats now entered the mouth of the Detroit, and on the 26th of August came within sight of the fort and adjacent settlements. The inhabitants of the Wyandot village on the right, who, it will be remembered, had recently made a treaty of peace at Niagara, ran down to the shore shouting, whooping, and firing their guns, a greeting more noisy than sincere, while the cannon of the garrison echoed salutation from the opposite shore, and cheer on cheer, deep and heartfelt, pealed welcome from the crowded ramparts. Well might Gladwyn's beleaguered soldiers rejoice at the approaching succor. They had been beset for more than 15 months by their wily enemy, and though there were times when not an Indian could be seen, yet woe to the soldier who should wander into the forest in search of game, or stroll too far beyond the range of the cannon. Throughout the preceding winter, they had been left in comparative quiet. But with the opening spring, the Indians had resumed their pertinacious hostilities, not, however, with the same activity and vigor as during the preceding summer. The messages of Sir William Johnson and the tidings of Bradstreet's intended expedition had had great effect upon their minds, and some of them had begged abjectly for peace. But still the garrison were harassed by frequent alarms, and days and nights of watchfulness were their unvarying lot. Cut off for months together from all communication with their race, pent up in an irksome imprisonment, ill supplied with provisions, and with clothing worn threadbare, they hailed with delight the prospect of a return to the world from which they had been banished so long. The army had no sooner landed than the garrison was relieved, and fresh troops substituted in their place. Bradstreet's next care was to inquire into the conduct of the Canadian inhabitants of Detroit, and punish such of them as had given aid to the Indians. A few only were found guilty, the more culpable having fled to the Illinois on the approach of the army. Pontiac, too, was gone. The great war chief, his vengeance unslaked, and his purpose unshaken, had retired, as we have seen, to the banks of the Maumee, whence he sent a haughty defiance to the English commander. The Indian villages near Detroit were half emptied of their inhabitants, many of whom still followed the desperate fortunes of their indomitable leader. Those who remained were, for the most part, brought by famine and misery to a sincere desire for peace, and readily obeyed the summons of Bradstreet to meet him in council. The council was held in the open air, on the morning of the 7th of September, with all the accompaniments of military display which could inspire awe and respect among the assembled savages. The tribes, or rather fragments of tribes, represented at this meeting were the Ottawas, Ojibwas, Potawatomis, Miamis, Sacs, and Wyandots. The Indians of Sandusky kept imperfectly the promise they had made, the Wyandots of that place alone sending a full deputation, while the other tribes were merely represented by the Ojibwa chief Wasson. This man, who was the principal chief of his tribe, and the most prominent orator on the present occasion, rose and opened the council. "My brother," he said, addressing Bradstreet, "last year God forsook us. God has now opened our eyes, and we desire to be heard. It is God's will our hearts are altered. It was God's will you had such fine weather to come to us. It is God's will also there should be peace and tranquillity over the face of the earth and of the waters." Having delivered this exordium, Wasson frankly confessed that the tribes which he represented were all justly chargeable with the war, and now deeply regretted their delinquency. It is common with Indians, when accused of acts of violence, to lay the blame upon the unbridled recklessness of their young warriors, and this excuse is often perfectly sound and valid. But since, in the case of a premeditated and long-continued war, it was glaringly inadmissible, they now reversed the usual course, and made scapegoats of the old chiefs and warriors, who, as they declared, had led the people astray by sinister counsel and bad example. Bradstreet would grant peace only on condition that they should become subjects of the King of England, and acknowledge that he held over their country a sovereignty as ample and complete as over any other part of his dominions. Nothing could be more impolitic and absurd than this demand. The smallest attempt at an invasion of their liberties has always been regarded by the Indians with extreme jealousy, and a prominent cause of the war had been an undue assumption of authority on the part of the English. This article of the treaty, could its purport have been fully understood, might have kindled afresh the quarrel which it sought to extinguish, but happily not a savage present was able to comprehend it. Subjection and sovereignty are ideas which never enter into the mind of an Indian, and therefore his language has no words to express them. Most of the western tribes, it is true, had been accustomed to call themselves children of the King of France, but the words were merely a compliment, conveying no sense of any political relation whatever. Yet it was solely by means of this harmless metaphor that the condition in question could be explained to the assembled chiefs. Thus interpreted, it met with a ready assent, since in their eyes it involved no concession beyond the mere unmeaning change of forms and words. They promised in future to call the English king father instead of brother, unconscious of any obligation which so trifling a change could impose, and mentally reserving a full right to make war on him or his people, whenever it should suit their convenience. When Bradstreet returned from his expedition, he boasted that he had reduced the tribes of Detroit to terms of more complete submission than any other Indians had ever before yielded. But the truth was soon detected and exposed by those conversant with Indian affairs. At this council, Bradstreet was guilty of the bad policy and bad taste of speaking through the medium of a French interpreter, so that most of his own officers, as well as the Iroquois allies, who were strangers to the Algonquin language, remained in ignorance of all that passed. The latter were highly indignant, and refused to become parties to the treaty, or go through the usual ceremony of shaking hands with the chiefs of Detroit, insisting that they had not heard their speeches, and knew not whether they were friends or enemies. In another particular also, Bradstreet gave great offence. From some unexplained impulse or motive, he cut to pieces, with a hatchet, a belt of wampum which was about to be used in the council, and all the Indians present, both friends and enemies, were alike incensed at this rude violation of the ancient pledge of faith, which in their eyes was invested with something of a sacred character. Having settled the affairs of Detroit, Bradstreet dispatched Captain Howard with a strong detachment to take possession of Michillimackinac, which had remained unoccupied since its capture in the preceding summer. Howard effected his object without resistance, and at the same time sent parties of troops to reoccupy the deserted posts of Green Bay and Sault Ste. Marie. Thus, after the interval of more than a year, the flag of England was again displayed among the solitudes of the northern wilderness. While Bradstreet's army lay encamped on the fields near Detroit, Captain Morris, with a few Iroquois and Canadian attendants, was pursuing his adventurous embassy to the country of the Illinois. Morris, who has left us his portrait prefixed to a little volume of prose and verse, was an officer of literary tastes, whose round English face did not indicate any especial degree of enterprise or resolution. He seems, however, to have had both, for on a hint from the general he had offered himself for the adventure, for which he was better fitted than most of his brother officers, inasmuch as he spoke French. He was dining on the eve of his departure in the tent of Bradstreet, when his host suddenly remarked, in the bluff way habitual to him, that he had a French fellow, a prisoner, whom he meant to hang, but that, if Morris would like him for an interpreter, he might have him. The prisoner in question was the Canadian Godefroy, who was presently led into the tent, and who, conscious of many misdemeanors, thought that his hour was come, and fell on his knees to beg his life. Bradstreet told him that he should be pardoned if he would promise to go with this gentleman and take good care of him, pointing to his guest. Godefroy promised, and to the best of his power he kept his word, for he imagined that Morris had saved his life. Morris set out on the following afternoon with Godefroy, another Canadian, 2 servants, and a party of Indians, ascended the Maumee, and soon approached the camp of Pontiac, who, as already mentioned, had withdrawn to this river with his chosen warriors. The party disembarked from their canoes, and an Ottawa chief, who had joined them, lent them 3 horses. Morris and the Canadians mounted, and, preceded by their Indian attendants, displaying an English flag, advanced in state towards the camp, which was 2 leagues or more distant. As they drew near, they were met by a rabble of several hundred Indians, called by Morris Pontiac's army. They surrounded him, beat his horse, and crowded between him and his followers, apparently trying to separate them. At the outskirts of the camp stood Pontiac himself, who met the ambassador with a scowling brow, and refused to offer his hand. Here, too, stood a man in the uniform of a French officer, holding his gun with the butt resting on the ground, and assuming an air of great importance, while 2 Pawnee slaves stood close behind him. He proved to be a French drummer, calling himself St. Vincent, one of those renegades of civilization to be found in almost every Indian camp. He now took upon himself the office of a master of ceremonies, desired Morris to dismount, and seated himself at his side on a bearskin. Godefroy took his place near them, and the throng of savages, circle within circle, stood crowded around. Presently, said Morris, came Pontiac, and squatted himself, after his fashion, opposite to me. He opened the interview by observing that the English were liars, and demanding of the ambassador if he had come to lie to them, like the rest. This Indian, pursues Morris, has a more extensive power than ever was known among that people, for every chief used to command his own tribe, but 18 nations, by French intrigue, had been brought to unite, and chose this man for their commander. Pontiac now produced a letter directed to himself, and sent from New Orleans, though purporting to be written by the King of France. It contained, according to Morris, the grossest calumnies that the most ingenious malice could devise to incense the Indians against the English. The old falsehood was not forgotten. "Your French father," said the writer, "is neither dead nor asleep. He is already on his way, with 60 great ships, to revenge himself on the English, and drive them out of America." Much excitement followed the reading of the letter, and Morris's situation became more unpleasant. But St. Vincent befriended him, and hurried him off to his wigwam to keep him out of harm's way. On the next day there was a grand council. Morris made a speech in which he indiscreetly told the Indians that the King of France had given all the country to the King of England. Luckily, his auditors received the announcement with ridicule rather than anger. The chiefs, however, wished to kill him, but Pontiac interposed, on the ground that the life of an ambassador should be held sacred. He made a speech, says Morris, which does him honor, and shows that he was acquainted with the laws of nations. He seemed to be in a mood more pacific than could have been expected, and said privately to Godefroy, "I will lead the nations to war no more. Let them be at peace if they choose, but I will never be a friend to the English. I shall be a wanderer in the woods, and if they come here to seek me, I will shoot at them while I have an arrow left." Morris thinks that he said this in a fit of despair, and that, in fact, he was willing to come to terms. The day following was an unlucky one. One of Morris's Indians, a Mohawk chief, ran off, having first stolen all he could lay hands on, and sold the ambassador's stack of rum, consisting of 2 barrels, to the Ottawas. A scene of frenzy ensued. A young Indian ran up to Morris and stabbed at him savagely, but Godefroy caught the assassin's hand and saved his patron's life. Morris escaped from the camp and lay hidden in a cornfield till the howling and screeching subsided, and the Indians slept themselves sober. When he returned, an Indian called the Little Chief gave him a volume of Shakespeare, of spoil of some slaughtered officer, and then begged for gunpowder. Having first gained Pontiac's consent, Morris now resumed his journey to the Illinois. The river was extremely low, and it was with much ado that they pushed their canoe against the shallow current, or dragged it over stones and sandbars. On the 5th day, they met an Indian mounted on a handsome white horse, said to have belonged to General Braddock, and to have been captured at the defeat of his army 9 years before. On the morning of the 7th day, they reached the neighborhood of Fort Miami. This post, captured during the preceding year, had since remained without a garrison, and its only tenants were the Canadians, who had built their houses within its palisades, and a few Indians, who thought fit to make it their temporary abode. The meadows about the fort were dotted with the lodges of the Kickapoos, a large band of whom had recently arrived, but the great Miami village was on the opposite side of the stream, screened from sight by the forest which intervened. The party landed a little below the fort, and while his followers were making their way through the border of the woods that skirted the river, Morris remained in the canoe, solacing himself by reading Antony and Cleopatra in the volume he had so oddly obtained. It was fortunate that he did so, for his attendants had scarcely reached the open meadow which lay behind the woods when they were encountered by a mob of savages, armed with spears, hatchets, and bows and arrows, and bent on killing the Englishman. Being for the moment unable to find him, the chiefs had time to address the excited rabble, and persuade them to postpone their intended vengeance. The ambassador, buffeted, threatened, and insulted, was conducted to the fort, where he was ordered to remain, though at the same time the Canadian inhabitants were forbidden to admit him into their houses. Morris soon discovered that this unexpected rough treatment was owing to the influence of a deputation of Delaware and Shawanoe chiefs, who had recently arrived, bringing 14 war belts of wampum, and exciting the Miamis to renew their hostilities against the common enemy. Thus it was fully apparent that while the Delawares and Shawanoes were sending one deputation to treat of peace with Bradstreet on Lake Erie, they were sending another to rouse the tribes of the Illinois to war. From Fort Miami, the deputation had proceeded westward, spreading the contagion among all the tribes between the Mississippi and the Ohio, declaring that they would never make peace with the English, but would fight them as long as the sun should shine, and calling upon their brethren of the Illinois to follow their example. They had been aware of the approach of Morris, and had urged the Miamis to put him to death when he arrived. Accordingly, he had not been long at the fort when 2 warriors, with tomahawks in their hands, entered, seized him by the arms, and dragged him towards the river. Godefroy stood by, pale and motionless. "Eh bien, vous m'abandonnez, said Morris. "Non, mon capitaine," the Canadian answered. "Je ne vous abandonne jamais." And he followed as the 2 savages dragged their captive into the water. Morris thought they meant to drown and scalp him, but soon saw his mistake, for they led him through the stream, which was fordable, and thence towards the Miami village. As they drew near, they stopped, and began to strip him, but grew angry at the difficulty of the task, till, in rage and despair, he tore off his clothes himself. They then bound his arms behind him with his own sash, and drove him before them to the village, where they made him sit on a bench. A whooping, screeching mob of savages was instantly about him, and 100 voices clamored together in dispute as to what should be done with him. Godefroy stood by him with a courageous fidelity that redeemed his past rascalities. He urged a nephew of Pontiac, who was present, to speak for the prisoner. The young Indian made a bold harangue to the crowd, and Godefroy added that, if Morris were killed, the English would take revenge on those who were in their power at Detroit. A Miami chief called the Swan now declared for the Englishman, untied his arms, and gave him a pipe to smoke, whereupon another chief called the White Cat snatched it from him, seized him, and bound him fast by the neck to a post. Naked, helpless, and despairing, he saw the crowd gathering around to torture him. I had not the smallest hope of life, he says, and I remember that I conceived myself as if going to plunge into a gulf, vast, immeasurable, and that, a few moments after, the thought of torture occasioned a sort of torpor and insensibility. I looked at Godefroy, and seeing him exceedingly distressed, I said what I could to encourage him, but he desired me not to speak. I supposed it gave offense to the savages, and therefore was silent, when Pacanne, chief of the Miami nation, and just out of his minority, having mounted a horse and crossed the river, rode up to me. When I heard him calling to those about me, and felt his hand behind my neck, I thought he was going to strangle me, out of pity. But he untied me, saying, as it was afterwards interpreted to me, I give this man life. If you want English meat, go to Detroit or to the lake, and you'll find enough. What business have you with this man's flesh, who is come to speak with us? I fixed my eyes steadfastly on this young man, and endeavored by looks to express my gratitude. An Indian now offered him a pipe, and he was then pushed with abuse and blows out of the village. He succeeded in crossing the river and regaining the fort, after receiving a sharp cut of a switch from a mounted Indian whom he met on the way. He found the Canadians in the fort disposed to befriend him. Godefroy and the metamorphosed drummer, St. Vincent, were always on the watch to warn him of danger, and one La Esperance gave him an asylum in his garret. He seems to have found some consolation in the compassion of two handsome young squaws, sisters, he was told, of his deliverer, Pacanne. But the two warriors who had stripped and bound him were constantly lurking about the fort, watching an opportunity to kill him. And the Kickapoos, whose lodges were pitched on the meadow, sent him a message to the effect that, if the Miamis did not put him to death, they themselves would do so whenever he should pass their camp. He was still on the threshold of his journey, and his final point of destination was several hundred miles distant. Yet with great resolution he determined to persevere, and, if possible, fulfill his mission. His Indian and Canadian attendants used every means to dissuade him, and in the evening held a council with the Miami chiefs, the result of which was most discouraging. Morris received message after message, threatening his life should he persist in his design, and word was brought him that several of the Shawanoe deputies were returning to the fort expressly to kill him. Under these circumstances, it would have been madness to persevere, and, abandoning his mission, he set out for Detroit. The Indian attendants, whom he had brought from Sandusky, after behaving with the utmost insolence, abandoned him in the woods, their ringleader being a Christian Huron of the mission of Lorette, whom Morris pronounces the greatest rascal he ever knew. With Godefroy and 2 or 3 others who remained with him, he reached Detroit on the 17th of September, half dead with famine and fatigue. He had expected to find Bradstreet, but the agile commander had decamped and returned to Sandusky. Morris, too ill and exhausted to follow, sent him his journal, together with a letter in which he denounced the Delaware and Shawanoe ambassadors, whom he regarded, and no doubt with justice, as the occasion of his misfortunes. The following is his amiable conclusion: "The villains have nipped our fairest hopes in the bud. I tremble for you at Sandusky, though I was greatly pleased to find you have one of the vessels with you, and artillery. I wish the chiefs were assembled on board the vessel, and that she had a hole in her bottom. Treachery should be paid with treachery, and it is more than ordinary pleasure to deceive those who would deceive us." Bradstreet had retraced his course to Sandusky, to keep his engagement with the Delaware and Shawanoe deputies, and await the fulfillment of their worthless promise to surrender their prisoners and conclude a definite treaty of peace. His hopes were defeated. The appointed time expired, and not a chief was seen, though a few days after several warriors came to the camp, with a promise that if Bradstreet should remain quiet and refrain from attacking their villages, they would bring in the prisoners in the course of the following week. Bradstreet accepted their excuses, and having removed his camp to the carrying place of the Sandusky, lay waiting in patient expectation. It was here that he received, for the first time, a communication from General Gage, respecting the preliminary treaty, concluded several weeks before. Gage condemned his conduct in severe terms, and ordered him to break the engagements he had made, and advance at once upon the enemy, choosing for his first objects of attack the Indians living upon the plains of the Scioto. The fury of Bradstreet was great on receiving this message, and it was not diminished when the journal of Captain Morris was placed in his hands, fully proving how signally he had been duped. He was in no temper to obey the orders of his commander-in-chief, and to justify himself for his inaction, he alleged the impossibility of reaching the Scioto plains at that advanced season. 2 routes thither were open to his choice, one by the river Sandusky, and the other by Cuyahoga Creek. The water in the Sandusky was sunk low with the drought, and the carrying place at the head of Cuyahoga Creek was a few miles longer than had been represented. Yet the army were ready for the attempt, and these difficulties could not have deterred a vigorous commander. Under cover of such excuses, Bradstreet remained idle at Sandusky for several days, while sickness and discontent were rife in his camp. The soldiers complained of his capricious, peremptory temper, his harshness to his troops, and the unaccountable tenderness with which he treated the Sandusky Indians, some of whom had not yet made their submission, while he enraged his Iroquois allies by his frequent rebukes and curses. At length, declaring that provisions were failing and the season growing late, he resolved to return home, and broke up his camp with such precipitancy that 2 soldiers, who had gone out in the morning to catch fish for his table, were inhumanly left behind, the colonel remarking that they might stay and be damned. Soon after leaving Sandusky, he saw fit to encamp one evening on an open, exposed beach on the south shore of Lake Erie, though there was in the neighborhood a large river, wherein, said his critics, 1,000 boats could lie with safety. A storm came on, half his boats were dashed to pieces, and 6 pieces of cannon with ammunition, provisions, arms, and baggage were lost or abandoned. For 3 days the tempest raged unceasingly, and when the angry lake began to resume its tranquillity, it was found that the remaining boats were insufficient to convey the troops. A body of Indians, together with a detachment of provincials, about 150 in all, were therefore ordered to make their way to Niagara along the pathless borders of the lake. They accordingly set out, and after many days of hardship reached their destination, though such had been their sufferings from fatigue, cold, and hunger, from wading swamps, swimming creeks and rivers, and pushing their way through tangled thickets, that many of the provincials perished miserably in the woods. On the 4th of November, 17 days after their departure from Sandusky, the main body of the little army arrived in safety at Niagara, and the whole, re-embarking on Lake Ontario, proceeded towards Oswego. Fortune still seemed adverse, for a second tempest arose, and one of the schooners, crowded with troops, foundered in sight of Oswego, though most of the men were saved. The route to the settlements was now a short and easy one. On their arrival, the regulars went into quarters, while the troops levied for the campaign were sent home to their respective provinces. The expedition, ill conducted as it was, produced some beneficial results. The Indians at Detroit had been brought to reason, and for the present at least would probably remain tranquil, while the reestablishment of the posts on the upper lakes must necessarily have great effect upon the natives of that region. At Sandusky, on the other hand, the work had been but half done. The tribes of that place felt no respect for the English, while those to the southward and westward had been left in a state of turbulence, which promised an abundant harvest of future mischief. In one particular, at least, Bradstreet had occasioned serious detriment to the English interest. The Iroquois allies, who had joined his army, were disgusted by his treatment of them, while they were roused to contempt by the imbecility of his conduct towards the enemy. And thus the efforts of Sir William Johnson to secure the attachment of these powerful tribes were in no small degree counteracted and neutralized. While Bradstreet's troops were advancing upon the lakes, or lying idle in their camp at Sandusky, another expedition was in progress at the southward, with abler conduct and a more auspicious result. End of chapter 26, part 2. Chapter 27 of The Conspiracy of Pontiac by Francis Parkman, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Phil Schempf. Chapter 27, Part 1, 1764. Bouquet forces the Delawares and Shawanoes to sue for peace. The work of ravage had begun afresh upon the borders. The Indians had taken the precaution to remove all their settlements to the western side of the river Muskingum, trusting that the impervious forests with their unnumbered streams would prove a sufficient barrier against invasion. Having thus, as they thought, placed their women and children in safety, they had flung themselves upon the settlements with all the rage and ferocity of the previous season. So fierce and active were the war parties on the borders, that the English governor of Pennsylvania had recourse to a measure which the frontier inhabitants had long demanded, and issued a proclamation offering a high bounty for Indian scalps, whether of men or women, a barbarous expedient, fruitful of butcheries and murders, but incapable of producing any decisive result. Early in the season, a soldier named David Owens, who several years before had deserted and joined the Indians, came to one of the outposts accompanied by a young provincial recently taken prisoner on the Delaware, and bringing 5 scalps. While living among the Indians, Owen had formed a connection with one of their women, who had borne him several children. Growing tired at length of the forest life, he had become anxious to return to the settlements, but feared to do so without first having made some atonement for his former desertion. One night he had been encamped on the Susquehanna with 4 Shawanoe warriors, a boy of the same tribe, his own wife and 2 children, and another Indian woman. The young provincial, who came with him to the settlements, was also of the party. In the middle of the night, Owens arose, and looking about him, saw by the dull glow of the campfire that all were buried in deep sleep. Cautiously awakening the young provincial, he told him to leave the place and lie quiet at a little distance until he should call him. He next stealthily removed the weapons from beside the sleeping savages and concealed them in the woods, reserving to himself 2 loaded rifles. Returning to the camp, he knelt on the ground between 2 of the yet unconscious warriors, and pointing a rifle at the head of each, touched the triggers and shot both dead at once. Startled by the reports, the survivors sprang to their feet in bewildered terror. The 2 remaining warriors bounded into the woods, but the women and children, benumbed with fright, had no power to escape, and one and all died shrieking under the hatchet of the miscreant. His devilish work complete, the wretch sat watching until daylight among the dead bodies of his children and comrades, undaunted by the awful gloom and solitude of the darkened forest. In the morning he scalped his victims, with the exception of the 2 children, and, followed by the young white man, directed his steps toward the settlements, with the bloody trophies of his atrocity. His desertion was pardoned. He was employed as an interpreter, and ordered to accompany the troops on the intended expedition. His example is one of many in which the worst acts of Indian ferocity have been thrown into shade by the enormities of white barbarians. Bouquet was now urging on his preparations for his march into the valley of the Ohio. We have seen how, in the preceding summer, he had been embarrassed by what he calls the unnatural obstinacy of the government of Pennsylvania. "It disables us," he had written to the equally indignant Amherst, "from crushing the savages on this side of the lakes, and may draw us into a lingering war, which might have been terminated by another blow. I see that the whole burden of this war will rest upon us, and while the few regular troops you have left can keep the enemy at a distance, the provinces will let them fight it out without interfering." Amherst, after vainly hoping that the Assembly of Pennsylvania would exert themselves like men, had equally in vain sent Colonel James Robertson as a special messenger to the provincial commissioners. "I found all my pleading vain," the disappointed envoy had written, "and believe Cicero's would have been so. I never saw any men so determined in the right as these people are in this absurdly wrong resolve." The resolve in question related to the 700 men whom the Assembly had voted to raise for protecting the gathering of the harvest, and whom the commissioners stiffly refused to place at the disposition of the military authorities. It is apparent in all this that, at an early period of the war, a change had come over the spirit of the commander-in-chief, whose prejudices and pride had revolted, at the outset, against the asking of provincial aid to chastise the savages, but who had soon been brought to reason by his own helplessness and the exigencies of the situation. In like manner, a change, though at the 11th hour, had now come over the spirit of the Pennsylvania Assembly. The invasion of the Paxton borderers during the past winter had scared the Quaker faction into their senses. Their old quarrel with the governor and the proprietaries, their scruples about war, and their affection for Indians were all postponed to the necessity of the hour. The Assembly voted to raise 300 men to guard the frontiers, and 1,000 to join Bouquet. Their commissioners went farther, for they promised to send to England for 50 couples of bloodhounds to hunt Indian scalping parties. In the preceding summer, half as many men would have sufficed, for after the battle of Bushy Run, Bouquet wrote to Amherst from Fort Pitt that with a reinforcement of 300 provincial rangers he could destroy all the Delaware towns, and clear the country of that vermin between this fort and Lake Erie. But he added, with some bitterness, that the provinces would not even furnish escorts to convoys, so that his hands were completely tied. It was past midsummer before the 1,000 Pennsylvanians were ready to move, so that the season for navigating the Ohio and its branches was lost. As for Virginia and Maryland, they would do absolutely nothing. On the 5th of August, Bouquet was at Carlisle, with his new levies and such regulars as he had, chiefly the veterans of Bushy Run. Before the 10th, 200 of the Pennsylvanians had deserted, sheltered as usual by the country people. His force, even with full ranks, was too small, and he now took the responsibility of writing to Colonel Lewis of the Virginia militia to send him 200 volunteers to take the place of the deserters. A body of Virginians accordingly joined him at Fort Pitt, to his great satisfaction, for he set a high value on these backwoods riflemen. But the responsibility he had assumed proved afterwards a source of extreme annoyance to him. The little army soon reached Fort Loudon, then in a decayed and ruinous condition, like all the wooden forts built during the French War. Here Bouquet received the strange communication from Bradstreet, informing him that he might return home with his troops, as a treaty had been concluded with the Delawares and Shawanoes. Bouquet's disgust found vent in a letter to the commander-in-chief. I receive this moment advice from Colonel Bradstreet. The terms he gives them, the Indians, are such as fill me with astonishment. Had Colonel Bradstreet been as well informed as I am of the horrid perfidies of the Delawares and Shawanese, whose parties as late as the 22nd instant killed 6 men, he never could have compromised the honor of the nation by such disgraceful conditions, and that at a time when 2 armies, after long struggles, are in full motion to penetrate into the heart of the enemy's country. Permit me likewise humbly to represent to your Excellency that I have not deserved the affront laid upon me by this treaty of peace, concluded by a younger officer, in the department where you have done me the honor to appoint me to command, without referring the deputies of the savages to me at Fort Pitt, but telling them that he shall send and prevent my proceeding against them. I can therefore take no notice of his peace, but shall proceed forthwith to the Ohio, where I shall wait till I receive your orders. After waiting for more than a week for his wrath to cool, he wrote to Bradstreet in terms which, though restrained and temperate, plainly showed his indignation. He had now reached Fort Bedford, where more Pennsylvanians ran off with their arms and horses, and where he vainly waited the arrival of a large reinforcement of friendly Indians, who had been promised by Sir William Johnson, but who never arrived. On reaching Fort Ligonier, he had the satisfaction of forwarding 2 letters, which the commander-in-chief had significantly sent through his hands to Bradstreet, containing a peremptory disavowal of the treaty. Continuing to advance, he passed in safety the scene of his desperate fight of the last summer, and on the 17th of September arrived at Fort Pitt, with no other loss than that of a few men picked off from the flanks and rear by lurking Indian marksmen. The day before his arrival, 10 Delaware chiefs and warriors appeared on the farther bank of the river, pretending to be deputies sent by their nation to confer with the English commander. 3 of them, after much hesitation, came over to the fort, where, being closely questioned and found unable to give any good account of their mission, they were detained as spies, while their companions, greatly disconcerted, fled back to the villages. Bouquet, on his arrival, released one of the 3 captives, and sent him home with the following message to his people. I have received an account from Colonel Bradstreet that your nations had begged for peace, which he had consented to grant, upon assurance that you had recalled all your warriors from our frontiers; and, in consequence of this, I would not have proceeded against your towns, if I had not heard that, in open violation of your engagements, you have since murdered several of our people. I was therefore determined to have attacked you, as a people whose promises can no more be relied on. But I will put it once more in your power to save yourselves and your families from total destruction, by giving us satisfaction for the hostilities committed against us. And first, you are to leave the path open for my expresses from hence to Detroit. And as I am now to send 2 men with dispatches to Colonel Bradstreet, who commands on the lakes, I desire to know whether you will send 2 of your people to bring them safe back with an answer. And if they receive any injury, either in going or coming, or if the letters are taken from them, I will immediately put the Indians now in my power to death, and will show no mercy for the future to any of your nations that shall fall into my hands. I allow you 10 days to have my letters delivered at Detroit, and 10 days to bring me back an answer." The liberated spy faithfully discharged his mission, and the firm, decisive tone of the message had a profound effect upon the hostile warriors, clearly indicating, as it did, with what manner of man they had to deal. Many, who were before clamorous for battle, were now ready to sue for peace, as the only means to avert their ruin. Before the army was ready to march, 2 Iroquois warriors came to the fort, pretending friendship, but anxious in reality to retard the expedition until the approaching winter should make it impossible to proceed. They represented the numbers of the enemy and the extreme difficulty of penetrating so rough a country, and affirmed that, if the troops remained quiet, the hostile tribes, who were already collecting their prisoners, would soon arrive to make their submission. Bouquet turned a deaf ear to their advice, and sent them to inform the Delawares and Shawanoes that he was on his way to chastise them for their perfidy and cruelty, unless they should save themselves by an ample and speedy atonement. Early in October, the troops left Fort Pitt, and began their westward march into a wilderness which no army had ever before sought to penetrate. Encumbered with their camp equipage, with droves of cattle and sheep for subsistence, and a long train of pack horses laden with provisions, their progress was tedious and difficult, and 7 or 8 miles were the ordinary measure of a day's march. The woodsmen of Virginia, veteran hunters and Indian fighters, were thrown far out in front and on either flank, scouring the forest to detect any sign of a lurking ambuscade. The pioneers toiled in the van, hewing their way through woods and thickets, while the army dragged its weary length behind them through the forest, like a serpent creeping through tall grass. The surrounding country, whenever a casual opening in the matted foliage gave a glimpse of its features, disclosed scenery of wild, primeval beauty. Sometimes the army defiled along the margin of the Ohio, by its broad, eddying current and the bright landscape of its shores. Sometimes they descended into the thickest gloom of the woods, damp, still, and cool as the recesses of a cavern, where the black soil oozed beneath the tread, where the rough columns of the forest seemed to exude a clammy sweat, and the slimy mosses were trickling with moisture, while the carcasses of prostrate trees, green with the decay of a century, sank into pulp at the lightest pressure of the foot. More frequently, the forest was of a fresher growth, and the restless leaves of young maples and basswood shook down spots of sunlight on the marching columns. Sometimes they waded the clear current of a stream, with its vistas of arching foliage and sparkling water. There were intervals, but these were rare, when, escaping for a moment from the labyrinth of woods, they emerged into the light of an open meadow, rich with herbage, and girdled by a zone of forest, gladdened by the notes of birds, and enlivened, it may be, by grazing herds of deer. These spots, welcome to the forest traveller as an oasis to a wanderer in the desert, form the precursors of the prairies, which, growing wider and more frequent as one advances westward, expand at last into the boundless plains beyond the Mississippi. On the 10th day after leaving Fort Pitt, the army reached the river Muskingum, and approached the objects of their march, the haunts of the barbarian warriors, who had turned whole districts into desolation. Their progress had met no interruption. A few skulking Indians had hovered about them, but, alarmed by their numbers, feared to venture an attack. The Indian cabins which they passed on their way were deserted by their tenants, who had joined their western brethren, When the troops crossed the Muskingum, they saw a little below the fording place the abandoned wigwams of the village of Tuscaroras, recently the abode of more than 100 families, who had fled in terror at the approach of the invaders. Bouquet was in the heart of the enemy's country. Their villages, except some remoter settlements of the Shawanoes, all lay within a few days' march, and no other choice was left to them than to sue for peace, or risk the desperate chances of battle against a commander who, a year before, with a third of his present force, had routed them at the fight of Bushy Run. The vigorous and active among them might, it is true, escape by flight; but in doing so, they must abandon to the victors their dwellings and their secret hoards of corn. They were confounded at the multitude of the invaders, exaggerated, doubtless, in the reports which reached their villages, and amazed that an army should force its way so deep into the forest fastnesses, which they had thought impregnable. They knew, on the other hand, that Colonel Bradstreet was still at Sandusky, in a position to assail them in the rear. Thus pressed on both sides, they saw that they must submit and bend their stubborn pride to beg for peace, not alone with words, which cost nothing, and would have been worth nothing, but by the delivery of prisoners, and the surrender of chiefs and warriors as pledges of good faith. Bouquet had sent 2 soldiers from Fort Pitt with letters to Colonel Bradstreet, but these men had been detained, under specious pretext, by the Delawares. They now appeared at his camp, sent back by their captors, with a message to the effect that, within a few days, the chiefs would arrive and hold a conference with him. Bouquet continued his march down the valley of the Muskingum, until he reached a spot where the broad meadows, which bordered the river, would supply abundant grazing for the cattle and horses, while the terraces above, shaded by forest trees, offered a convenient site for an encampment. Here he began to erect a small palisade work, as a depot for stores and baggage. Before the task was complete, a deputation of chiefs arrived, bringing word that their warriors were encamped in great numbers about 8 miles from the spot, and desiring Bouquet to appoint the time and place for a council. He ordered them to meet with him on the next day, at a point near the margin of the river, a little below the camp, and thither a party of men was at once dispatched to erect a sort of rustic arbor of saplings and the boughs of trees, large enough to shelter the English officers and the Indian chiefs. With a host of warriors in the neighborhood, who would gladly break in upon them, could they hope that the attack would succeed, it behooved the English to use every precaution. A double guard was placed, and a stringent discipline enforced. In the morning, the little army moved in battle order to the place of council. Here the principal officers assumed their seats under the canopy of branches, while the glittering array of the troops was drawn out on the meadow in front, in such a manner as to produce the most imposing effect on the minds of the Indians, in whose eyes the sight of 1,500 men under arms was a spectacle equally new and astounding. The perfect order and silence of their far extended lines, the ridges of bayonets flashing in the sun, the fluttering tartans of the Highland regulars, the bright red uniforms of the Royal Americans, the darker garb and duller trappings of the Pennsylvania troops, and the bands of Virginia backwoodsmen, who, in fringed hunting frocks and Indian moccasins, stood leaning carelessly on their rifles, all these combined to form a scene of military pomp and power not soon to be forgotten. At the appointed hour, the deputation appeared. The most prominent among them were Kiashuta, chief of the band of Senecas, who had deserted their ancient homes to form a colony on the Ohio; Custaloga, chief of the Delawares; and the head chief of the Shawanoes, whose name sets orthography at defiance. As they approached, painted and plumed in all their savage pomp, they looked neither to the right hand nor to the left, not deigning under the eyes of their enemy to cast even a glance at the military display around them. They seated themselves with stern, impassive looks, and an air of sullen dignity, while their sombre brows betrayed the hatred still rankling in their hearts. After a few minutes had been consumed in the indispensable ceremony of smoking, Turtle Heart, a chief of the Delawares and orator of the deputation, rose, bearing in his hand a bag containing the belts of wampum. Addressing himself to the English commander, he spoke as follows, delivering a belt for every clause of his speech. "Brother, I speak in behalf of the 3 nations whose chiefs are here present. With this belt I open your ears and your hearts, that you may listen to my words. Brother, this war was neither your fault nor ours. It was the work of the nations who live to the westward, and of our wild young men, who would have killed us if we had resisted them. We now put away all evil from our hearts, and we hope that your mind and ours will once more be united together. Brother, it is the will of the Great Spirit that there should be peace between us. We, on our side, now take fast hold of the chain of friendship, but as we cannot hold it alone, we desire that you will take hold also. And we must look up to the Great Spirit, that he may make us strong, and not permit this chain to fall from our hands. Brother, these words come from our hearts, and not from our lips. You desire that we should deliver up your flesh and blood, now captive among us. And to show you that we are sincere, we now return you as many of them as we have at present been able to bring. Here he delivered 18 white prisoners, who had been brought by the deputation to the council. You shall receive the rest as soon as we have time to collect them. In such figurative terms, not devoid of dignity, did the Indian orator sue for peace to his detested enemies. When he had concluded, the chiefs of every tribe rose in succession to express concurrence in what he had said, each delivering a belt of wampum and a bundle of small sticks, the latter designed to indicate the number of English prisoners whom his followers retained, and whom he pledged himself to surrender. In an Indian council, when one of the speakers has advanced a matter of weight and urgency, the other party defers his reply to the following day, that due time may be allowed for deliberation. Accordingly, in the present instance, the council adjourned to the next morning, each party retiring to its respective camp. But when day dawned, the weather had changed. The valley of the Muskingum was filled with driving mist and rain, and the meeting was in consequence postponed. On the third day, the landscape brightened afresh. The troops marched once more to the place of council, and the Indian chiefs convened to hear the reply of their triumphant foe. It was not of a kind to please them. The opening words gave an earnest of what was to come, for Bouquet discarded the usual address of an Indian harangue, fathers, brothers, or children, terms which imply a relation of friendship or a desire to conciliate, and adopted a sterner and more distant form. Sachems, war chiefs, and warriors, the excuses you have offered are frivolous and unavailing, and your conduct is without defense or apology. You could not have acted as you pretend to have done through fear of the Western nations; for, had you stood faithful to us, you knew that we would have protected you against their anger. And as for your young men, it was your duty to punish them if they did amiss. You have drawn down our just resentment by your violence and perfidy. Last summer, in cold blood, and in a time of profound peace, you robbed and murdered the traders, who had come among you at your own express desire. You attacked Fort Pitt, which was built by your consent, and you destroyed our outposts and garrisons, whenever treachery could place them in your power. You assailed our troops, the same who now stand before you, in the woods at Bushy Run; and when we had routed and driven you off, you sent your scalping parties to the frontier, and murdered many hundreds of our people. Last July, when the other nations came to ask for peace at Niagara, you not only refused to attend, but sent an insolent message instead, in which you expressed a pretended contempt for the English, and, at the same time, told the surrounding nations that you would never lay down the hatchet. Afterwards, when Colonel Bradstreet came up Lake Erie, you sent a deputation of your chiefs and concluded a treaty with him; but your engagements were no sooner made than broken, and from that day to this you have scalped and butchered us without ceasing. Nay, I am informed that, when you heard that this army was penetrating the woods, you mustered your warriors to attack us, and were only deterred from doing so when you found how greatly we outnumbered you. This is not the only instance of your bad faith; for since the beginning of the last war, you have made repeated treaties with us, and promised to give up your prisoners. But you have never kept these engagements, nor any others. We shall endure this no longer, and I am now come among you to force you to make atonement for the injuries you have done us. I have brought with me the relatives of those you have murdered. They are eager for vengeance, and nothing restrains them from taking it but my assurance that this army shall not leave your country until you have given them an ample satisfaction. Your allies, the Ottawas, Ojibwas, and Wyandots, have begged for peace. The Six Nations have leagued themselves with us. The great lakes and rivers around you are all in our possession, and your friends, the French, are in subjection to us, and can do no more to aid you. You are all in our power, and if we choose, we can exterminate you from the earth. But the English are a merciful and generous people, averse to shed the blood even of their greatest enemies. And if it were possible that you could convince us that you sincerely repent of your past perfidy, and that we could depend on your good behavior for the future, you might yet hope for mercy and peace. If I find that you faithfully execute the conditions which I shall prescribe, I will not treat you with the severity you deserve. I give you 12 days from this date to deliver into my hands all the prisoners in your possession without exception, Englishmen, Frenchmen, women, and children, whether adopted into your tribes, married, or living among you under any denomination or pretense whatsoever. And you are to furnish these prisoners with clothing, provisions, and horses to carry them to Fort Pitt. When you have fully complied with these conditions, you shall then know on what terms you may obtain the peace you sue for." This speech, with the stern voice and countenance of the speaker, told with chilling effect upon the awe-stricken hearers. It quelled their native haughtiness, and sunk them to the depths of humiliation. Their speeches in reply were dull and insipid, void of that savage eloquence which, springing from a wild spirit of independence, has so often distinguished the forest orators. Judging the temper of their enemies by their own insatiable thirst for vengeance, they hastened, with all the alacrity of terror, to fulfil the prescribed conditions and avert the threatened ruin. They dispersed to their different villages, to collect and bring in the prisoners, while Bouquet, on his part, knowing that his best security for their good faith was to keep up the alarm which his decisive measures had created, determined to march yet nearer to their settlements. Still following the course of the Muskingum, he descended to a spot near its confluence with its main branch, which might be regarded as a central point with respect to the surrounding Indian villages. Here, with the exception of the distant Shawanoe settlements, they were all within reach of his hand, and he could readily chastise the first attempt at deceit or evasion. The principal chiefs of each tribe had been forced to accompany him as hostages. For the space of a day, hundreds of axes were busy at their work. The trees were felled, the ground cleared, and with marvellous rapidity a town sprang up in the heart of the wilderness, martial in aspect and rigorous in discipline, with storehouses, hospitals, and works of defence, rude sylvan cabins mingled with white tents, and the forest rearing its sombre rampart around the whole. On one side of this singular encampment was a range of buildings, designed to receive the expected prisoners, and matrons brought for this purpose with the army were appointed to take charge of the women and children among them. At the opposite side, a canopy of branches, sustained on the upright trunks of young trees, formed a rude council hall, in keeping with the savage assembly for whose reception it was designed. And now, issuing from the forest, came warriors, conducting troops of prisoners or leading captive children, wild young barbarians, born perhaps among themselves, and scarcely to be distinguished from their own. Yet, seeing the sullen reluctance which the Indians soon betrayed in this ungrateful task, Bouquet thought it expedient to stimulate their efforts by sending detachments of soldiers to each of the villages, still retaining the chiefs in pledge for their safety. About this time, a Canadian officer named Hertel, with a party of Caughnawaga Indians, arrived with a letter from Colonel Bradstreet, dated at Sandusky. The writer declared that he was unable to remain longer in the Indian country, and was on the point of retiring down Lake Erie with his army, the movement which at least was of doubtful necessity, and which might have involved the most disastrous consequences. Had the tidings been received but a few days sooner, the whole effect of Bouquet's measures would probably have been destroyed, the Indians encouraged to resistance, and the war brought to the arbitration of a battle, which must needs have been a fierce and bloody one. But happily for both parties, Bouquet now had his enemies firmly in his grasp, and the boldest warrior dare not violate the truce. End of chapter 27, part 1.